And you're like, oh, fuck.
Did you see the science guy, Bill Nye, going crazy, screaming and
He was
yelling,
on Oliver or
swearing?
something? Or
yeah. The planet's on fucking fire, and
Yeah.
it's getting a little silly.
Yeah, I know.
Like, bro, we're all right. Go to Antarctica. Planet's on fire, bro.
No, I saw a thing that Antarctica was like 84 degrees.
Oh, my God, it's on fire.
I mean, yeah.
Is it really? Do you really see something that says Antarctica was 84 degrees?
Yeah, something in the Arctic Circle is 84 degrees like 3 days ago.
Fuck is that? What the
It's gonna be do you ever think about like
global warming?
But really what it will look like in 70 years, what it will do to the Earth, like, and I'm not talking about just Miami's gone or any, that's like incredibly like crazy to think about. It's
Not
like
just that.
unfathomable.
Those Miami people, they're going to move other places and ruin them.
That's probably that's my biggest worry.
Everywhere you go, it's going to be Lamborghinis, dudes yelling at girls in Spanish.
Eating outside. Everyone's fucking eating outside. But like, would you fucking get indoors, you maniac?
It's a party, though.
A lot of salsa.
I love going
salsa
there.
in like North Carolina. Like, get the fuck out of here. Salsa dancing. Get the fuck out of here with the fucking that's a good bit.
They're like another country that's attached to Florida.
Yeah. It's like Europe. I always say it's like people, you see like Italian people like in Beverly Hills or Miami, and I would say to my friend, those are people that were too douchey for Italy. And they're like, oh, we got to take it to the next douchey level, Miami, and then they go deep. But you think about like chaos, like not like 28 days later, but like. Yeah. You know,
like
huge, like scary, fucking scary, especially because we're going to be near dead, and no disrespect, you're not going to be in the same shape you're in now. And you're not, I mean, people may give you respect, but like, it's going to be fucking scary.
Ugly. We're going to have to move to the mountains. Where would you move? The shit hit the fan.
Somebody, Sam, what's Callan's friend, Sam, Fighter's Mind?
Sam Cedar?
No, Sam, the Fighter's Mind he wrote.
Damn it, how can I not remember his name?
Yeah.
Hold on. I'll tell you real quick.
This is going to be worth it, guys. Listen, Sam Sheridan, that's right.
Sam Sheridan. Thank you.
Told me 10 years ago and stuck with me, go to the marina, because I live in Venice. He's like, go to the marina and basically just basically you got to pay to get on a boat, or just be like, I will be. The hard part is, how do I qualify to, like, I can help you.
Right.
Because I get seasick. Here's what I have going for me. Seasick, queasy. Because you just get away. You get away from
LA?
Anyone. You get away from, in LA's case, millions and millions of people. And you can, if there's a attacker, you can see them. You assume that they're not going to be like, SEAL teams coming onto your boat.
Attackers.
Well, I know, but that's what I mean. Like, how crazy
could it get?
Yeah.
You got to go to Alaska.
How do you get there?
It's a good call. Can you drive?
Airport's closed. Or like
it's connected, right? You could drive. Right?
You could technically drive, yeah.
Technically.
They cut off that road all the time in like the Napa Valley because the landslide will shut off the road. Like, if that happens, good luck. Where the fuck you gonna go?
Then you're fucked.
Yeah. It's like Burr's got the helicopter, but he's got to go to get it.
Yeah.
That's his escape.
He had a great bit about that. It's Point special.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would move north. I'd probably move somewhere that was, if I could just go to a place, if I knew I just had to get to a place, I would go to a place that is sustainable. Like, whether it's Alaska or Minnesota or Michigan, somewhere where there's a lot of animals and there's wildlife. And you have cold, you have water, you have a lot, like cold is better than heat. Because cold, you can make a fire. Like if you have shelter and you can make a fire in the cold, you can live.
I have a counter argument, which is the cold kills more people than heat.
Sure, it does.
Like every year,
it does. But that's just because, people are unprepared for it. You can prepare for cold with clothing. You can't really prepare for heat with clothing. With heat, you need air conditioning and you need water. Those are two things that are critical.
Shade.
Yeah, you need something. If you live in, there's people that have lived in very cold climates, as long as they have a good house and they have a good supply of wood, they're fine. If you live in the desert, man, you're kind of fucked. You're kind of fucked if the power goes out. You don't really have anything to keep you cool. You have to stay in the shade and stay indoors, but it's not good enough when it's 110 degrees inside and it's 125.
If you're hydrated, though, I don't think you will just die from heat exposure.
No, you won't, but you're not going to find a lot of water. One of the problems with global warming is going to be that things like lakes and streams there's going to be less. There's going to be less water. There's going to be less dribbling down through the creeks. Creeks are going to dry up. Streams will dry up. You're going to have a hard time getting water if you're in a desert environment.
If you have, by the same token, if you have enough water, you have as much water as you have wood. Obviously, it's not a one-to-one analogy because you can go get more wood easily.
Yeah.
But if you had a shitload of water, right? If you just had I hear your thought about getting cold, but I don't know if I had shade. I guess you don't. I guess with cold you don't have to have electricity.
You don't have to have electricity with cold, and also you have more of an opportunity to find animals. You'll find more animals in cold climates than you're going to find
more
in hot
delicious
climates.
animals for sure.
Yeah, more things to eat. But you could still easily starve to death. Like the idea that it's easy to go out there and shoot a bunch of animals and eat them all the time, like not most places. Most places you don't have an abundant enough supply of wildlife.
You're also a guy who does archery, so
Yeah, I know how
like
to.
you have
I
skills
would.
for this.
And
for
I would
this.
still be panicked. I'd be like, fuck, this is not good. If I had to feed my family with a bow and arrow, first of all, I'd say, okay, how many arrows do I have? I would have to make sure that I have enough arrows. I mean, you have to practice too. Archery's not something like a rifle. If I have 100 rounds, I can kill 100 things. I don't really need to practice that much if my rifle's not off. I have good trigger discipline. I'll pull through the shot. I'll try not to flinch, and I'm not going to take
literally
any
the two of those three things. I had no fucking idea what you're talking.
When you're
Meaning,
shooting, you don't want to anticipate.
Right.
You don't want to anticipate.
I go.
You don't want to flinch when the trigger goes off. So a lot of guys like Tim Kennedy, who's a friend of mine, who's one of the baddest motherfuckers in the world, he'll practice with dummy rounds. So he has regular bullets, and then 4 bullets are just not real bullets. So it's like bang, 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 click, and then he has to get rid of that bullet. But at least he knows if he was flinching. Because if you're flinching, you'll see this movement where there's no gun goes off, the bullet doesn't go off, but you make that weird move because you're anticipating the shot.
And that's the way to train yourself out of it?
Yeah, you have to do something like that. You have to have what's called trigger discipline. Well, first of all, trigger discipline means don't put your finger on the trigger, but also the way you squeeze. You got to just squeeze, and let the shot go off by surprise and not react to it. It's the same thing with a bow and arrow. You have to have a surprise shot. You want to concentrate on the target, zone it in, and
which feels like you kind of can't even be there, meaning like you just have to be like, I'm doing a thing.
Yep.
Like you can't think about the release. You have to just think about the target.
It's very astute of you. There's actually courses. There's a guy named Joel Turner who has this whole course called Shot IQ. He teaches first responders, like SWAT teams and shit, about trigger discipline and about how to shoot properly under pressure. And he works with people with archery with the same thing, because it's a psychological thing to be able to. But my point is, with a bow and arrow, you're kind of fucked. You need a lot of goddamn arrows. You need to make sure that bow's going to stay okay. With
an animal too, like a deer. Well, deer or bear would be like the most edible thing.
Yeah, you want a bear. If you have a bear, you can eat that motherfucker for a long time. You can take that fat, you can render the fat down, use it for cooking, and use it for, you can do a lot of things with it. And that meat is a lot of meat. Anything big, you want a big animal, because you want to be able to dry it out, make jerky. You want to have something that's going to sustain you for a few days or weeks until you find another animal. You're going to want to dig a hole in the ground to make some sort of cold storage. You want to get below like the frost line.
Yeah, because you got to protect it from other bears.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do a lot of things, and you're probably not gonna make enough food.
It sounds hard.
It's the hardest. Yeah, every time I go on a hunting trip, I always think, like, imagine if this is the only way I could get food.
Yeah.
It's so goddamn hard to get close to an animal. It's so hard.
Yeah.
People see videos of it, like on YouTube, and there's a deer, and you draw your bow back, and you hit it in the heart, and the deer's down, and everybody celebrates. What you don't see is days and days of
waiting.
hiking. All day long. Just go. If you could watch from a live stream of the moment a hunt starts to the moment you're successful, and you just sat through the whole thing like it's a fucking Games of Thrones marathon, then you would understand it. But even then you wouldn't really, because you wouldn't be out there in the cold, exhausted, hiking uphill, going thousands of feet up and down in elevation, and then the wind shifts and the deer smells you and it darts off. Like, fuck! It's hard, man.
It's like tedious.
And to survive off of that, see, I'm doing it for my own food, but if I don't get a deer, I'm gonna live. I'll go to a restaurant. If your only option is deer that you catch and kill and find
and your
shoot,
daughter's sick,
oh my god,
and you gotta fucking catch a deer.
That's when you wonder. You wonder, am I gonna watch them starve to death?
That must have been really exciting for Native Americans or just any ancient people of just like getting, I think we could kill.
Yeah. Right?
We all have to be fed. Like, we all have to team up, and that's why humans have survived. But like, it must have been so fucking like a celebration, like an Ewok celebration.
You know what's crazy? To this day, there are these areas where they find a lot of arrowheads because they would drive these buffalo off cliffs.
Yeah.
How fucking nuts is that? Like, they know the spots where they would drive them off cliffs and fall down. And sometimes the bodies would decay because they didn't eat all of it. They couldn't. They did 100 buffalo fly off a cliff. There's only 1,000 Native Americans in this spot. What the fuck are they going to do?
Yeah.
They're going to eat as much
How
as they can.
How are we going to get rid of this meat?
But the rotten ones literally exploded and caused a forest fire in one area. They think a forest fire was caused by a rotting pile of buffalo that eventually exploded.
Like a whale explosion?
Yeah,
kind
like
of
that kind of deal. Google that. Make sure that's not horse shit, because it sounds like a lie coming out of my mouth. They believe that a rotting pile of bison was responsible for starting a fire. Yeah, because that's how because they found like all this charred like stuff, and they were trying to piece it together, if I remember the story properly. And I think they were like, this might have happened because the bodies rotted so much they exploded. And it started because it's like you have the gases from all this rotting tissue. Like, whales explode on the beach, they splatter on people. Yeah.
Fantastic.
So they're trying to take this to a next level. Like, how much heat would be generated by all this bacteria? Like, what kind of explosion could this make?
Yeah, and also, why would the explosion? Is it a spark?
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
what caused it?
I would assume it's gooey.
Methane gases and rotten gases.
Yeah, like there would have to be something to ignite it.
Those little arrowheads they find, you're supposed to leave them in a lot of places. If you find them, you're supposed to leave them there.
Just for like luck or something?
For you go fuck yourself. I ain't leaving shit.
Oh,
if I find an arrowhead, like, you have to leave it.
I know where it's going. It's fucking going up there.
Yeah, where is it going? Like, if I leave it, someone else is going to pick it up. I'm picking it up.
Yeah, have a good person pick it up.
You have to leave it here. No, you can't have it.
Is that like the Parks Commissioners or Native Americans?
I don't know. When I was hunting in Nevada, they said that. If you found an arrowhead, you have to leave it there. I was like, huh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, you know what I haven't talked to you about?
What?
Doing these big venues.
Oh, arenas. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird.
How do you like it?
It's fun, man. San Diego was a lot of fun. It's strange though. It's a lot of goddamn people.
Does it feel like disconnected?
No, it didn't, surprisingly. San Diego's interesting. Like, the people that were in the front, they were right there, man. It was
How
like
many
a
is
store.
it? It's 7,000?
No, San Diego was 12-something, almost 13. Close to 13,000, yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's a lot of people.
And it was in the round?
Yeah, that was weird, too.
And did you have a plan?
Nope.
Like, because like, I guess you can't really think about, you can't worry about the people that are behind you.
You can't. They have giant screens everywhere,
right.
So everybody got to see you. I definitely was aware of the magnitude of the show, and I did a lot of sets that week. I did like 8-9 sets that week before I did it. Like,
the funny thing was,
sets.
I didn't understand. I was like, how is he not selling this out? And then I saw Victor and he was like, oh, it's a fucking arena.
Yeah.
I was like, I thought Joe was as popular as he's ever been. And then I'm like, why is this guy posting so much? And then I'm like, oh, because he's doing a stadium.
Place. Yeah. It's hard to get that last 1,000.
I know, and you're still you can't. I don't know if it's the human mind or like the competitive comedy mind, but like,
can't leave it alone.
You want that fucking 1,000. Like,
you want to hear sold out.
Yeah. Like, doesn't but you don't want to go saw Joe Rogan. 12,000 people. Yeah, but what's it hold? Like
12.9.
Yeah. Oh, what a pussy.
You can't even get 900 more people like you, bro.
And you would you would think it's a failure, but you would always be like, yeah.
Josh Wolf showed me a picture once of him on stage opening up for Larry the Cable Guy in front of 50,000. He did a football stadium.
Jesus.
Get her done.
Well, that's what Kevin Hart does. Those big. I mean,
he did his one of his Netflix specials.
Yeah,
like 49,000 people.
Yeah,
something fucking insane.
That I wouldn't want to see that shit. I wouldn't want to go to that third balcony. Like, what do you even? I mean, I don't know. Well, I get people like communal experiences like that.
Yes, I think that's a good way to put it.
But like when a venue's 50,000, you're just far away.
Yeah.
But I guess if you like the
screens, and everyone's in there together.
You've created a culture, so people go to be a part of the culture. Kevin's created the culture. Larry the Cable Guy created the culture, so people go. It's like to be around their brothers and sisters, kind of. Whoa. Kind of. I mean, straight up though. Like, not like it's even intentional. That's the thing I like about podcasting as a successful medium, and your podcast in particular, is like the shit you're into. Comedy, you're into fucking weed, you're into UFOs and the unexplained, you're into government conspiracies, you're into gender issues, you're legitimately into all this stuff, and you created a tent where everybody feels like welcome. Like, hey, it's going to talk about the thing that I'm like, you're interested in a lot of shit. Genuinely, you're not going, I'm only interested in comedy or more niche about it. You just like this shit you're into. You're into inventions and fire and guns and hunting. You're just into a bunch of shit legitimately, and you express it, and people love it.
Well, that's the difference between actually being into shit and talking about the things you're into versus talking about the things you think will be popular.
Right. Yeah. You can't do that for. I guess I can't think of anyone.
Probably could, but you would get
off the top of my head who that would be. But
it would be obvious that you weren't really tuned in. You wouldn't be really interested in it. You're not. You wouldn't be as enthusiastic.
Yeah. No way. And you are genuinely. You only have on people that you genuinely like or are genuinely interested in, and doesn't matter if they're famous, not famous, like whatever. It's controversial, not controversial. Like, it's just shit that you're into. You're expressing. It's another reason why I like podcasts. It's like watching someone exist.
Yeah,
and it's like an expression of your subconscious or your brain. Like it's like the typical day in your brain of just like I like this, and then I go over here, and then I go this, and you've been able to like do it in a way, which is why it's so popular. It's like it is popular, but it's not even the right word. It's like resonant with people.
Yeah, I think for a long time, people have been doing shows where the show was produced and there's a bunch of people behind the scenes, and whatever that person is, it's almost more difficult for them to get their personality to shine through all that shit. But if it's just stuff that you're really interested in, then people got to.
And it's also people you like, and then Segura takes off, and Bert takes off, and who am I forgetting? The Joey takes off. I didn't know how long you've been friends with Joey.
Joey and I have been friends for 23 years.
Yeah, Theo, like guys that you just genuinely like that. They're just kind of like even the like Sober October thing, or like it's the numbers are massive.
Yeah,
it's because it's like a show. It's like I know it's everybody's a character, and it's like an old radio play. Like here comes fucking Bert Kreischer. You think he's got something called the Mickey Mantle gene? What the hell is the Mickey Mantle gene? Mickey Mantle. Like everybody's got like it's set up, and it's not like it's sloppy in a fun way.
Yeah,
and it's cool, and you get to reap all the reward. All the guys that are responsible for because the other thing is, so many. This is the first time, like in certainly in media history, where guys are in charge of their own everything.
Yeah,
like
that's true.
You own the label. I mean, there's not even a label. It's just my thing. Their artists tried, like the Beatles had a record label, and they would bring people on, and then they would. It always got fucked up every single time. And this, I feel like, is the first time where it's like. Segura's got like his umbrella now. He's got like he's got his spin-offs, and it's fucking excellent. Yeah, it's just excellent. It's so great. I was talking to a guy who used to be in charge at Viacom, and we were talking about when people do shows now, like they'll pay Kenny Barris, or they'll pay Shonda Rhimes, or they'll pay Dave, Ellen, Chris, all these guys like $20 million. The writers get $100. Buddy, my Mike Schur created Good Place and Parks and Rec, and he's getting $25 million a year for the next 5 years.
Jeez.
Yeah, like, and his shows aren't hits. His shows are picked up and successful, but they're not like Cheers, right? And I said to Doug Herzog, the guy from Viacom, I go, how much were you fucking guys making before? What were these companies making 20 years ago? Like, what was ABC making 20 years ago? That even Seinfeld said. That he's like, I was the first one to get $100 million an episode, and I go, which is a pittance compared to what they could have paid you. And he's like, I know that now, but back then $1 million what are you even gonna do with it? And now it's like, what are they gonna do with it? Right. What the fuck they were making $100 million an episode, but because it's a logo and a corporation, you go, well, that's what a corporation's supposed to make, $100 million an episode. Meanwhile, if a guy makes $1 million, you're like, what are you gonna? It's like this unfathomable thing. It's like where they get mad at basketball players and not the owners of the teams.
Yeah, and it's also that distribution model of like putting something on a network. There's so much fat. There's so many people. There's so many things that you have to pay. There's so many different places the money goes. It's almost like you have to make $100 million an episode for everybody to make out.
Yeah, but also, no, they don't. But also, they're still taking 90.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even with all the revenues, with all like the all the miles they got to feed, it's still like a huge profit.
But as a writer, don't you think that like investing your time and effort into a sitcom today, it's like, oof, good luck with that.
I don't, dude. I just started. We used to do the podcast. Me and Moshe did this podcast called The Champs. It was great, and now I just started one like a month ago called How Neil Feel. Look for it in the little thing.
How Neil
Feel. That's the name of the podcast. Got a theme song. Everything. Very simple. But it was. I was like, why am I trying? I did a pilot like a year ago for a network, and they gave me notes, and I was like, oh, I forgot about notes. I forgot that they were going to give me notes. Like, like I don't just let me. That was always the thing that me and Dave got to with Comedy Central, and they finally left us alone after like 6 episodes, where I was like, let us show it to the audience and let them decide. We don't want to bomb. We want to bomb less than you guys do. Trust me. Trust me. You've never met two people who want to bomb less than me and him. And so they'd be like, well, we don't. And they're like, let's show it to the crowd. If they like it, then great. And if they don't, then we did this real world sketch. And they didn't. They were like, we just think it's a bunch of unfunny scenes back to back. And we were like, let's just show it to the crowd. And then we showed it, killed. And they were like, all right, we don't know what we're talking about. They literally said, we don't know what we're talking about. So do whatever you want.
It's a bunch of unfunny scenes.
What a fucking...
God.
Yeah.
Oh, those people.
But that's the... I get that they feel like they have to do something.
Yeah.
But comedians are willing to, like, all our skins in the game. it's our hide every time. So why do you feel the need to like correct us? Or I don't mind if like an executive is like the first audience. You know what I mean? Or like, hey, your shirt's fucked up, whatever. Like a minor stuff. But it's like material-wise, most of you are not good at divining what's special about somebody or what's an innovative segment, or you know what I mean? Like they don't even think about that. They're ambitious people who are just like working their way up a thing, and they're like, is it my turn yet?
Right.
I get to put my stamp on it now.
Yeah. Yeah. They want to add something, even if it's irrelevant.
Like I had a joke when we were doing Half Baked. I'm going 2 for 2 with Dave, but we were doing Half Baked, and I said to Dave, I go, we should do a thing at the end where we should just say, hey, let us do whatever we want, and at the end we'll pass a hat around, and you guys can take credit for something. Because ultimately, that's what you want. You want to be able to take credit for something.
Right.
Well, don't fucking make us do it. I know you just want credit. That's all you want. You just want to feel good about yourself. You want to feel like I contributed to this thing. But let us do the thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. And if you're like you, who just been, how long you been doing the podcast?
Almost 10 years.
Yeah.
It'll be 10 years in December.
You're going to do a big network show about it? I'm kidding. Network anniversary special?
AM radio.
That's hilarious.
I've been thinking about taking over an AM radio station for the day.
That's so funny. That would be really fucking funny.
I wonder if they'd let me.
But even like when we used to do it in your house.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and it's like,
dude, that was a long time ago. You were on an episode at least 7 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did 2 in your house.
That was back when the kids would be in the background yelling at each other and shit here in the hallway when they were little.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
114.
Wow. Episode 114.
So how many, that's 2 years, year and a half in?
Yeah, probably. What is episode now?
This is 1298.
That was 98?
No, this is number 1298.
No, I was like, what is that? It was 98 when the podcast didn't start.
1,100 episodes ago.
1,100 episodes ago.
Yeah, and it's
Look
at me, I did Faux Hawk.
Look at you, beautiful bastard.
Look at Faux Hawk, 80% nose. That was before I realized I should put beard on, wear a little beard, wear a little scruff.
Podcasts are a very, very strange thing, man. It's just this. No one saw this coming, and everyone can start one.
But
everyone
I don't even think you saw it coming. Do you know what I mean?
No,
like I don't.
I
Yeah, like,
didn't see this.
Yeah, like
presidential candidates are on my fucking show. I had Tulsi Gabbard on yesterday.
Yeah,
running for president.
I didn't watch, but yeah,
she wanted to talk about real issues that affect the world. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah, and I'm sure. Do you feel? I mean, you kind of can't change your ethos. You can't be like, I'm a role model, and I need to.
No, it's not. No. I'm just gonna be me, and the world's gonna be weirder, but it's just me.
But it's also the thing of like when you're in these like development TV movie worlds, and you're like, just let me talk. Right. Just fucking let me. Like, I promise it'll be interesting. Like, it won't all be interesting, but it'll be
interesting enough.
It'll be interesting enough, often enough.
Yeah.
That just let me talk.
Well, I couldn't imagine giving up that reins to someone now. Like if all of a sudden we brought in some sort of a producer or a network that's like, look, we're going to take this podcast to the next level. But you got to listen to me, Joe.
Yeah,
Joe, wear a nice
things.
shirt. That episode you did with Elon Musk, one of the great reasons that show was very successful is the way you were dressed.
Yeah.
I know you don't like to hear this.
We tested it.
Yeah, we tested
it.
it.
And it had nothing to do with him being weird and smoking weed and having a fucking, having
you
a
wore a nice
flamethrower.
Pink shirt. You wore a nice shirt. Is there even, you could never decide. You could never test like whether a podcast is going to be successful. You could never. You couldn't organize it.
It's all word of mouth. It's just weird. Fucking, they like it. They like it.
Like a conversation like this with you and I. We're actual real friends.
Yeah.
So when we talk, it's very evident.
We have chemistry.
Yeah.
What's known as chemistry. Yes.
We like each other.
Yeah, that's right.
It's normal.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
it's
so
not
people
like
get
someone
to
else.
Right. They're like, so
it says
are
here.
you enjoying your time here on this earth?
Well, that's the thing. Doing this, and I remember telling somebody, like, it's like doing the Tonight Show in '78. in terms of, like, I was in Singapore and a guy came to the show who saw me on it. Like, it's not even worth knowing if you're you. It's like, fucking, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Just show up and talk. But
I can't pay attention to that.
Yeah.
It'll be paralyzing.
Yeah. But so I'm like, the funny thing is when you do TV, when you do something that's going to be seen or heard by this many people, like a TV show, if I do Seth or The Daily Show, like, I prep. This, I'm like, fucking,
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, we talk about, like, so many times I'll run into you at the store, and we basically have, like, a 10-minute podcast in the hallway.
Yeah.
We just start, you'll say, have you seen this?
Yeah.
Like, you pull me aside, like, have you ever heard about ketamine?
Yeah.
I'm like, what? And then all of a sudden you're telling me you're taking ketamine sessions.
But and that's the thing. You can't prep, and it would be odd. You couldn't explain it to people 10 years ago. Like, it'll just be people sitting and talking. Now the comedians are by nature pretty entertaining.
At least pretty talkative.
Yeah, at least pretty talkative, and and on the high end, entertaining and funny.
Ari had the worst advice. He's like, you got to edit it. You're doing it for an hour. Just do it 1 hour and edit it.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right.
Now,
no one's gonna listen
do
to 3
you
hours.
know when people turn it off or anything?
Nope. I know that the average time that someone watches on YouTube, we know that, which is like what?
35 minutes or so.
35 minutes on YouTube, which is a lot.
Yeah. So that's it, because the average is like 15 seconds. Like
yeah. What's a normal average on
like
YouTube?
3 or 4 minutes, yeah. For everyone that watches for 10 seconds, there's someone that watches for an hour and a half or 3 hours or whatever.
So the average would be like 3 or 4 minutes for a normal channel. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the difference between something on YouTube and something that's a podcast that you're listening to, though, I think the people that are listening are, I don't want to say this, I don't know if it's really true, but they might be more invested in, like, because they're subscribing to it and they're listening to it in their car on the way to work. They're listening to it a lot of times when they're at the gym. People on YouTube can flip. They can just decide to go to the next. What's this and that, and then they get. You don't get taken down a rabbit hole with podcasts, with audio podcasts. You just listen.
Yeah, you
to
listen to the whole thing, or you go to one of your other.
Yeah. Whereas YouTube, like, you could stumble upon this accidentally right now. Someone might be stumbling upon this very video right now on YouTube.
Welcome.
Welcome,
friend.
This ain't for you, bitch.
The other thing you forget is how much people fucking drive.
Yeah.
Where they're like, I'm in my car 4 hours a day. You're like, what? What? And they're like, and you are their friend.
Yeah, that's weird.
Do you know what I mean? Like, you're there, whether it's like you don't know them, but they really like you and they feel like they have a connection with you.
Yeah, and all the other people that like you and Theo and Leo, whoever's here, people that come in. Yeah, then those people become characters in their little world play as well.
Yeah, like you'll see it in the comments of like, this fucking skinny fuck is like literally like this skinny fuck is back.
Do you read the comments?
No, well, the last time I did it, the comments were so bad that I didn't even. You texted me. I was like, boy, they must be very bad, because you were like, we did something right or something. I was like, well, they must be awful. And then I didn't, because I know what they're gonna say. It's like, what do you think? I'm dumb? I'm not a dumb. You gotta say whatever you think of me. I'm not dumb.
Right.
So I disagree with you politically. All right. I don't, I don't.
See, that's one of the reasons why I bring people on that I don't agree with. I think it's important to have conversations with people, whether on the left or the right, that you don't agree with, just to find out who they are and what they think.
Yeah.
And just to have discussions.
It's also
with
like
people.
testing your own feelings about
100%.
it. Like, just like, okay, no, that's all right. I still feel, having heard arguably their best argument or a very cogent argument for their side, and you go, yep, I think the thing that is lost in one of the things that's lost in the world now is partially because of the internet or blog or whatever, where you have to be 100% in every belief, and it's like, I'm not 100% in any belief.
No,
like there are some beliefs where I say I'm 51%, but that still wins. 51% is still the thing I tell you. Yeah. Where people can't believe. You either got to be 100% or 0. You're a cuck or you're a fucking stud. Yeah. Like, and there's no abortion's a perfect example where we're both like, I'm for it, but it's pretty brutal, or it's a severe thing, or whatever the but, and you're not allowed to have a but anymore. You just can't go, I have a measured point of view, and I took the vote in my head, and it's 70-30, and you're not.
And if you change your mind, somehow that's bad. That's someone said, well, not just one person. Many people said, you flip-flop on things. Like, no, I consider things.
Yeah, and it's also not, when politicians do it, it's because it's politically going to work in their favor.
Yes.
You do it because you thought more about it, or you heard the right argument at the right time, and you just go, okay.
Yeah, I change my opinions all the time. I'm not married to those fucking things. I don't need them. My opinions are just ideas in my mind are something that should be explored. And there's certain ideas that I just hold steadfast. Don't rape, don't murder people, don't steal. All the obvious ones, right? Yeah. Everybody holds those.
Yeah.
But then when it gets to unusual, weird, slippery things, I'm like, okay, well, why is there an inclination to lean towards a certain direction? Like, what are we virtue signaling? Are we, we are sending out the flag of tribal obedience? Like, what are we doing when we're discussing these things? And a lot of that is what ruins discourse. And this is what I think I have a real big problem with deplatforming. We start deplatforming people and censoring people. You don't just want to not hear them. You want no one to hear them. And this is where I have a problem. It's because who the fuck are you? Like, why are you the one who gets to say, even if they're wrong, let everybody figure out.
It's misinformation. That's the thing. It's like Pizzagate or like the Alex Jones thing where
dangerous.
It's like, dude, what the fuck are you doing?
Pizzagate is a good example, right? Because people get ramped up in it. They're like, what? And there was that guy Ben Swan, who was a journalist who had all these. He had this video that he put out that showed like all the different connections with conspiracy theory or with Pizzagate and various conspiracies and pedophilia. And it was a real weird one. And everybody was like, what? Well, it's just because these things are similar, it doesn't mean there's a pedophile ring going on there. Like, what is that? What exactly is happening there? But then you hear about someone like Jimmy Savile, and you go, wait a minute. This guy was fucking kids for how long?
Yeah.
And no one, like, are there any other ones right now that they haven't exposed?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that kind of shit does.
I don't. Yeah. I think there's a ton of distance between. There are pedophiles, and there are pedophiles in the pizza place.
In the basement.
Like I believe there's pedophiles,
right?
And that they should be stopped, and they're mostly. And my bet is I don't think none of them are powerful, but I don't think that there is a. I just don't really buy into conspiracies, just generally.
See, I buy into some, because there's some of them that are provable. There's some of them that really did happen, where you go, Jesus Christ, they really did that.
I mean, like in like third world countries where we'll fuck with elections, like Sabbath, the shit like that. Like that is, like that's not even a conspiracy. That's just like a poorly told part of history. That's
well,
just
there's
like
things like the Gulf of Tonkin incident.
Right. Oh yeah. But that's. I think that's out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Do you know about Operation Northwoods? Do you know about that one?
I don't know.
That one's probably the most disturbing one because that one was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They were going to organize a bunch of attacks on America and blame the Cubans so that we could go to war with Cuba.
Yeah.
They were going to arm Cuban friendlies and have them attack Guantanamo Bay. They were going to blow up a jetliner and blame it on Cuba. They had all these plans, and it was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff and then vetoed by Kennedy. He was like, what the fuck are you doing?
What were you guys doing?
You guys are so crazy.
I went to fucking Hyannisport, and I come back
and you're trying to blow up airplanes. And the thing is, this is something that didn't fly, but we found out about it. How many of these things we didn't find out about that actually did happen, and that we think are legitimate instances in the news or real attacks? And
I just think it's a drop in the bucket. I think it's a drop in the bucket. I think it's less than 1%
in comparison to actual events.
Into actual reality versus.
I agree. Yeah.
And so when people are, the reason I don't like conspiracy theories is I think people use it to explain their own failure a lot of the time. Mm-hmm. Like we see it a lot in comedy. Like, well, you can't make it unless you're a lesbian woman. You're like, all right, man, that's
the
not.
Worst. I hate that that perspective is so crazy. It's like, listen, if you're killing, people are going to see you. If you kill a lot, people go to see you a lot.
Yeah,
it's that simple.
You can't fake it.
It is a meritocracy.
Yeah, it really is. It's like there are certainly like some quota stuff in the margins, but no one's making it. No one's doing arenas because of a quota. You can't pull. Yeah, there's nothing you can do to get into arenas.
Yeah, people have to actually like you. And this excuse making that people do as a straight white man, I can't get a break in this town. Like, oh my God. When you're a straight white man and you're complaining, like you got one of the most fucking captivating hands of cards
in world history.
In the world history in 2019, straight
still
white
a great
male.
hand. Still a great hand. You might get beat with a crazy, Nanette.
Yeah,
and then that hand
take you out at the hamstrings.
Nanette'll get you on the river.
Yeah, but
where she what?
I know she got number 1, but it wasn't even funny. Yeah. What the fuck? Anti-comedy? What's anti-comedy?
All right.
Yeah. My take on the Nanette thing, and I haven't even seen it. It's like, do people like it? Yeah, good.
I saw it live.
Did you like it?
Yeah, I liked it a lot.
Nice.
It's
Where'd
not
you see it?
like I saw it in New York. I saw it before it was on Netflix. Like I saw it and met her and was like,
Was she nice?
It was an awkward conversation. I'll say that.
Well, she is a little spectrum-y, right?
I think that's a fair,
she's pretty open about
fair estimation.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't like easy.
Do you find that when you speak to certain women in particular, you feel like almost like you're guilty of something? Like you're a male, like you're an oppressor? Do you ever feel like that?
Not too many women, and it could just be a projection. It could be my own. Yes. It could be I'm like auto projecting, where I'm like,
I definitely do that.
There aren't too many. But I think you have to work against stereotypes. You're working against tattoos, built, bald, right-wing podcaster.
Well, cage fighting commentator too. So I got everything wrong.
I forgot about that. Jesus,
hunter.
Joe.
Yeah, I'm a monster.
Yeah, so like you have a lot. I'm pretty, effete.
The way I look is a problem. It's like
what are the odds you're not sexist?
Right, or a dickhead?
Yeah.
Yeah, not that good.
Yeah, like what are the odds? Like so, you try. I mean, I don't feel it too much, but I can imagine. What percentage of women do you feel like you have to do that with?
The ones who don't know me. Once they know me, like I'm pretty nice.
Like go to a venue, you go to the venue that you've never been to, there's a woman, the backstage, one of the works for Live Nation, or she works at the venue. Like, does she assume that you're?
Nah, not at the work for Live Nation.
Okay.
I'm nice to all those folks.
Yeah.
But I think that if someone has like a very staunch feminist perspective, and they meet someone like me, they might, depending upon their perspective, they might think that I'm the enemy. That's a possibility. That like right away they look at me like the enemy.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing of like, what are you absolute? Like, even, and you can tell sometimes when you're arguing with people that are super dogmatic about whatever they believe in. You can watch them go into a line of logic that they know that they then realize I can't, because that will like cede some ground to this person. They go like, ugh. And it's like, I saw you start to go down that, like, just a reason. And I'm not saying stop believing what you believe in. It's just like, it doesn't have to be 100%.
Exactly.
Just, it's fine. You can still, you'll still win the popular vote. It's just majority rules. It doesn't have to be overwhelming. Just don't, it's dishonest in a way. Because they don't want to believe, they don't want to have, they don't want to have a chink in their armor in terms logically.
Yeah, they want to lump people into categories because it's easy to define them too. You know, we were goofing yesterday. Me and Joe List were goofing around about Alyssa Milano's sex strike that she was proposing, and I was like, one of the things that's offensive about that is, first of all, that that women would agree with you. That they would just withhold sex from the person that they love.
Because Alyssa Milano said,
Because Alyssa Milano said you should withhold sex because in fucking Georgia they're limiting abortion laws. But the second thing is that you would assume that all men are responsible for this. Not even just the voters in Georgia, but all men. Somehow, like a man in Minneapolis should be denied sex from his progressive girlfriend.
Or that he's going to call like his friend in Alabama, like, man,
this
you
really
better do
works.
something because I'm not getting no pussy up here, bro.
This fucking sex strike is for real.
Bro, this is hitting home.
It's so delusional and such a dumb flag of virtue that they're throwing up. And it's such stupid 2019 woke politics that was actually
by the way, it's like based on Les Estrada, like a old Greek play.
Was it really?
Yeah.
No shit. There's a sex strike in an old Greek play?
And that's what that movie Chirac was about. It was a sex strike.
No
in
kidding.
Chicago. Yeah.
Did that work?
It's I don't think it's ever. I don't know. Will you Google and see if it's ever been done?
I would imagine that girls just use it as an excuse to not fuck a guy they don't want to fuck.
Well, it's also like
I'm on a sex
most of them
strike.
aren't fucking anyway. It's like like what are you gonna? Like Rock had that joke about like what are you gonna? You can't stop. You're already not fucking me.
Dude, when you hear women talk about not wanting to fuck their husbands, it's such a depressing. Like I was listening to this gal. She was like, well, you know, most wives don't want to have sex with their husbands. Like what? You listen to that, you're like, ugh.
As a husband, it bumps you out, or as a human being,
humans
that they're in a situation.
Yeah. Well, the thing that people like the most about relationships, but besides the fact that you love someone, you care someone, is having sex with somebody who wants to have sex with you.
Yeah,
it's
great.
Fun.
Yeah,
it's a fun time.
It's very rewarding.
It
feels real nice.
Feels great, especially take a little hit, so you really feel it.
Yeah,
you feel vulnerable.
Yeah.
It feels great. So when you hear that someone doesn't want that, and that their attitude is that most women don't want that.
Yeah.
Most women don't want to have sex with their husband. They just do it because they have to. Like,
well, that's also, it's very hard to get a clear story about women and sexuality in that, like, I think it varies from wildly.
Oh, for sure.
Like,
hasn't it in girls who dated?
Yeah, even the other day I put a thing on Instagram where I said, if you start following a guy, how long do you think he should wait to DM you? Because as a guy, I'll have girls follow me, and because I just do jokes on there, I'm like, does this girl want to... I don't want to be like, so you came for the comedy. Also, dick.
Yeah, that's a
like,
weird thing.
I don't want to bum her out if she just came because she thinks I'm funny. But like, yes, but what about fucking me? Can I interest you in that?
What about my penis?
Yes. So, and of course, the answers were all over the place.
Yeah, I was
like 4 days, 5 days, 10 minutes. And then I said, but if he's cute, it doesn't matter. And they all wrote, nope, doesn't matter.
Yeah, if it's Aquaman, just let them
fine.
DM slide right
I like that you're
in.
referencing Aquaman as like the paradigm of hotness, not because he really is.
He's as good as it gets.
Yep.
This is what my wife said. She goes, he's everybody's type.
Yeah.
Including
fish.
Yeah, he's a big, giant, handsome, beautiful man who seems to be extraordinarily kind.
Yeah,
like he's got
and
everything
like
going
open.
for him.
He dates an older woman that's older than him.
Yeah.
Like he exercises.
What does it say? Furthermore, sex strikes have historically been effective.
I opened this and didn't read it.
As pointed by Chicagoist in Kenya, the Philippines, Liberia. Thanks, Nobel Prize winner Lima. Say that. G-B-O-W.
Lima Gwobi.
Gwobi. And in Colombia, where women held a 10-day sex strike in 2006 to end gang fighting. Wow. It
is a great idea. It truly is. Like, if you want to affect change, just get I was saying to somebody last night, like, we all know, like, somebody was asking me about cheating on, and I was like, I'm not a cheater, but I was like, every guy does what they do. Most human achievement is because men wanted to get like buildings, electricity.
If you think that scabs are a problem in unions, just trust me. If you got a fucking sex trade, them hoes are gonna come out.
It's also like, well, what am I gonna use? I have no leverage. This is my main leverage.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's a great bargaining tool.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it is the bargaining. I mean, that's in some ways that's most of the negotiation of a relationship is like where girls go like women don't control. It's like they may not control it explicitly, but I know if I do something that's going to get you in a bad mood, you're not going to fuck me.
And legalized prostitution is one of the best ways to combat any kind of sex strike. And that is one reason why women fucking hate the idea of legalized prostitution. They don't ever want that to not be negotiable. They don't ever want you to be able to go, oh, I'm an asshole? Yeah, I'm going for a drive. And you go right down to the store.
Yeah.
You go to the sex store, and you pay for a 10, and she's built like Jessica Rabbit, and you bang her, and you have the time of your life. And then you go home, and your girlfriend's got a little bit of a cut, your ass a little saggy, and you're like, you can't tell me what to do anymore.
I spent $80.
It wasn't that much.
Yeah.
Like, if sex was legal, financially, if it was transactions, sexual
now having said that, it is legal in a lot of countries, or not a lot of countries, but a few countries.
A few,
yeah,
enough. But if it was legal in this country, how much do you think it would shift perceptions and the way what people? I think it would.
I don't know because I was just in Singapore and apparently it's legal there. By the way, I went to I was in Singapore, did some shows, excellent, and there was a place called it's Orchard Road and it's a mall during the day, and at night it becomes a mall for prostitutes.
They have a prostitute mall?
Yes, it's Orchard Road, and the awful saying for it is 4 floors of whores, which is I hate the word whore.
Why do you hate the word whore?
I don't know. It just bugs me. It's something about it's like you whore. It just feels like dice or something.
You like hooker?
I don't know.
I like hooker as a term of endearment.
Hooker.
No, not like that.
Like Barney Miller, that kind of thing?
Shut your mouth, hooker. Like you say that to your friend, like a girlfriend who's just joking around about something. Like shut your mouth, hooker, and then everybody will laugh.
Yeah. So the local guys were going there, and I was like, well, yeah, I'm going to go also because I want to see this place because I read about it. And there was a restaurant there that they ate in, which is a whole other issue. But it's literally like a mall, like a shitty mall, like not like a Glendale Galleria where it's like a long. It's just one of those like square ones where it's like 4 floors. There's an escalator in the middle, and then there's just basically and there's just prostitutes, hookers as you call them, out in the walkway.
Jamie's got a visual for us.
I was trying to find something, but I found a TripAdvisor review of Orchard.
Don't go at night. Yeah, wow. Don't go here at nighttime unless you want to be shocked a little. The whole place turns into countless brothel bars. I feel like I need to scrub myself after our visit.
I don't disagree. like I was there about 3 minutes, and I was like, all right, because the thing is, there's a difference between legalized prostitution and anyone wanting to be a prostitute. They don't want to be. I mean, they are.
Right.
I don't think they're being forced to coerce, but life is coercing them into doing it.
What did you think about the Robert Kraft situation? Here's what bothered me about that. Two things bothered me about that. One, they accused him of being a part of sex trafficking.
Right.
But it turns out that wasn't true. They were just regular girls who wanted to jerk guys off for money.
Right.
It wasn't. There's no one there.
Wanted, I think, is a big word.
Were willing,
Yes.
did it voluntarily, whatever. And they were threatening to release the film footage.
Yeah.
Of him, like, what are you doing? You're trying to shame him into submission, and the fact that this guy, even though he's a billionaire, he can't stop that from happening. Like, how crazy.
Well, the funny thing is the fact that he's a billionaire and still has to go to the fucking drive-through. It's like I wish there was a better system.
There should be a better system. Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to be robots. I think sex robots are going to like blur the morality line.
I was this is a similar thing about like there's no relief anywhere. I was at a party recently and DiCaprio was there, and there were a bunch. It was just like a huge crazy party, like crazy Hollywood party, like the kind I never go to. And there's just everyone's there, and DiCaprio's girl wanted to leave, and he goes, "Well, the girl's tired, so I got to leave the greatest party ever." Like he had to leave. Like even Leonardo DiCaprio, the king of kings. The girls are tired.
God,
how long
had they been at the party for?
I don't know, an hour and a half or something. But there was like a dinner before. But it was just a funny thing. Like, oh, okay, so doesn't matter who I am.
Yeah.
You still,
you're at the
when
whim.
they're done. Yeah. When they're done, you gotta go. So
sometimes.
But having said that, we still all do it for some invisible Shangri-La.
I bet she would have stayed at the party for Aquaman.
You know what I mean?
I bet Aquaman was there.
She met
She would've been
Aquaman.
like, it's fine. Let's stay. Yeah, my feet are
Yeah,
up. I'll
what?
take off my shoes. Whatever.
Yeah, no, but yeah, he's still I mean, we're still doing it for some primal, like all the achievements and all that shit. It's still some.
Yeah. Well, you want to be respected and loved and liked, and you want people to desire you.
Yeah.
That's part of it, right?
Even if you're not gonna take them up on it.
Right. Yeah.
Like I told an anecdote on How Neil Feel this week about the best compliment I ever got. I was doing a show in Vegas with two buddies of mine who shall remain nameless. We get on the elevator at the end. Woman gets on and goes, "Can I just say, I'm married, but I would fuck all you guys."
Whoa.
And it was great. It's like, oh, we feel accomplished. We did a great job at the show. You're attracted to us. You just happen to be married. And so nothing's ever going to happen. But thank you for expressing your attraction to us.
I wonder if she was saying, even though I'm married.
No, she was saying it like, just so you know, if I weren't married.
If I wasn't married,
yeah.
I'd fuck
And she didn't mean it at the same time either.
She was a little drunk.
She was,
got
but
a little
even
tipsy. She said some ridiculous shit.
But that's a very nice thing to say. Like
Very
that's
nice
kind of
thing.
what you want from everyone.
For a guy, yeah. Yeah.
Like, hey, I would fuck you.
Girls don't want to hear that. They're like, yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
they
no
don't
kidding.
Want to hear that. Yeah.
Duh.
Everyone wants to come on.
Yeah.
Hey, how do you like doing a podcast with Bianca?
I love doing it with Bianca.
She's hilarious.
Because she's funny.
Very
she's
smart,
and she's a pain in the ass in terms of like she is very like she has her own logic, she has her own belief system, and we just argue it out. She's more in like, and she's also like 10 different races.
Yeah.
She's like, so she's pulling from her father's Middle Eastern. She grew up in Oakland. Like she's got a lot of different. Like
she's got Panamanian in her
She's got
too.
Panamanian. She speaks German, I think. Like for real. Like she speaks. So she's just like from all over. And she's fun and funny, and she's fun to be funny around.
Is she on How Neil Feel?
Yeah, she's on How Neil Feel. That's the name of it.
So how often you guys do it?
Once a week.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Where do you do it?
Do it in my
studio?
literally in my bedroom.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Because it's not. That's the only space we have.
That's cool.
But it's like it worked.
How many have you done so far?
4.
Okay, cool.
But
Isn't that nice at the beginning of a podcast?
Yeah.
That's nice.
You can see what it becomes.
Yeah.
Low expectations. You'd be like, yeah, we're still starting out.
Yeah. I like it. Have you done any at the store?
No, I literally haven't done any. I don't think. Maybe I did one in the basement once.
It's a nice little spot, man.
It is. Yeah.
It's cool.
It is kind of a cocoon.
Yeah, it is. It's the way they have it set up down there. It's pretty badass, and the fact that wow, we're doing a podcast at the Comedy Store. It feels kind of historical because that is the thing that brought that place back.
Yeah.
Podcast brought that place back from the brink and made it the thriving center of comedy. I think we can all agree that is the center of comedy in the known universe. 100%.
Yeah.
And that podcast.
Even like Robbie from Netflix is like, podcasts are like the indicator of streams, like, you know, it's pretty direct.
Yeah.
The correlation. And I don't know what Tom would be more popular from, Netflix or the podcast.
They're both pretty fucking
Yeah, like it
popular
seems
right
probably
now.
1 and 1A. Like,
Yeah,
in terms of,
he's murdering it right now.
Yeah.
His podcast has rabid fans. Like, whenever they do these Garth Brooks things, oh my God, Garth Brooks is haunted. He doesn't know what to do. He's so trapped by your mom's house fans.
Yeah.
They just won't stop with the memes and the deep fakes with Tom's face over Garth Brooks' body.
I DM'd the deepfake guy.
Yeah?
And, because I was like, is it hard? Because it's terrifying. Someone said...
Jamie did it. Jamie used the software to make one with me with Trump's head.
Was it easy?
Very easy.
I was talking to somebody about it, and they said, it bums me out in the way death used to bum me out when I was a little kid. It's like, wow. But I know what he means. It's just like unfathomable, like, oh, this is not good. This is
show
not
him the
good.
one you made. Check this out. Look at this.
God. For the U.S.
Look at this.
Are you talking about which vice president?
I'm sorry, former Vice President Biden. I apologize.
The current vice president is much more talented.
He actually looks like
He
Joey
wouldn't have
Diaz.
made
But
that
Dude, that
statement.
looks like me if I was fat and I had a crazy haircut. That's me.
Everyone's competition. I view everybody's
yeah, there he is.
competition.
Sometimes
Dude, that's so good.
How long did it take for real?
It's about I was teaching myself how to do it, really.
Right.
So, like, this version I let it run overnight because there's a little bit of what the machine learning kind of thing is doing. The longer you let that run, the better it is what
Right.
I've been learning. So this was just my test of like 8 hours, maybe.
But
6
you
hours.
could have multiples going at once.
Yeah, once
like
I made this
you're
version of Joe,
in the
yeah.
hopper.
The crazy thing is porn. They're doing that with
Yeah.
gals that they can, like, you know.
I love that you've used the word gals
I love
twice.
that
Like
word.
a fucking.
I love it.
This is a good time to bring this up because I just saw something today, literally, and it has to do with this. And I don't know if this is real, but it sounds scary. And this is where someone's taking this technology into a weird place. A lady is a Facebook post. That's why I don't believe it. But she said she was with her son, and while she was out of her house, her husband was called saying that her son was kidnapped and that he heard his son's voice saying like, "Mommy, help me, help me, help me," and to give him money. And the dad was freaking out, didn't know what to do, couldn't get a hold of him. And finally did after 6 minutes, and she said they couldn't even convince the dad that wasn't real. Like after hearing, "No, I'm fine, we're fine, I'm with them." But I don't know if this is even real because how they could do that with the capability now, I'm not sure, but they might be able to.
Oh, for sure they can do it.
Yeah.
With
Yeah,
what they can do
you
with
can
your
mod
voice.
somebody's voice. I mean, if they
Yeah.
can do it with faces, they can do it with audio. They did it with Tupac at the Coachella like 5 years ago. That was the way he said Coachella is exactly how he would have said it.
And they have that hologram that
Yeah.
looks just like him, but like a little more jacked. Just a little
Yeah,
like
in
little
heaven. You
more
got Jackson in heaven.
six-packy,
Yeah.
like he went to CrossFit.
Yep.
Yeah, in heaven.
Yeah, I totally believe they can do the voice
That was
shit.
7 years ago for that one.
Wow. Yeah, they're so close now. Even if you go back and watch Game of Thrones, like season 1, and what the wolves look like, they look like shit.
Really?
Yeah, they're shitty CGI wolves. They're a little clunky, but now they look amazing. Now it looks like a real fucking wolf. What is this? That's Tupac. Look how jacked he is. Do you have any idea how many sit-ups you have to do to have a stomach like that? You got to be on that Wiz Khalifa type
It's also
exercise routine.
It's also you got to not eat any starch, right? I mean,
Yeah,
any
you can't
sugars
be-
of any kind.
You can't be fucking around with carbs. Carbs will keep you from being really shredded. I mean, not all carbs, but I mean, either doing a lot of fasting. You got to do something to get your body fat down that low.
Because it doesn't matter how many sit-ups you do, right? It's not
Nah.
gonna.
Well, sit-ups make your ab muscles bigger.
Yeah.
They make them more defined.
I can
and
see
bigger.
one of mine.
Yeah, you got to lose
Up here.
weight. The only way is
Do you guys
losing
wanna see
fat. No, I'm good. It's so easy to get fat too. I'm so amazed at how easy I can get fat on a vacation. Like 1 week, I gain 10 pounds. If I go on a vacation and I just go drink and eat pasta, 10
Yeah.
pounds in a week.
Well, that's like you're running such a small margin
Yeah.
in everyday life, where it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, if you just eat, it's not I mean, it's fairly massive, but it's not like, what do you think it is? 800 calories a day?
No. The
Extra, I
difference-
mean.
The extra?
Yeah.
I don't know, not with me, man. I go hard. When I eat on vacation, drinking and eating, like just the drinking. When I'm on vacation, I might drink 4 or 5 drinks a day, maybe more every day.
Do you drink during the day? If you're on vacation
No.
without your kids?
Sometimes, no, not without my kids. But when my kids are there, I'm hammered.
Yeah, you got to be. yeah, I get that.
No, but if I'm on vacation and I'm out, I might have a drink at the pool or at the beach or wherever I am. And then at night, if I go to dinner, I might have 2 or 3. So I
Yeah.
might have 4 or 5 drinks every fucking day. That's not a normal day for me. So that shit's just piling up.
Yeah.
Piling up.
And what are you drinking?
Whatever.
What do you
we
got?
Yeah, if I'm on vacation, I'm trying to get fucked up. I'm trying to have a good time. I'm doing it like it's my job.
And does your wife get drunk?
She'll get on me.
Yeah, that's great.
Not as much as me, though. I get more drunk than her.
That's fun.
Yeah. Well, if you don't know where to go and you can just walk to wherever you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. But 10 pounds later, I'm like, you fat fuck, and I'm grabbing my sides. When I can
Yeah.
grab like a fistful of meat right where my love handles are, I'm like,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Well, because it's so like, you fucked up.
Yeah,
and you just like
gross.
have a thing that you have a handful of regret.
Yeah, it take a
Just
whole
like,
week to get everything back in line.
By the way, not that long. I mean, that's not a very long time. Compared to most people, like at your age, fucking people's metabolism takes them. People get fat a little bit and then they're done.
Yeah, but I still do the same shit that I did when I was 21. Like in terms of like the amount of working out I do.
Yeah.
I'm still running hills and doing serious kettlebell workouts and martial arts and
Every
all that
day?
stuff. At least 5 days a week. I'm
And
doing
you do
something
muscle shit every day, or you do groups?
Sometimes I'll do something every day. I'll do multiple workouts in a day because I have a gym at home. So
Yeah.
I'll get up in the morning and lift, and then I'll do yoga, and then I'll do something later. You got to keep going. When you're 50 years old, like your body requires, like you can't have too much slacking. Because
Yeah.
when you slack, if you get out of shape, fuck man, it's hard to get back in
Yeah.
shape. It's hard. Like your body is trying to die.
Yeah.
It's not trying to put muscle on and up your VO2 max. It's not interested in that. It's interested
Yeah.
in dying.
And
Gotta trick that
and
bitch.
continuously working out is the kind of like
Yep.
the main,
another
if
thing I've
not
been doing
only.
is I've been cranking the sauna up to 200 degrees. Because Gabriella Reese told me that Laird Hamilton puts his shit on 220. 220. That's what she said, right? 220. Which is, you cook meat at 220 degrees. That's fucking hot. And I was like, there must be some sort of benefit now. So I'm like, I'm going to ramp my shit up from 180 to 200. And it made a big difference.
What's the difference?
First of all, it's way harder to do. The difference between 160 and like I was at a sauna this past weekend at a gym, like a hotel gym. It was a nice sauna, but it was not hot enough. It was like 160-ish.
And at that
It's not
point,
that hot. You're sweating, and it's helping. You're getting heat shock proteins. It's good for your body, reduces inflammation, but not nearly as radically as when you hit 200. 200 is fucking hard to do. Like first of all, the wood in the sauna that you're sitting on is hot as fuck. You need your sweat to cool off the wood because the wood is like a plank, like a cedar plank
Yeah.
that you're cooking a fillet of salmon on. That's what the wood gets like. It's hot.
How
as
long can you
fuck.
stay in it?
20 minutes. And those last 5 minutes are rough.
And how do you deal with the pain? Whatever you don't want to move, right?
Yeah. Well,
so are you just still?
The last 5 minutes, I get up and I start walking around. Actually, I feel like I have more of a hard time sitting still in the last 5 minutes. So like,
I would think you have to.
Yeah, I distract myself by stretching and moving.
Are you wearing flip flops or that they would know?
No. Yeah, they probably get rid. Well, you know what works though? Surprisingly, AirPods. Those fucking
Oh,
things
really?
don't die out in 200. Your phone would be dead as fuck.
Yeah.
But AirPods keep going. So if I put my phone just outside the door,
Yeah.
and I put AirPods on, I could listen to music. I can
Do you
listen to
think
a
they're
book.
hot to the touch?
Yeah, they're hot. I feel them, but they're not breaking down. They don't. They hang in there at 200 degrees.
Good for you, AirPods.
Yeah, they're good. man.
And you feel it markedly different.
Yeah, you feel good when you get out of there, man. Like all your little aches and pains feel like they get a big
You're
bump,
back.
like a big
I was waiting for you.
reduction in the
There are
aches and
matters
pains.
that need
And
your
that's and
approval.
most of your aches and pains are age and
You
working
can
out.
go check
Yeah,
them in the
yeah,
office.
just inflammation in general.
Hey, what age would you be pissed if you died at? 60. Would you be pissed? Do you know what? Do you know what I mean by pissed?
Well, I
like
don't want-
fucking fuck you. I fucking did all the right shit.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You know, I just heard John Singleton. He died
Yeah.
at 51.
Yeah.
You know, Luke Perry died at 51 or 52. A stroke, both those guys.
Yeah.
Like, fucking, that's me. That's this
Yeah.
age. Stroke.
William Stevenson even. I mean, he was not in good shape, but like he wasn't old.
No. Well,
Keith stroke.
Robinson. when
Yeah,
did
that
Keith-
one's like
How old was Keith when he had his stroke?
50.
Fuck.
Yeah, like at what point would you be like feel ripped off?
Probably right now.
So 60 you would
I
be
beat
like
the shit out of this body, though. It's amazing this thing works as good as it does. You know, if I think about my body's like a car that I've been
do you still
off-roading
feel
in.
like you're beating the shit out of it, or do you feel
Yeah.
like the jiu-jitsu stuff was beating the shit out of it?
Well, I still do that, though. But I went running in the hills yesterday. Hard fucking workout yesterday.
How far?
2 miles, but
it's straight
super
up.
steep.
Yeah.
It's like one stretch is more than it's 200 yards straight up. And it's fucking hard. It's a hard sprint. The dog runs ahead, and I'm trying to keep up with him.
Yeah.
But you get to the top of these really steep hills, man, your legs are on fire, your lungs are killing you, but man, it makes a difference.
But it's also, are you beating the shit out of your body, or are you just doing it?
I'm strengthening
Right.
it. I'm doing it right, but I am putting a lot of pressure on the joints. I'm putting a lot of pressure on the muscles. You know, it's not like doing yoga every day. I'm doing
Yeah.
some pretty heavy duty stuff. But I feel like if you do it smart and you warm up a lot and you stretch, and I've been pretty diligent about recovery, sauna in the big way, but also I've been getting trigger point muscle release therapy, which is like really hardcore, brutal massage that you literally want to cry.
Like this kind
Yeah,
of like,
but like elbows. This
Yeah.
lady she fucking puts her elbow in the back of my neck, and you're like,
Yeah.
ah! but it makes a big difference, man. All that stuff, cryotherapy, all that stuff, everything's got a little place.
Yeah.
It helps, but The main thing is consistency. Like you can't take months off. You can't take weeks off. You can't just eat like it'll slip away.
Your body wants to do what it's been doing.
Yep.
Like your spirit, whatever. Like whether it's like whatever the law is that body in motion stays in motion, but it just does.
Yeah.
It's gonna like sugar, same thing. Eat sugar, and you're like, we got to get more sugar. Don't eat it, and 4 days later you're like, I'm good.
I feel like variety is really critical too. Like I make sure that I get at least 1 or 2 days of yoga in, at least 1 or 2 days of running, at least 1 or 2 days of lifting, at least 1 or 2 days of martial arts. Like do a bunch of different shit, mix it all up together. Because if I don't mix it all up together, then there's like too much repetitive stress possibility. Like if I'm just running every day, I don't think that's wise.
And you, why don't you do interval training with running?
I do sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah, I do. I do a bunch of different shit. I mean, sometimes I just do hill sprints, and then I slowly go down the hill. I wait till my heart rate gets below 140, and then I sprint back up the hill again. You know, I mix it up. But the key is consistency. No matter what you're doing, whether it's yoga or running, you got to do something almost every day.
Yeah. I don't do some every day, but I try to do, like, I got a treadmill, and now I have a Bowflex. I'm proud to say I'm a proud owner of a Bowflex.
You're the last guy to buy one.
I know.
They're about to go out of business, but they go, we just got to fucking order for it.
I'm from 1988, bro.
Yeah, my ex-girlfriend's roommate had a Bowflex. I remember using this going, what in the fuck can I get out of this?
It's big, actually.
Yeah.
It's takes up a lot of space.
It's got a bow.
I didn't even put, yeah, you're right. But the bow, bro, come on. They don't, that's when it does have like wing. It is a winged bird.
Does it work?
Yeah, yes.
You got a good workout?
I'm getting my gains, bro. I still have like dumbbells and, other shit and bands.
I tell people, if you really want to work out at home, all you need is a chin-up bar. Everything else you can do on the ground. You can do body weight exercises. You can do plenty of
I got to say, I don't even think you need a chin-up bar. I mean, again, 10 times more than I know, but I'm saying, like, what are you getting from a chin-up bar that you can't get from a push-up or a dip or
pull-ups? You're getting,
but I'm saying it's
lifting
all
your
this,
body
right?
weight. You're getting your back. You're not getting your back much. You're getting a little bit if you do Hindu push-ups, where you swoop down and elevate and then come back up. You're getting a little bit of your back, but you're really getting your back if you're hanging onto a chin-up bar and you're using your whole body weight. Yeah, that's what you want. That is an amazing.
I
body
don't
weight
work
exercise.
my back out very much. No. Am I fucking myself?
Yeah, for sure. You have to strengthen that bitch to keep the stability in your spinal column. You want meat. You want that to be armored. That's very big. I have several machines out there that are just designed to keep my back strong.
And you just think it's good. It's best practice. It's
yeah,
like, just
man. I do that almost as much as any other kind of exercise. I do a reverse hyper. I do a whole series. The reverse hyper machine and the glute machine where you.
I cannot believe how hard glutes are. Like, it's the hardest. That's the one afterward. I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna fucking throw up.
It's hard.
It's the fucking worst.
It's hard. Yeah.
And you have to even like. I was talking to a trainer, and she was like, well, you need to like activate your glutes. And then part of me is like, I don't even know what you're talking about. And then the more I research, it's like, our glutes are dead. Mm-hmm. As like normal people, we don't use our glutes, and they are literally atrophied.
That's why women get so disgusted by a guy's flat ass. They're like, this motherfucker doesn't even activate his glutes.
No, but dude, you have to do a ton of shit.
Yeah,
you have to do a ton of shit just to, and she's like, it would take you a couple months to even just get them activated. And I was like, I don't know what you're talking. I just thought it was some trainer shit. Yeah. And you have to like turn them on.
Yeah.
Like you have to like I do a ton of shit. I don't even know if I'm doing it right.
They gotta get fired up. Do you have a trainer? You gotta get a trainer.
I should get a trainer.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
You got cash.
Yeah.
Get yourself a trainer, Neil Brennan.
Yeah, I should.
Plus, it's good because you have to make. Is this your Bowflex?
No,
This
I
is
wish.
something new. I was gonna
That's
ask
the
you if
mirror.
this is,
Look, if you think I didn't almost buy this, you're out of your mind.
It's working on magnets. It's
This
like
is the
magnet
mirror one.
weight something or other. I've been seeing this online recently. I was curious if you've ever heard of it or know if it works well.
It's got 2 cords. How much resistance?
That's what I want. The resistance is all internally done just by magnet pressure that you set.
Well, what's the maximum amount of resistance, though? Because I don't know if you know this, but I'm jacked.
No, yeah, I heard.
How much? 148 pounds?
It's just in the middle. I think you're probably 200 some plus pounds.
Wow.
I
think 148 will take care of most people.
Yeah, and if you just doing cables, so 148 on each side, is that what it is?
I don't know. Literally, it's new, and I was just curious if you had seen anything.
No, that looks badass. So the mirror is showing you your form.
Your
It's a
form
screen.
versus video.
It's like a screen.
Form versus like, are you doing it
Oh,
correctly?
look at that! And they tell you what to
Motherfucker.
do, and it goes up and down, and it fits on the wall. Is that a gimmick?
That's what I'm wondering.
Is there
I don't
any
know.
reviews of that?
It's like brand new. I don't even know. If it's been out.
The reviews are all pretty strong. This is as you're saying, it all comes down to, are you going to do it?
Yeah.
If you do it every day, it's fucking great.
Right.
Most people won't do it every day.
Yep.
They just, because it's,
Got to write it down, just like how every day I brush my teeth.
yeah.
So do that too. It takes
Yeah.
longer.
I meditate twice a day. It's fucking
Twice
great.
a day?
Yeah.
Really?
20 each.
Wow.
TM.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So how does that work? Like, what do you do?
Sit down, set the timer for 20, and close my eyes and repeat the mantra.
What's your mantra?
I can't tell you, bro.
Suck a cock.
Suck a cock. Suck a cock. And I think it works. I think I need less sleep as a result.
Really?
Since I started like a year and a half ago, and I've needed significantly less sleep from before. And I don't know, again, because it's impossible to know what, what's doing what. But
what are the benefits in terms of like clarity and stuff?
I don't know. I think they're good, but I can't say like, well, I was writing 4.3 jokes a month before, and now I write 4.8. Like, there's no direct correlation. I am happy with my output, but like,
Isn't that funny that like to an average person they'd be like, wait, 4 point? You're joking, right? No. If I get 4 great jokes a month, that's an amazing month.
Yeah, well, it's like that. I was going to bring it up when you were talking about deer hunting.
Yeah, right.
Where it's
Similar.
like, yeah, if you see the special,
Yeah.
thought of it all at once.
Yeah.
On the special.
You had a great line about writing, and that like writing in a notebook or on your phone. That it's like a net to catch ideas.
Yeah.
And
That really is.
I
Like,
just thought about that. I was like, that is a great way to put it.
yeah, like here, throw this in put it on the thing, and then you can look back. You ever have an idea, write it down, and then 3 days later looking, you're like, that's fucking funny.
Yeah.
You're funny.
Well, that's why you got to throw a lot of shit against the wall. I have pages and pages of stuff that I review, like late night rambles, that I label them late night rambles because I write a lot of times at night after the store. So I
By
come
yourself?
home. Yeah. Everyone's asleep. I'm high. I just sit in front of the computer.
And is it like you have a germ from the day?
I have sometimes, but I have 1 hour that I have to write. So there's 1 hour in front of that computer. And I give myself that 1 hour, and then after that I can watch YouTube videos,
whatever
or
you
Netflix,
want.
whatever. But I have to get that 1 hour in. And man, there's been many times where I'm sitting there staring at that fucking computer for 20 minutes, and then I got an idea. I'm like, oh my god, there's something in it. And then the next day I do that on stage. Boom, it gets a laugh. I'm like, fuck yeah! That reward for the tediousness. This just getting through the sitting in front, staring at the blank screen, staring at some fucking weird notes. You're not even sure if they mean anything. Trying to find some old shit where there's just a spark of an ember that can blow on and turn into a fire.
Or like I had a joke that I was trying, and I was like, I know it's good. I just have to come up with the right thing.
Yeah.
And then I tried a couple. Then first couple times you fuck it up. You don't say it right. It's just so. It is the and the mild embarrassment of just like trying and failing.
Oof.
But having an idea, writing it down, doing it on stage is to me the most rewarding thing I can think of.
It's one of the most rewarding things in all of life.
Yeah,
It
I mean
really is.
honestly, and I don't say that like I just mean like living a life. That is the thing. And it's not. That's the one that's not really about women or not about. That's more like spiritual.
Yeah.
It's like about like I don't know.
Creation.
Yeah, and like it goes through your filter.
Yeah.
And you're like, no one ever thought of that.
Right.
No one fucking ever thought of that.
Right.
Fuck, that's fucking crazy.
Those are the best ones. You're like, how did I catch that?
Like, how? What?
Right.
Thank you. Thank you. Earth.
How often do you write on stage? How often do you ad lib on stage?
Very rarely.
Really?
I come up with my sheets.
Yep.
And like, but I have a new joke show every Tuesday in Santa Monica, and then so I'll go up and do as much new shit as I have, and mix it in with my. I mean, you know that when you have a hunk, then you'll put like I can put that part in there. So you kind of have to do some old jokes to like fit in the new part.
Yeah.
I usually am like, if I write 4 jokes, one of them will work.
Yeah.
Like, and I just like, meh.
Yeah.
All right.
4 jokes, one of them will have something. And then sometimes the other ones, you're like, man, I don't know if you're alive or not. I got to stare at you for a little bit. I got to try to figure out a way to bring you to life.
Yeah.
There might be something there. Maybe missing it on the first pass, set it aside.
Or you ever have a premise and years later you'll figure it out?
Years later. A decade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, fuck.
And you just know how to do it now.
Yeah.
Maybe you have a bit that you did that taught you about something else or some other aspect of writing a bit. Yeah.
And you couldn't explain it to someone who doesn't do it.
No.
Like, you can't, it's kind of not, I mean, maybe athletes a little bit where it's like they figure the game out in a different way, but it's so private and it's so like, and that's the thing. I was talking to somebody about this, like, how many funny people are there in the world?
There's a lot of funny people, but how many of them are funny, stand-up funny?
Yeah.
Like they could just go on stage and make a room full of people laugh. That's a hard
Couple
one.
hundred, if you're being generous.
If you're going to be really generous, like how many real, legit, professional comedians that you and I respect?
Yeah.
Maybe 200.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And there's 7 billion people in the world. And like, that's the rare, and as much as comedy is like deified in ways that are sort of goofy now, it's still like, no, this is all, we do everything. It's fucking interesting. It's like, and especially now the way the culture is, like, we're the only people speaking freely in public, or at least in an organized way.
In this format as well, podcast and stand-up. Those are the only 2 things.
Yeah.
I mean, everything else right now is compromised. It seems like it.
Yeah, and then everybody else feels at work, you can't really talk freely.
Yep.
At home, in relationships, there's
Yeah.
like, and it's not like we're just talking extemporaneously. Like, I don't even know where I'm going, but like, I don't fucking know what's going to happen at the end of this sentence. Yeah. But that's the thing that's so riveting about it is there no one else is doing it, and there's only a few hundred people that can do it well.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And
it's also riveting too, like the creation of like these little things that you come up with. If you keep going, eventually there'll be a special. Eventually it'll be something you actually can record.
Yeah.
And there's like this thought, like, I'm onto something. I'm piecing this little puzzle together. Like,
and not even knowing, someone said, like, so how do you come up with it? And I was like, I don't even know what I mean when I start. And then I write the jokes. I'm like, oh, I see what I was doing or going through.
Do you sometimes rewrite a bit, like write a bit and then rewrite it from a different angle?
I mean, there's obviously like threads of like you just do the inverse.
Sometimes I take a bit when it's already done and I say, okay, let me put that aside. I know it's done. I know it works. Let me approach the subject from a completely different angle now.
Yeah.
Let me approach the subject as a hater.
Well, couldn't you end up probably doing both of them, right? Like a lot of your feminism shit, the thing you were closing with felt like you'd written half and then we're like, well.
Yeah.
And now my own rebuttal.
Well, I wanted to rebut myself.
Yeah.
And I also wanted to shit on myself so hard that by the time I got to shitting on the feminists, like it worked.
Yeah.
Like,
well, that's another thing where it's like, if you can say anything as long as you preface it with like, I'm not a monster, just know that I'm not a monster.
Of course, But some of these bitches are.
Or some of these whoever's are. Like, I'm not a total piece of shit, but let's talk about that. Yeah, that's the I'm thankful that I just thought of another like frame for a like I did the
Trump,
3 mics thing.
yeah.
No, I did it for Netflix. So I thought of that frame as like 3 microphones on stage, and I just thought of another. So it's not like a structural thing, but it's a way to do a show. And my first thought was, fucking thank God. Meaning, you don't want to be like, you don't want to do a premise-y show every time. Because I did 3 mics, then I did a half hour on Netflix New Year's Day, the Comedians of the World thing that DeLee and Swartzen did too. And now I'm like, I would like to do a kind of, not one-man show, we think. It's not a maudlin version, but like a way to do jokes that are more, it's like jokes, but also if you can thread something else in it. It's like, do you see that there was a girl on Saturday Night Live, I think it was Halsey, who sang a song and fucking painted at the same time. She painted a painting during the song. Jesus Christ. And I was like, wow.
Wow.
See if you can bring it up, because it's
What
like,
was the song? I can't play it. We'll get
it
kicked
was
off
the
of YouTube.
second song on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, if we play it, we'll definitely get the boot.
Yeah.
YouTube is brutal with their copyright shit. It's brutal.
I mean, good and bad.
Well, it's just it's good and bad, yeah. But it's very easy for someone to claim copyright off of just to play a clip, and next thing you know, your video gets taken down. And can't stream.
So a part of me's like, you know,
This is it right here. So she's singing.
she's singing and
she's
painting,
hot.
and by the way, great looking.
Yeah. Okay, she's got a lot going on, and she's barefoot. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
it's barefoot.
Yeah.
I mean, is it amazing? No, but it's fucking amazing for singing.
It's yeah.
It's better than I can do not singing.
I bet she's quite a character.
I don't. That felt loaded. That said it felt loaded, Joe.
That's what I do.
Yeah. So like, I thought of another premise. So I'm excited about that.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
When do you think you're gonna film? If you your
Well,
last one, 3 months was how long ago?
I've kind of written it out, but like I'm gonna probably do it like in New York. Like I did 3 nights where I did it like sort of off Broadway. And
Oh, okay. So when you do something like that, will you do like a long run and then film at the end of the run?
yeah, I basically did 3 mics. I did for like 2 months, 4 nights a week.
Oh, wow.
So
And you did it all in New York?
yeah.
Oh, cool.
And then
Where'd you do it?
some theater like on the Lower East Side where Birbiglia does his, and then and it was cool. It's cool to just like have to do an hour every night. It's a cool, like, oh, I'm going to do an hour, and I'm in a town. I'm in the same town,
That is cool.
and I'm doing an hour every night.
And you're doing essentially like a play almost.
Yeah,
A
like
comedy
it was an
play.
emotional. There was a like an emotional fucking. I talk about emotional shit. This will be less emotional. It'll be less wrenching emotionally. People saw 3 mics, like it's fucking pretty gut wrenching, but this will be less gut wrenching.
But you have a premise that's exciting to you.
Yeah, which is fucking, you know, that's
everything.
like fucking excellent.
Well,
And it's also the only thing that like, it's like, well, you gonna make money? I don't know. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's like not even a consideration.
Yeah, it seems like you're wasting your time thinking about that, because all that really matters is, do you enjoy doing it? Does the audience enjoy it? All that other stuff comes out of that, right?
Yes.
And if you enjoy it, they're probably going to enjoy it too.
Yeah, and even the thing where people go like, so what are you doing? And you're like, you can say you're doing the podcast, or you have UFC, so they go like,
Oh, you have to have something that
yeah.
you're working on.
And I'm
otherwise you
like,
feel you're not doing anything.
I'm
Yeah.
doing an hour comedy special for a huge streaming service that's going to broadcast fucking everywhere
That's
in the world. What are you doing?
That's it? That's
Yeah,
all you're
no,
doing?
but that's how they. And you're like, this is what I'm doing is fucking. It doesn't. It's not time consuming, visibly day to day, but like it's consuming, emotional, like thinking about it.
What's your take on what's going on with Louis? Like what he's trying to do with stopping people from quoting his bits and
The quoting. I mean, I think he's just trying to stop people from writing
his shit, yeah.
Which
Writing.
was his own fault because he just didn't have the bag. He didn't have the underbag
Right.
like he could have, and was like, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
What's the worst that can happen? What, Louis?
so now he's doing everything. He's got the yonder bags. He's doing small clubs.
Yeah.
And he also has a sign that he puts up saying that if you leak any of the material, that they have legal repercussions.
Good.
Yeah.
I mean, why should? It's a spoiler. It's like
Yeah.
it's like a fucking. But it's worse than a spoiler
Yeah, it is worse than a spoiler.
because
Right.
every joke is its own movie.
Right.
To
It's got
be
its own
to
little
be
surprise.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to exaggerate about it. But it's like it's a huge. That's a huge problem, and it's also it goes to that 11-year-old girl thing where it's like
Yeah.
Louis said this and
Then what he did was
and did you
yeah, when you have 11-year-old daughters, man, it's like you get it. Like, oh, now I see how people are thinking. Thinking like little kids.
And how would you describe it? Like sort of like simplistic.
Yeah, looking for something to be naughty. Someone to do something bad. What did he do? What did she do? What are they doing?
We'll tell you right after the break, and you're like,
my God,
oh.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, Louis a hilarious dude, and I hope I'm interested to see what happens.
I think he's going to come out with a motherfucker of an hour. That's what I think. I think he's constantly touring. He's on the road all the time doing this. I know he's not doing it just for money, because he's only doing these little tiny places.
Yeah.
He's doing Zanies in Chicago right now, or Zanies in Nashville right now. He's going to come out with a motherfucker of a special and re-cement his position, and I think there's going to be people that are still mad at him no matter what.
I don't think that you can please most of the people that are mad at him.
No.
Meaning,
Yeah.
I just think it's like
They're not reasonable.
it's more fun to not forgive him.
Yeah, it's
more. It
ideological.
feels better to not forgive him.
Yeah. Fuck him. Yeah, I get it. I get their perspective. But for everybody else, we're going to get treated to a monster hour. That's what I think.
I hope.
think when he's all done, I think it's probably going to be his best hour ever.
I listened to the leaked one.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, it was good.
Well,
I mean,
it's 10 months out, man.
Yeah.
No comedy at all for 10 months,
Yeah.
and then he starts doing it again. And there's, some bits in there that would have been great if they didn't get leaked.
the thing about what are you gonna do? Cancel my birthday is so fucking
it's
funny.
hilarious.
It's like
Yeah.
he's so fucking funny. It's bananas.
Yeah, because my life is over.
What are you gonna do? Cancel my birthday? So goddamn funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he's a fucking hilarious dude.
Yeah, that's the front of the line. I mean, when it comes to comedy and political correctness and the pushback, that's the front of the line for the pushback is stand-up, nightclub stand-up. The
Yeah.
stuff that you and I both do. We say a bunch of fucked up things that happen to also be funny, and you're doing it in front of live crowds.
I said on stage the other night, they're going to a strip club and complaining about the cellulite. That's what it feels like. It's like, what do you? We say a ton of shit. Some of it doesn't work.
Yep.
Some of it doesn't work because it doesn't cross the comedy barrier. Some of it doesn't work because it's ideologically fucked up, but you don't know it until you say. It's like, even the funny, many great bits that you love are fucked up to someone.
Sure.
To someone. Like,
or you have to figure out a way to make them work. Like Chris Rock's bit about there's a difference between black people and the N-word.
Yeah.
That bit, he said bombed for a long time before he figured out how to make it
bombed
work.
shortly before he did it on his HBO show.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's great, but he knew. He's like, God damn it, there's something in this.
Yeah. And also, it is fucked up. It is a fucked up, like, it's fucked up. You can weaponize that joke.
Sure.
A lot of white people did.
Right.
Like, a lot of racist white people were like, I told you. I've been saying that in my car for years. And that,
Exactly.
but at the same time, you can't worry about that. Like, I was talking to I did a thing on the podcast where I was saying, like, I don't understand the problem with Jordan Peterson. And you and I have talked about this at the club. Like, and people email me and they said, well, people use Jordan, right-wing people use him as an example of da-da-da. I'm like, that's not his problem.
Right.
And he promotes, someone said he promotes an all-meat diet. No, he doesn't. He said he does it, but he didn't promote it. He didn't make a commercial about the shit. You can't worry about how someone takes, again, this goes to a point, how someone interprets your art. You
There's
just
too
can't.
many interpretations.
Exactly. And also, by the way, then throw away Taxi Driver and the Salinger book, the Catching a Ride, because that's responsible for killing Lenin, shooting Reagan. Like, it's just like, okay, well, so these fucking dummies use it as their thing.
Right.
So now I can't enjoy it?
No.
Like, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, there's too many interpretations. There's too many perspectives. There's too many people. You just have to be a reasonable person. Be nice. Do your shit. Do your best. And, look, we work together all the time, man. People are laughing.
Yeah.
People are having a good time.
Yeah. Like, and it's also like, what's your intention?
Yeah.
It's not.
Our intention is to create, right? Our intention is to come up with funny things. And like me, as a person who enjoys stand-up, I like sitting in the back of the OR and watching someone kill.
I fucking
enjoy
love
it.
It's the best. I told somebody, like, I'm a gym rat, but for comedy clubs.
Yeah.
I've been seeing you for 27 years.
Yeah.
Just hanging out. Me and Chappelle were in Vegas, and some kid was like, what do you... He was a chef at this place, Yellowtail, and he was just saying, like, being a chef, you just fucking have to cook for 12 years. Just like, it's hard and shitty. I was like, I've known him for 28 years.
Yeah.
He's been going to clubs for 33 years.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only thing that it just makes sense.
Yeah.
It's fair. It's like, it's an economy that you understand. If the idea is good enough, you will get this response. And there's not really politics. There's preferences, but there's not like, have him, although the fact that you got banned from the store is hilarious. That is like from a movie, like, we have to ban one of them. And you won in the end, as it were. But it is a fair thing, and it is like the only people, as Rock says, we're like X-Men, where it's like they're always mad at the X-Men. They're always mad at the X-Men, but like, you still like the X-Men.
Yeah.
You're mad. You're mad at Louis, but
But if he went on stage on a
the
Wednesday night, the
motherfucker's
place would go
hilarious.
crazy.
Yes.
If he walked on stage, they would stand up and give him stand up.
Yes,
Yeah.
and there's also it's almost that corporate thing where it's like if Chinese slaves are making phones, did they make this one?
Right.
Like that, this one. Like, whereas with Louis, it's like this one guy is responsible for all institutional sexism. It's like, no, he's not. He just was dumb, and he was dumb from beginning to end.
Yeah. And he'll tell
about
you.
it.
And he'll tell you.
Yes, he just fucked up, and it was stupid. But he doesn't have to take the fall. It's
Forever.
whatever. Like, he is valuable.
Yeah.
He's valuable. He's valuable to our culture. He creates a lot of. I don't think of stand up this way, where it's like you create joy for people. Like, I never think of it that way. But he did create a lot of thought and joy, and like, he's responsible for a lot of positive shit.
I mean, that is what the art form is.
Yeah.
You're literally changing a person's state. And that,
Yeah.
I mean, and as an audience member, I still love it. And that was a struggle for me early on because I was jealous. Like I'd see people doing well and I wasn't doing well. Like, God, I wish I was doing that. I wish I wrote that joke.
Yeah.
I wish I was doing that show. I wish I was. And then I realized like, oh, this is like totally unproductive. Like
Yeah.
the opposite of productive. It's negative.
Yeah.
And
It
so-
can be activating in terms of like if you turn it into, well, then work harder.
Right. Well, but the problem is like I wish I did that. Like that part of it is no good. Or God, why does he have to get this? That part of it is there's no positive to that. But what is positive, you watch someone kill it. God damn, he's funny. I gotta go to work. I gotta
Yeah.
run. That's good. But the hate part.
Yeah, like
is
taking it out on him is like
it's bad
yeah,
instinct.
it's not. It's counterproductive.
But it's
for
really
sure.
common.
I think it's then 11-year-old. That's your first.
Yes.
That's the easy reaction. Like look.
Yes.
Yeah.
yes. The 11-year-old reaction.
And then it's like okay, but what's underneath it? What's underneath it is like respect. And then there's certain people that it's like I've never hated Brian Regan.
Right,
Do you know
right,
what I mean?
right.
Like
He's too nice.
And also like there's
Everyone loves him.
Yeah, and he's fucking hilarious in a way that's just like I don't know, this fucking dude. This dude's funny.
He's so funny and so clean. You could take your
Yeah.
grandma to see him and never worry for a second. Like, oh, where's he going with this?
Yeah.
Grandma gets
Oh
sensitive.
fuck! I gotta get a drink.
Yeah, he's one of those rare cats like Gaffigan that figured out a way to make clean just as funny.
Sebastian too, though.
Oh, yeah.
Like Sebastian's. I always forget he's clean, and
Yep.
Nate Bargatze's now like getting into that area where he's like clean, Southern accent. Like it's a good place to be, but he's fucking so funny.
If you're naturally inclined to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if you're forcing yourself to it. Yeah, I think that there's a ton of value in stand-up. I mean, it seems so obvious, but it's like, and I think there must be some metric at Netflix where at a certain point they're losing a ton of programming, meaning all of their shit's licensed. Mm-hmm. Disney's taken all their shit back in like a year or two. A lot of like all of these places are starting their own apps, so they're gonna lose. And I think they realize like a lot of Netflix is stand-up and documentaries. Mm-hmm. And I think there must be in terms of like they can never monetize it in terms of like if the Ali Wong special begat this much money, but if it cost them $500,000 to get Ali Wong's first special, including production, everything, they made a lot of money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
it's
millions of people watched
yeah,
it.
and like as well they should. She's fucking great. So like it's just the coolest thing I can imagine.
I agree.
Like
I agree.
being a comedian, it's the
That's
coolest
why
thing
you're
in the
good
world.
at it, though, man. I mean, that's to have that appreciation and respect for something that you enjoy doing that is actually your occupation. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. We're really, really fortunate.
Yeah, and the gifts that we get, like you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and it's all from comedy.
Yeah.
Glasses, shoes, car,
Yeah. Everything you're doing. Yeah, basically.
like every single thing is
Yeah.
from just a personality quirk.
Imagination. Yeah.
And like,
creativity, work, grinding too. I like grinding. I really do it. When I'm doing 3-4 shows a night, I get a kick out of it. I'm like, here we go. This is how
yeah,
things get good.
work a joke out,
Yeah.
the best.
That's how they come alive.
Yeah.
I gotta wrap this up,
Yeah.
my friend.
Yeah.
Tell
Good,
people your podcast.
How Neil Feel. Go
It's available
find
to
it. It's
everybody
on,
with our friend
it's on,
Bianca.
it's on fucking
I am
all
excited
the
that you're doing
tunes.
it with her. She's
Yeah.
very cool.
Yeah, it's great. We got good chemistry, and it's iTunes everywhere. So go check it out. It's just
then-
me. It's like this, except
It's like this.
yeah, it's like this.
Yes. Except there's a higher pitched voice
Yeah,
disagreeing with
exactly. Not much higher, Joe.
Not
You got
much.
a pretty.
you. Yeah, it's kind of high, right? All right. Bye, everybody. Joe List, ladies and gentlemen. Joe List.
Oh, I'm already in. I'm already
I
going.
wanted to do it like one of the morning DJ guys.
I appreciate
Hey,
it.
Joe, I hear you're in town for the funny fuck.
I am. I'm doing the Funny Fuck this weekend, tonight through Sunday.
Excellent. Actually, you are working with me tonight. We
Yeah.
have 2 sold-out shows at the Hollywood Improv.
I appreciate it. I'm
My
excited to be
pleasure.
there.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be The Machine, Bert Kreischer,
Love Bert.
and Cheeto Santino, Andrew Santino. You know Andrew?
I know Andrew, but I don't know him personally.
You just
I
know
don't if
him.
he knows me.
He's
Yeah,
hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, should be a good old fucking time.
Yeah, I'm excited. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. My pleasure. How long are you down for?
I leave tomorrow morning.
Ah,
Got here
okay.
on Sunday. Oh, I got here Saturday actually. So I stayed down Manhattan Beach.
Oh, what are you doing? You're posh, hanging out with the people by the beach. Hmm.
It was nice. I was down in the airport. My wife is here, and I said, let's go down to Manhattan Beach for lunch. And we were enjoying ourselves. So we got a hotel and made love and walked on the beach.
Whoa, you made love.
Yeah.
You must really love her. You made love. I do. I went to a party once in Manhattan Beach, and the guy collected toasters.
Oh.
And I was like, what is this? And he's like, oh, I just collect toasters. I'm like, okay. From all different time periods. Like he had like an ancient toaster from like the 50s with all this patina on it, and then he had modern toasters. But I think he was trying too hard. You know, there's some dudes just wear bowling shoes and shit. They just try too hard to be wacky.
Yeah, was he like a hipster or was he like an old sage?
He was a guy who's trying to fuck my girlfriend.
Oh.
And she wanted to go to this party. So we're like, all right.
Wow.
I think she was an actress, and I think he was in the movie business.
Imagine getting cucked by a toaster collector.
Yeah, almost did. Well, it wasn't. It was one of them squirrely deals where she was like, "I'm so not interested in him. I just want to go to this party for the networking." I was a young lad. I had just moved to Hollywood. I did not know the ways of this goofy fucking town yet.
Yeah.
I hadn't exercised myself from Hollywood.
Right.
I was still doing the thing, acting, going on auditions and shit. So it was like, when you first get here, you're like, what is this? Especially in the 90s, it was super squirrely because everybody was trying to get a development deal. Everybody was trying to get a sitcom, and they kind of like let you think that was the only way.
Right.
You have to get a sitcom. You want to be like Roseanne? Don't you want to be like Tim Allen? What about Seinfeld? He got a sitcom. You should get a sitcom. Damn, I want to get a sitcom. And so everybody was out here just trying to do the acting thing. I did it for a while, and after a while, you're like, these people are not worth it.
But you did get a sitcom, right?
Yeah. I got a couple of them, and I was on a couple of them.
Seems like fun.
It's fun. Stand-up's more fun.
Yeah, it's not something I'd be interested in doing, but...
If you could do a sitcom with all stand-ups, that would be the shit. That would be the shit. Like, if you could do a sitcom with really good writers who are cool, and all the people on the show were stand-ups, that would be fucking monstrous. But it's not usually like that.
No, and it seems very, what do you call it? Corporate, and you got to do this and this, and a lot of rules and stuff. It seems like podcasts are...
Well, they're trying to make money, and they can't make money if people do things that get people in trouble, or say things that get people angry, or someone calls out human resources. Joe List was talking about his dick. And the craft service lady heard it, and now there's a lawsuit.
I think with podcasts now, most of us comedians with podcasts have no chance of getting any corporate job.
I don't think that's true.
Really?
I get offered shit all the time. I think that we don't need it, though.
Right.
I think it actually will get in the way. Have you ever written on a sitcom?
No.
Written on anything?
No.
When you write, there's a trap that comics fall into that are good writers. They get this sitcom writing gig, and it's a sweet gig. You get paid thousands of dollars a week. Your bills are covered, so you feel good.
Right.
But you're never going on the road. You're in town all the time. You're just doing sets around town, so you're pretending that you're still a comic.
Right.
But you're really a sitcom writer who kind of like has a hobby of doing stand-up, and you never develop on the road. And there's a bunch of guys. Do you know Owen Smith?
That's another guy I don't know. I've met him a couple times.
Fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
One of the best comics in the world. And he's just been spending so many years doing these sitcoms. Like, I saw him one night at the Comedy Store. I'm like, how the fuck is this guy not gigantic? Like, how does he not have a Netflix hour that everyone's talking about? How is it everybody not trying to book him places? It's just because he's been doing this sitcom writer thing. He's trying to break out of that.
Tommy Johnigan's another guy. Do you know Tommy Johnigan?
I've heard of him.
He's one of the best comedians I think there is.
He's a writer.
But he's been writing on a TV show. But he's happy. He's got 2 kids, and it keeps him off the road. But to me, it's a bummer as a comedy fan, because I'm like, I want to see that new hour. But I think he still works a little bit.
Yeah, Mitch Hedberg had a really funny bit about that, about how comedy, like when you're a comedian, it's the only job where someone asks you to do another job.
Yeah. There was somebody, when I first moved to New York, there was a guy that was like, do you do any writing? And I was like, well, I did all that writing. I wrote all that. But that's why I never liked writing other than stand-up, because stand-up I can write all day and then go do it that night. Whereas when I'm writing like a movie or a TV show, I'm like, I'm wasting this isn't going to get made. Which is not, my therapist says that's not the way, that's not what should inspire you to write. You should be writing because it's a way to express yourself.
Your therapist is right, but then again, if you are writing something and nothing happens, it is fucking stupid.
It feels wasteful when I could be writing
annoying, right?
jokes that I do on stage.
Yeah, you just get into that sort of thing where you're just like, what am I doing here? And then it steals your thunder.
Yeah, I feel that way all the time. Unrelated to comedy.
Just life.
Yeah, what am I doing here?
You write. You sit down and write.
A little bit, yeah. I try to, but a lot of times I'll start writing and then I end up just
Jerking off.
Yeah. Although I do that less than I used to.
Well, Louis said that he kept his he had one laptop that could not connect to the internet. He had it.
Yeah. He still does that. Yeah.
But if you do that, like, what if you want to Google something while you're writing?
Well, I do that a lot, and I'll use it as an excuse. I'll be writing, and then I'm like, what's the origin? Let me Google that for research,
Right,
and then before you know it, I'm just going through Instagram, and I'm jerking off. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you gotta have discipline. That's all. I give myself an hour. I have 1 hour that I have to write, and then if I enjoy it, I keep going. But for 1 hour, there is nothing going on but writing.
See, that's ambitious. I have to go literally. I'm not even joking. Like 10 minutes. I'm like, let me do 10 minutes, and usually I'll go a little longer because I'm like, all right. But now I'll do like 30 minutes, and I'm like, then you can treat yourself. I'm a child.
I am too. But I found that, obviously we came in here, me and Jeff were embroiled in a Quake death match.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we wouldn't stop to say hi. I said hi briefly.
I appreciate. I felt
See you in
bad.
15 minutes. Now we're live. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Hello, Annie.
Hello, Joe.
Very nice to meet you. I'm excited to talk to you. I'm super excited to talk to you about several subjects, but this one, thank you very much for this first edition copy of your Area 51, an uncensored history of America's top secret military base book. I'm super excited about this.
I heard through the grapevine you were a fan.
I'm a freak when it comes to this stuff. What do you think is going on up there?
I mean, same thing that's going on all over the place when it comes to military secrets, which is stuff that you want to know about, very few people know about, and every now and then a journalist gets a hint at it, right?
Yeah. Do you think there's any alien stuff up there?
I write in the book all about that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, tell me.
Last 12 pages. You want me to...
Want me to go to the last 12 pages? What do you think?
So Area 51 was this secret test base where the CIA was running spy plane programs, right? So interestingly, my new book is about ground branch, guys on the ground. That's about air branch, what we were doing in the air. And it was this idea that we should spy on the enemy, okay? But if you go back in time, why Area 51 really started, you learn that it was a base hidden inside of a base, nuclear weapons, and it was all about beating Stalin at his black propaganda campaign, as I write in the book, to hoax Americans in a War of the Worlds type scenario, whereby little men who looked like aliens would get out of an aircraft, and the government would go crazy about it. And then Stalin would say, look, not only do we have technology better than you, but we have a better propaganda department than you.
Really?
Joe, you got to read the whole book.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
this is this is a tough opening. You got me on the spot.
It is a tough opening, but it's a good spot.
Right?
It's a good spot.
Right.
So Stalin, he just hired short people? Like, what did he do?
All right, I'm going to make you save that. I'm going to make you earn
Save
that.
it?
Yeah.
How's that?
I mean, you want me to talk about that right now, right off the bat?
Why is that?
I'm sweating.
We're gonna get to surprise, kill, vanish as well. But I want to Why does it make you sweat?
Oh my God, it's such an incendiary topic. I mean, people want to believe they're aliens.
Right.
Right? Okay. I mean, I've spent 5 books dealing with the mythology of Area 51, which is phenomenal in its own way because it speaks so much to power, to morality, to information, to people's desire to know what's going on and the government's desire to keep things hidden. So this topic is always coming up because a lot of people want to believe that there were aliens in that craft. And my source, who I write about in the book, told me otherwise, that they were genetically, that they were...
Let me stop you right there, because when you say that craft, what you mean is the supposed UFO wreckage that crashed in Roswell, New Mexico in 1947. That's what you mean, right?
Yes.
But that was never supposedly taken to Area 51. It was supposed to be taken to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The legend has it that Truman flew there to meet them, and right?
That's one legend.
Yeah.
So in my book, I interview a man who worked for the Atomic Energy Commission who tells a different story. Tells the story of receiving that craft at Area 51 in 1951, which is why the base is called Area 51.
Oh.
And that inside the craft were humans who had been altered, surgically altered to look like aliens in a plan for Stalin to sort of twist Truman's arm, because at that time, we had the atomic bomb. When Roswell happened, we had the atomic bomb, and the Soviets did not.
Can I stop you there?
Yeah.
When you say humans that were surgically altered to look like aliens, do you mean? So this is 1951. So you're talking about 4 years after the supposed crash.
Yes.
So what
They
was
had the bodies.
left?
They kept the bodies.
They kept the
brought them.
bodies. In what?
And-
Formaldehyde? Like what?
Yes, and also because the idea was, and remember, or I can't say remember because you haven't read the book yet.
Right.
And I wrote this book 8 years ago. But it did really impact a lot of my thinking and working on government secrecy projects, because it makes you really consider what a hoax means and what it means to a population of people, and how the government begins to work with disinformation versus cover stories and all of that. But going back to answer your question, that is what I was told by the source.
But how reliable is this source? This is a very incendiary idea to rely upon one individual's recollection of it.
Which is why the book went through the roof in terms of people being upset about it. I mean,
Were they?
oh my God, I interviewed 79 CIA guys, Air Force guys, spy pilots, engineers. I mean,
Who was mad at you?
The conspiracy theorists were mad at me because they said this woman is bananas. They were aliens.
Well, even if they weren't aliens, right? There's accounts that it was some sort of a test vehicle, and that there were actually just dummies inside there, crash test dummies that they used. There's been a bunch of different versions of it, but the most compelling version of the Area 51 alien myth to me is Bob Lazar. Did you get into that?
Yeah, he plays a huge role in Area 51. I mean,
Yeah.
before Bob Lazar went public, no one even knew about Area 51.
People
hadn't heard of
knew.
it.
It was common folklore, but there was no definitive proof that there was something going on over there, other than some weird VHS footage of things flying around in the desert that seemed to be behaving in a way that modern aircrafts are not totally capable of. At least modern piloted aircrafts are not totally capable of.
I mean, which brings me to another book I wrote called The Pentagon's Brain, which, sort of off this idea was like, wait a minute, what kind of technology is the government capable of? And
Right.
we have a whole department for that reason called DARPA, which looks at weapon systems 25 years out. So the idea that you and I don't know what the military is capable of in the air, underwater, wherever it may be, is because we're not thinking 25 years out, and they are, and they're developing weapon systems, the great weapon systems of the future. That's what they call them.
Right, like how they developed the stealth bomber. And that was all out in Area 51 and Groom Lake. And
Yes.
what do you think of Bob Lazar's story? Bob Lazar's story, there's some fascinating aspects to it. But one of the most fascinating is some of the things that he's said that people said was horseshit has been proven to be true. Like one of the things, the biometric reader that measured the length of the bones in your hand, and that they are unique as a fingerprint. And people were like, what are you talking about? And then they actually found out that this was something they really did have. And they had photos of this thing now. This is something he talked about, and they claimed it was science fiction.
I mean, it's fascinating when someone touches upon a subject that the government does not want known about for any reason. And there is a campaign to discredit that person. And
Yeah.
there's no doubt that happened to him. I mean, it was remarkable. And I write about him in the book because if you follow the logic that my source told me, that these were, modified human beings as part of a hoax. And the reason that I trust the source is because Joe, he told me that he also worked on the program. So he had, a burden to unload, right? And so if you follow that logic through, then the Bob Lazar story is that when Bob Lazar said, I saw an alien, it looked like this, it was small, it had big eyes. Those were those were the surgically modified humans that the government was doing experiments on.
I think Bob Lazar's exact quote was, he walked by a window and he looked in and he saw two agents they were looking down at something that was very small and looked humanoid, but he didn't know if it was a dummy or anything, and he wasn't even supposed to be looking in there. And it was a brief, 1 second look that he has bounced around in his head back and forth. Has it ever occurred to you that maybe the guy who gave that information did work there, but is also feeding you horseshit?
Well, the source was a major player in the Manhattan Project. He went on and worked in the Atomic Energy Commission. I mean, there's a wing of the museum named after him. His accolades, his awards were so extraordinary. It would be.
What's his name?
I've never said his name, although, I will say this.
Well, you're giving it away. You're giving away a lot of the stuff.
He recently died, and he did give me permission to tell his full story after he died. And I'm circling around that. But he was absolutely, with a Q clearance. That's what you have when you have access to nuclear secrets. So if someone has a Q clearance for decades and they're full of garbage, you really have to ask, my God, should this guy have a Q clearance? I mean, that's reverse engineering his credibility, but I think you should read the whole book because, it's shocking what he says, but it does make sense if you can get through 400 pages of the CIA's idea about information, disinformation, why we need to cover things up. Why?
That's why I'm asking you
Yes.
if you think that he might have been lying to you.
I don't
That he's
believe he was
feeding
lying
you
whatsoever.
disinformation.
No, I don't
No?
believe. I don't believe.
So you think that the Russian government definitely did surgically alter people to make them look like aliens?
I believe.
Were there images of these?
I believe
things?
what he told me.
Did you see photos?
No, I did not see that.
No.
But here's the rub. Ready?
Okay.
When I was writing another book called Phenomena, which dealt with the CIA and the Pentagon's use of psychics, okay, over decades. I mean, this goes back. Everything I
Right.
write about pretty much goes back to post-World War when
All that remote viewing stuff.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, and it's all about government. The U.S. government takes pole position after World War II, and we now need to always be ahead of the curve. We must lead. We can never get beaten by the Russians. Now it's China. Okay, so the psychic program had a lot of people who really believe in aliens or other intelligence from other worlds. And when I was writing the Phenomena book, I learned a whole bunch of new information about how upset they were with my story because and they all knew the source, by the way. They knew the source, and they believed that he was fed misinformation. So these are two sides of the coin, which are super interesting, I think, if you can look at them with your own bias turned off and not have a desired outcome. I want to believe this. I don't want to believe this.
Right.
Speaking of I want to believe, I was working on a project with Chris Carter, who is the X-Files creator. And the one person I took the source, that I wanted to meet the source was Chris Carter, and we went out there together and sat with him and met him. And it was wild because the source had never even heard of the X-Files. And it was like, oh,
What?
I know.
How do you
they
not
talked
heard-
about baseball,
Really?
Yeah.
See, I don't have a desired outcome. I mean, I would love if aliens were real.
Okay.
But when someone starts talking about disinformation and propaganda campaigns, but they want you to believe them.
Right.
But don't listen. I am here telling you the truth. I'm here telling you the truth.
I'm not saying I'm telling you the truth at all. That's why I was
No,
like,
not you.
Joe, let's wait
For
till
sure not
hour
you.
3 because it's too explosive. People have such a horse in the race
Yeah.
already. They
With aliens, you think?
well, I mean, maybe you are neutral. I don't know. I know I'm neutral.
Yeah, I will listen. I absolutely want aliens to be real. 100%.
Wouldn't it be interesting?
I'm not neutral, but
Okay.
I am neutral in my perceptions. And when I look at things, I go, I don't know about that.
Me too.
I want to see a picture. Like, what do these guys look like? I mean, what did they do to them? Did he describe what kind of surgical alterations?
I stayed with the source. I mean, after the book published, I would go and visit him. We'd sit in a Chinese restaurant and eat and talk, and I would try to get a droplet of information out of him.
And what was he doing?
Oh my
Avoiding
God.
it?
He avoided. I mean, look, here's another thing. When the book came out, his wife of 65 years knew it was him. Okay? And I went out to Las Vegas and sat there in a room with the source and his wife. And she said, tell me this isn't true. Tell me you made this all up, to her husband. And he said, it's the truth. I mean, that's a triangular version of getting at the truth. But again, to reiterate, I believe he believes what he told me was the truth. That was the truth he was told.
I think there's certain agents that think it's fun to fuck with reporters and journalists and make things up. I really do. And I think especially when they're talking about secret information that they were sworn to protect. And then all of a sudden, they want to talk to someone that they don't even know on the sneak tip. Let's meet in a diner. I'm going to tell you everything.
That's not how we met.
Well, I mean, however you met.
Yeah.
You know what
Well,
I'm
we
saying?
met because I was interviewing nuclear weapons engineers who were setting off nuclear bombs in Area 51. I mean, in the Nevada test site, Area 12, Area 23. And they all said to me, you've got to talk to the top engineer of all this weaponry. And they gave me his name. And we talked for days and hours about nuclear weapons. And then, in one conversation, he began to cry and told me this story that I was like, what?
Why was he crying?
He was crying because he participated in our version of the human experiments. Because what the Russians do, we do. Look, I've written 5 books
wait,
about this.
We altered people to make them look like aliens?
According to him, we had a small program in 1951 where we wanted to see how the Russians did what they did, how they made human beings look like this.
So what they do? Take prisoners or something? Like what? Who do they alter?
He said they were handicapped.
Oh, Jesus.
And he told me that he participated in this. So again, I mean, unless you have someone that lost their mind at age 90 and was willing to tell their wife of 65 years, I lost my mind.
So he's saying that he participated in something that altered handicapped children. When you say handicapped, you mean like Down syndrome or something like that? And they made them look like aliens and then killed them? Like, what did they do with this?
This is where we get into drops of information coming out. But what I can say is he had a grandchild that was born that way. And And the grandchild did not live long. The grandchild died. And it made him feel so guilty about what he had done that he felt compelled to confess to people. And I remember saying to him, why are you telling me this? Why don't you tell a priest? And he said, a priest would judge me, and I can tell you won't.
Why wouldn't you judge him? I'd judge him.
Well, I guess that's why I'm a born journalist, Joe, because I really try not to judge people. I mean, my new book, Surprise, Kill, Vanish, it's about assassins. It's about people who work for the CIA who do what needs to be done on the ground in the name of national security. I don't judge them. This is why, what's really at issue here is morality, right?
Yeah.
I mean, can I tell you how I got the idea for this book?
Sure, but let me, before we go any further, so...
You want to
was
talk
he
about the
saying,
aliens?
Yeah. Was he saying that there have never been any encounters with alien spacecraft?
He was totally neutral about aliens. He had nothing to do with aliens. He could have cared less. He didn't watch the X-Files.
And what was his take on Bob Lazar?
His take on Bob Lazar was that he probably saw something that the government had an extension of the program. I mean, he didn't know. That was speculative. We didn't talk about that. I mean, other than influence. He was very limited in the information that he would get out. But, I mean, I used 79 sources in that book. It all went on the record in name. And he was the one anonymous source. But like I said, he told me after he died that I could tell the whole story.
Are you going to?
I might. I might come back.
Write another book?
Well, if you give me a break and back off this subject, I might come back and tell you and your
What are you
audience
saying back off the
his
subject?
name.
This is your book. I want to
I
promote
know.
your book. I know you want to promote your new book, but I want to promote this book as well.
I mean, I'm teasing you, right? But it's an astonishing story, and I think the best line of all is that people that read about that in the very end of what we did, they go, I wish they were.
So Stalin created some sort of a craft that mimicked...
You're going to read it. Okay. That's what you're going to do the rest of the afternoon. Nope. I'm going to come back on your show after you read it.
And we're talking. I think we should probably get into this a little bit.
Okay, come on with the questions.
Okay.
I'm used to asking the questions.
Are you? Oh, right, as a journalist, yeah. Now, Stalin and the Russians created something that mimicked a UFO, something that looked like it would be from another planet? Is that what they did?
Mothership. Mm-hmm. In those days, drones were... There was a mothership and a drone was attached to it, and it was jettisoned off. Okay. Mm-hmm. So...
In those days?
Well, in 1947, 48,
What do you mean by...
Well, they didn't... I mean, that was drone technology then.
Okay.
Right? So there's a mother craft, like an aircraft, and then the drone is like a small aircraft under it, and it gets jettisoned off. And that was what the craft was. It was jettisoned off. So Stalin actually, according to the source, invaded our airspace, which was the deep embarrassment to Truman.
So he invaded our airspace and then let this drone crash land on the ground with these things that turned out to be human. Yes. They looked like aliens, but they turned out to be humans that were manipulated surgically to look like aliens.
Yes, as a way to, and remember, I mean, not remember, but where this was, very close to a nuclear weapons base, to our White Sands military base. I mean, this is like not a place you want the Russians to be able to get near,
Right.
I mean, what was interesting is at Area 51, we then went out and mimicked all of those. One of our early drones was a mimicry of that. It was there was a M21, which was the mothership, and a D21, which was the daughter ship. So
how did they pilot them? Was it wirelessly, like we do now?
No. Then it was like there was a pilot in the mothership, and they kind of let it go, right? And it flew off. I mean, there's incredible stories of what the CIA was able to do out there at Area 51 with their air branch. The technology, they're always ahead of technology. That's what's remarkable.
Well, what Bob Lazar did film that was really shocking was the filming of these drones flying around and performing these really you've seen those videos, I'm sure, right?
In the 80s, it gets really crazy with what they're able to do and what they're... But I mean, why I like looking at history is because you can see the progression, you know? You see how science evolves, bit by bit. And then there's these great breakthroughs, because what the government is always looking for is called a revolution in military affairs, right? And that's certainly what drone technology did later on, as drones became developed after the Vietnam War.
So in the 1980s, when Bob Lazar was filming all this stuff, you think this was similar to the technology that we see publicly described today in terms of like what drones are capable of?
Sure. I mean,
so
that's
they probably had something like that back then.
When the F-117 was revealed during the first Gulf War, that aircraft was being developed for 25 years out at Area 51. Actually, at Area 52 was where they had it set up to develop that stealth technology. Think about, and what was amazing, talk about keeping secrets. They had something like 10,000 people working on that. No one knew about it. That story was never broken by the press, not by anyone. It just suddenly appeared in the Gulf War and took out Saddam Hussein's, facilities. That's a revolution in military affairs. What becomes interesting is then it becomes obsolete, because now everybody knows about it and everybody's going to mimic that, and now you have to have a new weapon system, and that's the military-industrial complex.
So was this drone aircraft that was released from the mothership, was this capable of autonomous flight, or was it just they just threw it out there and let it crash?
The latter, right? And remember, that information I am very limited to. That's why it's 12 pages. It's like the source gave me these little bits of information, which I felt was important to include because it speaks to the big issue. Why is Area 51 classified? I mean, now it's not. President Obama was the first president to actually say Area 51 publicly. Some people say because of my book, right? Meaning it was out. The secret was out. But before that, I went through 10,000 pages of documents from the National Archives. And every place you see, the word Area 51 was actually redacted. Right? Why would you keep that so secret? I mean, all the guys that I was interviewing say they could call it, Groom Lake. They could call it the test facility. They could call
I swear this will improve your life. Hello, adventurer. I swear this will improve your life. Hello, adventurer. I swear this will improve your life. I swear this will improve your life. Hello, adventurer. I swear this will improve your life.
Call it Paradise Ranch, but they couldn't say Area 51. Why? And the source said, well, because we did this horrible program out there, and the government doesn't want anyone to know about that ever. I mean, there's stories of like somebody asking Bill Clinton, about Area 51, him going white. I mean, human experiments. Who wants to be part of that? It's horrible.
But the human experiments were they limited to this mimicry of the Russian experiments where they were trying to get people to look like aliens, or was there something else going on?
Well, my goodness. I mean, you read now the declassified documents tell us how many different human experiments were going on around nuclear weapons, okay? Horrible experiments where they were subjecting people to radiation because they wanted to know. They felt, well, it's more important to know what happens to people than to not know. And so they would take groups of people that, say, had cancer or something and test them. So there's no doubt that the government has experimented on humans. It's just, is that something that is wise to make public? And, there's two sides of the coin on that. I mean, you when you reveal these kind of things, when you write about them, I mean, people get really upset and, vilify the government, partially with good reason, and partially it's like bad for national security. So I think that's the justification on the part of the Defense Department to keep things secret.
That makes sense. Wow, that's an interesting take that I never thought of before. But if I was Stalin and I was trying to, air quotes, fuck with the Americans, that's maybe the way I would do it. Hey, man, you got a problem. Aliens, they're coming. And it's hard for people that live in 2019, especially if you're young, to really imagine a world not only without the internet, but with 2 television channels, right? And radio, which was where people got all their information from. I mean, was there 2 channels? How many channels were there in 1947? Maybe 3? Maybe 3.
I mean, it was radio in World War II, right? Most people had radio.
Yeah, mostly radio and newspapers, and that's where people were getting their information.
Right.
And there was a mass hysteria where people were absolutely terrified that we were going to be invaded, which is why when Orson Welles' War of Worlds, which when they released it, when they did it on the air, they were very clear that this is going to be a reading of Orson Welles' War of Worlds book, or that H.G. Wells, excuse me, War of Worlds, right? It was H.G. Wells' book, and Orson Welles read it.
Yes.
And when they were talking about this on the radio, a lot of people missed that part, right?
Yes.
And so as the radio went on, as the broadcast went on, and people were tuning in later in the day, it erupted in mass hysteria. People were freaking out. Hundreds of thousands of people really did think that it was, and it was also something that was recreated in other countries. I don't know if you know that. They did that in other countries in different languages when they saw how cute it worked in America. And
well, so you see, you can see the logic. I mean, at first it sounds absurd and it sounds ridiculous, and that's why I was sweating, because it's like,
I know,
right? But when you think it through, and I challenge you to read the whole book, because you start piecing together these various ideas, and disinformation becomes less vague and more specific, and you go, that's how it works. And you begin to see how people's perception and how they're easily manipulated factors into national security, just like you just described. Stalin knew about that. He was a master. He was the master of propaganda. He invented it. I mean, he didn't invent it, but he invented it in on the political stage to be used to mess with another country's perception of things. Think of what he did with brainwashing, right? Okay, so like in the 50s, and this is journalists, so there was a journalist who was putting out stories about brainwashing, and there was this idea, which is well taken, that totalitarian governments brainwash people, and this became a big code word. It was introduced into the American lexicon in 1950. Well, then we're in the Korean War. Our pilots start getting shot down. They're put on TV by the communists, saying terrible things about America, the American pilots, and suddenly it was like, they've been brainwashed. It was very convenient to have that story. So these things work part and parcel, and you've got all kinds of smart people behind the scenes knowing this, looking at it, examining it, and using it to their advantage to stay where? In the pole position. That's the goal of the U.S. government.
So the propaganda that we did that sort of copied Stalin's, we were kind of playing catch up in that sense.
I mean, we're playing catch up, then we're ahead, then we're behind. It's always a game. You're a competitor, you know this.
That's a crazy thing to do, to make a fake spaceship and just let it slam into the ground with a bunch of people that you cut up to look like aliens. Did he say specifically what kind of modifications they made to people that made them look like aliens?
I got drips. And you'll read it in those 12 pages.
Come on with this 12 pages.
I'm telling you that because you're asking me these questions as if I spent... I mean, look, I did spend literally hundreds of hours with a source. We sat there and talked about everything, and I would try to squeeze out, just like you're trying to squeeze out of me, and that's why I'm saying read it, because I literally tell you everything that there is. I think what's most interesting about the source, and why I might come back and talk to you about it and tell you who he is on your show, is because of his backstory, right? Why he did what he did, how he wound up in that.
Sounds like he was probably Jewish from Germany. No? I'm trying.
Okay.
Trying to get you.
Morality. Talk to me. I want to talk
Yes.
about morality.
Okay.
I want to talk about why we can't talk about certain things.
Well,
right?
while what you were saying before about being competitive, the United States is competitive,
Yeah.
obviously. And when you're playing the ultimate game, which is war, you have to be very careful about what you reveal and what you don't reveal. And this is where the conversation about surprise, kill, vanish comes in, because the CIA using these covert operations to assassinate people, and whether or not that should be allowed or not allowed, whether it's good or bad,
Yeah.
whether it's necessary, whether it's like if you want people to be safe over here, there's certain people you got to take out, and sometimes you just can't follow the rules.
And why are we not supposed to know about that? Should we know about that? The way the story started for me, I'm at my house in 2009. A source calls me up. He says, I'm on my way back from the Middle East. Going to pop by the house and say hi. He brings me a challenge coin that says Kabul, Afghanistan, State Department. I'm thinking, okay, he is not a diplomat. I mean, he's weapons trained. At the time, my boys were young. There were lots of G.I. Joes in the garden. And they had little weapons, right? And the source is showing them about the weapons, and they're like so into it because they know he's military trained. And then he says, if it's okay with your mom and dad, I'll show you some weapons. The boys are like, please. So he sets up this sniper rifle in the living room, and I live up in the hills, and you can look across the canyon through this scope he set up, and I can see the veins on a leaf across the canyon. And I thought, okay, so now I know what he was doing in Kabul, Afghanistan. He's taking out Al-Qaeda with this. There's another case on the ground that he never opens. And when the boys go off, I say to him, what's in that? And he opens it up, and inside there's a knife, and it's serrated. And I said, what's that for? Immediately realizing, my naivety. And he says to me, sometimes a job requires quiet. So why that became interesting to me was because of my own thoughts and perceptions about what he had told me. In other words, I could deal with him with a sniper rifle. I could be like, okay, that's what he does. But the knife gave me pause. I was like, is he slitting someone's throat? Is it in the ribs? And I thought, why is it that I am willing to accept sort of the clinical nature of a sniper rifle, but I can't, I'm uncomfortable with that close-up, hand-to-hand killing. And that led me to surprise, kill, vanish, because that was the motto of the precursor agency of the CIA. It was called the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services. Their motto was surprise, kill, vanish, because they would jump out of aircraft, land, work with their French partners, and kill Nazis with a knife to the throat. And I thought, okay, that's considered okay because they were Nazis. Right? We're not supposed to do that anymore in this world we live in. Why? And I spent this whole book researching and reporting is about that sort of conundrum, if you will, that moral puzzle. Why do we differentiate?
Yeah, and who are they willing to do that to? Where do they draw that line? Like, I'm sure you're aware of the story of Jamal Khashoggi, the journalist who was assassinated by some group of people, and that he entered into the Turkish embassy, and they whacked him and chopped him up and carried him out in boxes. And it's an international. It's a huge incident, right?
Yes.
This supposedly was ordered by. Who was it supposedly ordered by? The head of Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, MBS, Mohammed bin Salman. I mean, that's
Yeah.
the idea, is that their head of state wanted him killed because he was a threat, because he was a reporter, because he was writing.
Saying some things. Yeah. And that this is how they did it.
Yeah, I mean, and that's a great question, because what you're saying is like, okay, so, but we all think of that as reprehensible, right?
Right.
Why, because...
But he's a journalist, and he's
Right.
on our side. He's delivering
Yes.
information to people. But the government of Saudi Arabia disagreed. They're like, that information is our information. He's a threat by releasing it.
Yes,
He's a threat to our livelihood.
yes.
Yeah.
And who decides who's a threat? I mean, a lot of this book is about who's on the kill list and
Right.
why. I mean, there is an actual kill list. There always has been. And the euphemisms involved. I mean, I write history, as I said. So Eisenhower called his assassination program health alteration. I mean, literally in the declassified documents.
That's
you see.
hilarious. Health alteration.
He had a health alteration committee.
Whoa.
Kennedy had an executive action committee, right?
That sounds cleaner.
Right? Guess what Reagan's was called?
Super Wonder Boy power up. I don't know. What?
Close. Preemptive neutralization.
Preemptive neutralization. Wow. Why do they keep switching the names for it?
They're burying the
Oh, the
information,
data. Right.
And they keep switching around they switch around who has authority to, say, yes, let's go ahead and put this guy on the kill list. I mean, that was fascinating. I mean, I interviewed a guy named John Rizzo, who's a decades-long CIA attorney. I was stunned that he was willing to talk to me. And he explained to me how a presidential finding, also called a memorandum of notification, works, that gives the president the authority to put an individual on the kill list. That job is then given to the CIA's paramilitary army, an operator or their assassins, because the CIA works under a code called Title 50, so it makes it legal, whereas the Defense Department works under what's called Title 10. So in other words, and they can't, their rules of engagement are totally different. So the misnomer is like, oh, the SEALs killed bin Laden. Well, they were SEALs trained, but that was a CIA mission. Because Pakistan is a sovereign nation, and the military can't kill people in countries we're not at war with. So those guys all became essentially CIA operators for the night.
Whoa.
Right? And if you look at photographs, as I have seen, you'll notice that they have no markings on their outfits. So that if the job went south, you'd be like, I don't know who these guys are. And if you look back at Vietnam photos of the MACV SOG teams, which I also write about in Surprise, Kill, Vanish, because that's the precursor of that, you see no markings, right? That way you can go behind enemy lines. You can go into Laos, in the Vietnam War. Now you can go into Pakistan. What I learned reporting this book is we're in 134 countries doing Title 50 operations. Think about that. Government wants that to be kept secret.
So in all those countries, they're doing things that don't fall under the normal letter of the law.
Not under the rules of engagement of the military. But the CIA works at the president's behest. That was one thing that really blew my mind, to report, to research, to understand. I talked to 42 guys who have direct access to this, who are in this world. From the knuckle draggers on the ground, as they call themselves, to the lawyer at CIA, senior intelligence staff, that's the equivalent of a general at the CIA. Those guys explaining to me, Annie, this is how it works, And again, to your question, well, why does someone get to know that? And why does the government why do they allow that information out is super interesting. And I believe that has to do with a certain climate we're in right now about military might. Right? In other words, what the CIA does is called tertia optio. It's the third option. You've got the first option is diplomacy. Second option is war. So if diplomacy is not working and war is unwise, you go to the third option, which is the CIA's paramilitary.
And they're in 100 and how many countries?
134.
Damn. Well, if you wonder why the military budget's so big, that's what it is, folks. You got to feed those folks. A lot of work.
I mean,
a lot happening.
And you as a competitor would be fascinated by the kind of training they do and what they do. I mean, so many of these infiltration techniques are mind-boggling, They've got halo jumping, which you know about, right? Where they, high altitude, low opening. So they jump out, they, free fall down, terminal velocity, pull the ripcord really low so they're not detected by radar. And then they meet up with the team on the ground and go do what they do. And they also have HAHO, which is high altitude, high opening. And that way you can fly over airspace where we're allowed and float into, let's say, a country like Iran, and land, gather your team, and do what you have to do. But like so much of what I report, I get information like that, and then I ask a million questions like you've asking me, and it's like, can't talk about that, that's classified.
You're a journalist, so you're trying not to judge. But is it your belief that this is a good thing for America?
Meaning the president having a third option? Well, I write in the book that's in the prologue after I tell that story about the source of the knife. I say, I wanted to know. And that exact question, like, is this a good thing? And my answer at the end, after it's complex, not to be vague, but it is really complex, is also that, well, if you're going to take that pole position, you must accept rivalry, right? And also do I think it's a good thing? After talking to a lot of 20-year-old soldiers who come back from the war theater missing a limb with intense PTSD and who essentially serve as cannon fodder, I would say, my opinion, right, for the Pentagon. That's the second option, war. The 42 guys that I interviewed, they're like, send me. They are professional. They are tier 1 operators. They're Green Berets, they're SEALs, they're Delta. They retire, they join the CIA. Yeah. So they're like professionals at what they do. And they're saying, someone has to do this job. We've been doing this since the end of World War II. I want to do it. So do I think it's better? I mean, I think that concept speaks to choice, right? Because I'm not so sure that the 20-year-olds know what they're in for. And the 40-year-olds know what they're in for and are willing to do it.
So also the difference between a specialized, trained individual with a very specific task versus someone who is sort of following orders and at the front of the line. You know.
Right? I mean, and also has a lot of times I talk to these young kids who go to war, and they tell me one of the fascinating detail is that they talk about movies that they see, and whether it's Saving Private Ryan or Black Hawk Down even, right? Where the outcome is not necessarily great. But they talk about the romanticization of war and of camaraderie and of brotherhood that comes from that. And then they have their experience, and some of that does give them that sense, but not always. Whereas the operators are much more about, getting the job done. That's what I was fascinated by. I mean, these guys are really clear. They're competitors. They're like top tier competitors. They have a job, they do it, they get it done, and they ask for the next job.
So is the oversight when it comes to choosing whether or not this operation takes place or not, do they have moral guidelines? Do they have ethical or moral guidelines where they say, like, the president is requesting that this person get taken out, the chiefs of staff, whoever it is, do they have to make an ethical distinction?
You mean, are they like, kill him nicely? Like, don't make it hurt?
Do they decide, like, does this make sense? Or, like, what if the president is like, Rosie O'Donnell, she's been talking shit, take her out? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, that's a big issue. But what I try to report in Surprise, Kill, Vanish is the idea that the people we take out maybe are bad guys, right? One guy I write about is Che Guevara, okay? Because Che is often portrayed in the press as, this amazing hero, and that I don't know if you know, but he was killed by the Bolivian Rangers, but it was a CIA operation. And I interviewed the man in charge of that operation in Surprise, Kill, Vanish. His name was Felix Rodriguez, okay? Long-serving CIA paramilitary officer. So, but I also report why the president, to your question, wanted Che Guevara dead. He was really advocating for nuclear war. And I show that.
Che Guevara was.
Yes. I mean, he spoke publicly about, if we have to have an atomic war, I'm paraphrasing, the Cuban people will be happy to have sacrificed themselves for that. I mean, Che killed anyone who betrayed him, he killed. He writes about it in his diaries, as I write in the book, right? So, but on the morality question, who decides? I don't have that answer, but I will tell you what I did. I went with my main source, Billy Waugh, who he's 89 now, and he's been with the CIA for 60 years, okay? I mean, he and I went to Cuba for him to do a halo jump with Che Guevara's son. So we were a guest of the man whose father was killed by the CIA.
Whoa.
Okay? And we had this really interesting discussion in the cigar club where Che and Castro, smoked cigars and plotted the downfall of the United States. And that's what I try to give readers a sense of. The long lens of history, how time changes all things, and maybe leave with them with this idea, which they can come to their own conclusions about what you asked me of, is it right or is it wrong? Because really what you might ask is it necessary, right? I mean, I could moralize right, wrong, but it would just be my opinion. But when you see, Billy Waugh and I also traveled to Vietnam, because he was tasked to kill the top commander of the North Vietnamese army, a guy named General Giap. And Waugh didn't kill Giap, and we had this terrible mission that went awry that I write about in the book, in the Vietnam War. So 50 years later, Waugh and I go to visit the son of General Giap, are sitting there in Giap's home, talking about these same issues, right? And my conclusion of that, again, is not, is it right or wrong, but is it necessary? I mean, we have these wars. We keep having these wars. Is it necessary?
Yeah. What do you think?
Well, I mean, my opinion is that the Defense Department is far too concerned with vast weapon systems of the future, which is its mission statement of its science department. And so you create what some at the Pentagon call a self-licking ice cream cone, or the military-industrial complex. And there's a lot built into that, and there's a lot to be said about that.
And there's also probably some concern about other countries getting ahead of us. So you have to do what you have to do. If your job is to protect the American people and to keep the military strong,
yes,
you just have to operate with that premise that there's a bunch of other people out there that are doing the same thing for their country and trying to take down the United States. And we got to stay ahead of the curve and make human-eating robots that can shoot missiles.
Absolutely. I mean, when I was reporting the Pentagon's Brain, which is about DARPA, and I was sitting there with scientists who were working on limb regeneration, right?
Whoa.
Right? Or
Really?
working, yeah.
What are they doing?
Oh my God, they have these little salamanders. I mean, they're showing that salamanders can regenerate their limbs. And so their idea, they're down at UC Irvine. They have this incredible lab, and they're funded by DARPA because that's where the money comes from, right? And their idea is that humans should be able to regenerate their limbs. And, 50 years out, we'll be doing that. And they're working on the science for that. Well, that's the same science that allows for cloning. Right. And so in our discussions, because that's how I try to report, is like really ask people what they think about future consequences. And they said to me your exact question, which is, well, Annie, what if one day we wake up and we find out that China has cloned the first human, or a dark horse like Saudi Arabia? The American people are going to freak out and go, where the hell was DARPA? Why aren't we ahead of the curve? So it's that there's a chicken and the egg problem with that, of like, well, we have to stay ahead. We're on top. We want to be on top.
It's kind of terrifying.
I mean, everything I write about is terrifying. Right?
How do you sleep? Do you sleep well? Do you have to take Ambien?
I'm more worried. No, God, no. I'm more worried about coming on your show and being asked tough questions than I am about. No, I'm teasing you, but than I am about. I mean, this stuff is informative. It's informative and it's a longer conversation. It's why I think what you do with your podcast is awesome, because people can really get into the thinking about things, right? They can move away from their own preconceptions, their own biases they're bringing into it. And they're stopping for a minute and they're going, what do I really think about that? And to really think about something, you need information.
Yeah.
And information can be boring unless it's interestingly presented through conversation, through, uncomfortable conversation.
Well,
right?
also uncompromised conversation where you don't have a certain time period that you have to smush something into, like a 4-minute segment on CNN or something.
I mean, that's impossible.
Well, it's so difficult. I see people have these conversations about books or something that are trying to, a complex, very nuanced subject that they're trying to discuss, and, and there's another person on the other side like, that's not true, and they're shouting over each other, and like, boy, just the pressure. People have to understand that, people do understand, but you have to reiterate it, and it has to be kind of drilled into your head. When you're pressuring someone and you're yelling back and forth, you're not even going to get a good version of whatever this person's argument is. Like, you should have the best version. I want, like, if I'm going to have a disagreement with someone, I want the best version of their point, and I want them to get it out with no pressure. I want to help them get it out. I'd like to reiterate it with them. I'd like to give them plenty of time. I want to know how you think. I want to know what you're thinking about. I would love to talk to these guys. I would love to, but the thing is, like, they can't tell you a lot of this. For national security reasons, there's a lot of reasons.
Right.
I'm sure if they want to keep their job and stay alive, they have to shut the fuck up. They can't just talk about what they do and how they do it, and decisions that maybe they made that were uncomfortable, where they killed somebody they didn't think maybe needed to die.
Yeah.
But
that's the reporter's job, or at least my job. So in other words, so I go to visit Billy Waugh at his home, and I heard stories about he's this legendary operator, right? And he's also what's called a singleton, so he works alone. And when I was
that's what they call them, a singleton?
A singleton, right?
Oh.
Which is like he's got one guy giving him orders.
Whoa.
Right?
And he's out there lonely?
Oh my God. I mean, Billy Waugh is, right? I mean, can we back up for a second?
Yeah,
I'm going to give you the story
please,
of him. Okay,
please.
so here's this guy. He's in Vietnam, and he's part of what was called MACV-SOG, right? And they're doing cross-border missions into Laos, and it's so dangerous. It's like it's a CIA program that SOG stands for Studies and Observations Group. I mean, it's supposed to sound like a bunch of guys in an Ivy League tower with bow ties, right? But the guys on the ground called it suicide on the ground. That's how dangerous it was.
Jesus.
100% of the people had casualties, right? Billy Waugh has 9 Purple Hearts from the work he did. 9. Okay? I mean, they get shot, they bandage themselves up. They're up in an aircraft because they're limping instead of on the ground, viewing the missions. The war ends. Everybody's furious with the government, with the military. There's no room for special operators. I mean, everything, it's called the time of troubles by them. Billy Waugh is working in the post office. And he gets this knock, and it's like, he's back in the CIA now in 1977.
So he was out for a while?
He was out. It was over. Vietnam, I mean, he was, it was over. That was it.
And he was working in the post office?
He was working in the post
seems like a
office.
Stallone movie.
He was working
We need you.
Right? I mean,
The team needs you. Oh.
I mean, but he said the most incredible thing to me, because he said, and he doesn't ever talk about fear, and he said, there was only one time in my whole life I've ever been afraid, and that was in the post office.
Whoa. Because he was getting back into it. Probably had, recycled his mind and put himself in a place, I'm just a civilian now.
And he said, I'm going to wind up being one of those old guys drinking beer at the end of the bar talking about the war. Right? And instead, he gets called up by the CIA and they send him to Libya in 1977. And his cover is that he's training Gaddafi's paramilitary guys in paramilitary tactics. I mean, that's the beginning of his career. And it goes on all the way until we were in Cuba, I think was actually some kind of a mission. Because it was like, what are we doing here in Cuba? Doing infiltration and exfiltration techniques, allegedly, with Che Guevara's son. But in any event, you know, when I went to visit Billy Wall the first time, he's got this, you know, he's got certificates and awards and medals all over the walls of his home. But there's one framed item that I'm looking at, and it's a knife. And there's a seal from the CIA. And it says, in appreciation to the assassin. And I said, Billy, tell me about that. And he said, you know, I can't talk about that. So I, you know, stayed with him for 2 years. I mean, we conversed, we traveled, I interviewed him, you know, hundreds of hours. And I kept asking him about that award. And he kept saying, you know, I can't talk about that. But as I write in the book, he couldn't talk about it, but others did. So that's how a reporter works. You get introduced to enough of his friends, enough of the others who are involved. You make sure they're a legitimate source, and you begin to find out what he can't talk about. And that's what I report in the book. And that is very explosive because President Bush, right after 9/11, created what was called a stalker team. And ironically, you know, people have this idea that we've been, you know, sending a team of assassins around the world in NATO partner countries. And that, what I learned, had never happened until right after 11 with the stalker team. 12 men and actually 1 or 2 women, the femme fatale. And they would go after bad guys. And they adopted the term from the Reagan era. So it was called preemptive neutralization.
Who are the women?
There's always one woman on the team, that's what I was told by the guy who is in charge of the stalker team. And
why is that?
Well, I mean, he gave me this great example. I don't report it in the book, but I'll tell you, right? He said, so women have a different presentation. And this, like, he told me a story of a woman sitting on a bench, you know, embracing a man, right? And no one thought anything of it. And it allowed her to spy on someone in a manner that would have drawn attention. And then the stalker team could go. So what their job would be is to conduct surveillance of a target. And they call it making book. They have to make book on that individual so they know exactly where the guy is. And they're waiting on the president's orders whether or not they should take action. And, you know, that's where the information stops, right?
Right.
I say, well, then what happens? Well, that's all we can say, Annie.
That must be so exciting. Like, to live like that, like all cloak and dagger, it's got to be so exciting. Like, I would take that over a cubicle every day of the week. I really would. Well, you might get killed. I might die in that damn cubicle, too.
I think it's why so many of these operators stay in it long term,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Did you ever see the television show, the Showtime show? What the hell's it called? With, the fuck's that show called? The Homeland. You ever watch that?
Yes.
Yes. Well, that's like the whole premise. Like,
Absolutely.
she's completely addicted to being in that world.
Adrenaline. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what that is. Imagine jumping
Excitement.
out of an aircraft, landing in, you know, behind enemy lines, and then your work begins. And then you have to get out. That's why surprise, kill, vanish. I mean,
Yeah.
you got to surprise your way in, kill them, and then get out.
And if you
Getting
do a good
out
job, they frame your knife and give you a plaque.
Right.
Jamie, I'm going to get you a knife. It's in appreciation of the assassin. You're a killer. It's just such a crazy way to live your life. But, you know, I'll take that over a boring life. I would take that over a boring life every day of the week.
Well, it's like the Pink Floyd line, you know, living life of quiet desperation. I mean, that just terrifies
Well, that's the Rose quote, that most men live lives of quiet desperation. It's one of my favorite quotes ever because it's true. And I've been that guy.
Oh my God.
You're just in this world where you just can't wait to just run away.
And how do people get stuck there? How do you think they get stuck there?
Bills.
Bills, like
Yeah.
financial bills?
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah.
That's
Bills and
interesting.
commitment. You have an apartment you have to pay for. You have a car you leased. You have a wife that you have to feed. You have a child you have to raise. You have your mortgage. You have your this. You have your that. And that's where it all comes from.
Where do you think opportunity plays into that?
Well, the opportunity takes place usually when you're young and you don't have any responsibility. That's when you have your options. Well, your options are severely limited the more you gather
Right.
responsibilities. Like, if I had to, as a 51-year-old father of 3, married man, pays taxes, has a house and a mortgage and a business and all that jazz, if I had to quit everything now and struggle the way I struggled as a stand-up comedian, it would never work. But the only way I could be this person now is if I took that chance when I was 21, when I was dead broke and had my cars repossessed and all that stuff. That's the only way you ever get where you want to go. You have to take a path that's dangerous, and most people want to take the safe path. And the safe path leaves you stuck in quiet desperation almost every time. It's hell. It's hell. You're selling insurance or some other shit that you care zero about.
But can people just make that change? I mean,
Yes,
look,
you can,
I believe they
but you
can.
have to plan it out. The way you can change is you have to put aside enough money to give yourself a window. And then you have to have a plan. And you have to spend all your waking hours outside of whatever shit job you do planning your escape. And you have to come to the realization very clearly that you fucked up and you got yourself stuck. So whatever you're doing, you have to do it like your life depends on it. And whether it is you're trying to be an author and if you're gonna try to be an author and you're working 8 hours a day plus commuting plus family responsibilities or whatever else you have, whatever time that you have to attack like you're trying to save the world. You're trying to save your life. You don't want to drown. That 1.5 hours a day that you have to write, god damn, you better be caffeinated and motivated. You got to go. You got to get after it. And you got to have discipline. That's most people don't have those things. Most people don't understand what it's like to really go for something and to know that the consequences of not doing that are horrific.
Then you're desperate and you're quiet. But I do think there is something to be said for fate and circumstance.
Sure.
And I always write, I mean, people in these military environments that I write about and in these intelligence world environments, fate and circumstance plays a big part because they too can even get complacent, you know? Mm-hmm. But when your life is on the line, right? A lot of times they have these experiences where they're like, I must change. And that's what I find really interesting in people. You know?
Sure. Desperation. Yeah, I think fate and circumstance are giant. The fortune is giant. There's no question about it. Some children get shot in drive-bys. Yeah. You know, that's just horrible, horrible luck and unfortunate circumstance. There's a lot of it is fortune and fate.
How about people getting lost, right?
Lost how so?
Okay, so the book that I told you I wrote on the psychics, phenomenon.
What do you believe about that?
Again, I'm neutral. Right?
I'm not.
You're not? Tell me. I want to hear what you believe.
I think there's a lot of people that are full of shit.
Absolutely.
I think
My
it's
God.
almost all people that are talking about being psychic are full of shit. But I do think that there is a strange connection that we have with each other that's intangible. And I think that some people have better connections than others. Just like some people are more intelligent. Like we were talking before the podcast about Elon Musk. And it's painfully aware when you talk to him what a chimp you are. That he's so fucking smart. And his brain is, it's built different. Just like some people have defective hearts. Some people have a heart like Lance Armstrong. It's incredible, huge, an anomaly. Some people have giant hands.
He has a big heart, literally?
Yes, he has literally. And they don't know whether or not that's from training or steroids and EPO or whether or not it's something he was born with. They really don't know. But he has an unusually sized heart, unusually large. But what was my point?
Fate, circumstance, getting lost.
Oh, psychics.
Psychics.
That's what it is. I think that most of the people that can tell you the future are full of shit. Most of the people that are, I think people get feelings. I think sometimes you think about someone and they call you, and I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's just complete fortune. Like how many times are you thinking about a person when they don't call you? That's the argument against it. But how many times are you thinking about that person and they don't call you, but they're thinking about you as well? How often is that with star-crossed lovers? They find each other years later and they tell each other they've been thinking about each other all the time and they can't believe it. Right. That's and when you get that text from someone, maybe that's just someone prone to action, but maybe there is some sort of a connection, some sort of quantum entanglement between you and someone you spent time with or shared energy with. It's possible. It's possible. But the problem is you have these mediums and psychics, and those people are just assholes. And I have a friend, his name's Banachek, and he runs a Las Vegas mentalist show where he shows you how he does these tricks. But he'll tell you absolutely these are he's been on the podcast. He's a brilliant, brilliant man. Mm-hmm. But he'll tell you these are tricks. I'm showing you how I do this. I'm going to tell you this is a trick. I'm not going to give you how I do it, but I'm going to tell you while I'm doing it, this is a trick. But he's pulling all this information out of people about their past, their childhood. He's guessing people's ages. He's guessing where they grew up. I mean, and it's all little sneaky shit. You know, it's the way they do it. It's a skill as much as anything. And so when you see these people that are channelers or, psychics that are telling you about someone in your past that's trying to contact you, they're con artists almost exclusively. I mean, maybe there's like one lady in Tibet that has a broken gene and she could tune into the next dimension and extract some information from it. But in my experience, the vast majority of those people that I've talked to that claim to have psychic ability were also at least partially full of shit. They had weird ego problems that were glaring that they didn't notice. You know, like I could see it that this is a gross way to behave, and they don't see it. Their interpersonal relationships, the way they communicate with people was like an agent, like a fake Hollywood person or something. There's something bullshitty about them.
Yeah.
And people who lie a lot, I think if you lie a lot, it's very difficult for you to tell what a lie is.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think you lose your connection. I think when you bullshit, I think you also bullshit yourself. I mean, I don't think these psychics are 100% honest even with themselves. I don't think this is like, I'm going to fuck this lady over. She thinks she's going to talk to her husband. I'm going to tell her some nonsense, take her money. I think some of them actually believe they're getting information. You know, my grandmother used to believe that. My grandmother was, she was a very eccentric lady and old Sicilian lady. And she would tell you about like old Italian ladies all like want to play the lottery. They all have numbers. And she was playing the numbers. It wasn't even the lottery. It was like the organized crime numbers racket. And she would always say, I was going to pick this number, and I just, at the last minute, I changed the number. And wouldn't you know it, the first one came in, and she was so mad. But it was always that I had a dream of this, and I had a vision of that. And it was all visions and dreams and psychics. But everything worked out horribly for her. It always did. Like, if you were really psychic, you would have better instincts. Like, this is just this inclination that people have, that there's something special about their perceptions, and that they're psychic. And it's always these really wacky people that believe they're psychics, in my experience.
Which, I mean, I think you're talking also about what some scientists would call the self-fulfilling prophecy, you know, that if you believe this, things happen, manifest themselves, and you can convince yourself that you believe this. But for me, I'm super interested in people who really believe in psychics, right? Like that's what, and the military, for example. And, you know, the most
Did you ever talk to Ed Danes? You ever talk to those guys, the remote viewing guys?
I talked to a lot of the scientists who taught the remote viewing, and I talked to a number of remote viewers for the book. But the most interesting of all was the astronaut Ed Mitchell, right? And he was so I'm interested in like the psychology behind what are you looking for in that. And I saw that I was doing some research in an archive, and I came across a photo of what turned out to be Ed Mitchell on the moon reading a piece of paper. Okay, it's this extraordinary image because you're like, wait a minute, he's on the moon and he's reading a document. What is that document? I found out the document was a map of the moon. Okay, Mitchell got lost on the moon and literally pulled a map out of like, okay, he was trying to get to a certain crater, and they had a very limited amount of time.
There it is, right there.
Right? Okay, there he is.
Wow.
I mean, think about that. It's like the most advanced technology of the time.
Why doesn't the guy with the camera tell him where to go?
Different story,
taking a picture
right?
of him. He'd be like, hey, bro,
Right,
this way.
move left.
Like, let's just follow our footprints. We're the only ones walking. What are you, stupid? Turn around, look at the ground. See those things? That's where you walked. Let's go that way. Jesus Christ. I'd be so mad at him. I'd be like, bro, you're pulling out a map? Who wrote that map? No one's even been here. Come on, man.
They had little maps folded up in their pockets in case they got lost. They were on the way to this crater. And in that crater, they were going to find, allegedly, rocks that were going to solve the mystery of the moon's creation, the origin story, right? So they had, like, all this pressure. They couldn't find it. The heart rate's up. The guys at Houston are like, you got to turn back. Your heart rate's going crazy. And think about it. Mitchell tells me, I went to interview him at his house. I think it was his last interview before he died. And he said there we had gotten 240,000 miles to get lost. They missed the crater by, like, 900 feet or something.
Really?
Yeah.
So he never got to the crater?
Never got to it. He was devastated. And on the way back from the moon, he has this, what he told me was a psychic change, right? His consciousness flipped, and he became convinced that psychic powers were real. And that is really the beginning of his foray. I mean, Mitchell became a huge proponent of psychic warfare, of, the idea behind what you're talking about that we spoke of as being sort of charlatanism. And he dedicated the rest of his life to it.
Well,
and he was ridiculed.
He was ridiculed. But he had some wacky beliefs. He had some wacky beliefs about aliens as well.
And I think
he
that
thought
comes...
that we were definitely in contact with aliens.
And that comes from, like, he was so vilified by the scientists and by the astronauts and by the kind of military men, because this was just, he told me the story of when they were in quarantine after they came back from the moon, right? He and Shepard were sitting there, eating breakfast, waiting, and Shepard, a story broke that Mitchell had done some ESP experiments on the way back from the moon. And Shepard said to him, like, look at this nonsense. The newspapers will do anything to make a buck. And Mitchell said, I did that. I actually did that.
Well, what experiments?
So he was doing ESP experiments on the way back from the moon. He had a psychic in Chicago, a Swedish psychic, that he was sending messages to. Like,
was she hot?
It was an old Swedish man, right?
Okay.
I don't think, named Olaf, right?
But I hear Swedish psychic.
Right?
Like, yeah, I gotta
yeah.
get to my psychic. Can't wait to take my clothes off.
No, I'll introduce you to Olaf.
Okay,
right?
okay. I saw the movie Frozen.
I didn't see that one.
Olaf's the little snowman.
I didn't. Oh, you got younger kids.
Yeah.
I missed that one. Mine are older.
Anyway, sorry. So Ed Mitchell was talking to this hot chick, and no.
The hot old man, and the story broke because the Swedish psychic could not resist leaking to the press that he had done these experiments.
What experiments were they?
Well, psychics train on these little cards called Zener cards, right? So like, you have different symbols on them, and one person. That's how they decide whether or not they're being psychic. Like there would be a veil between us, and I would say, "What are you seeing?" Right, and he would call it out. So it's like a control system. And Mitchell had these items with him on the way to the moon, and did these experiments to try to see whether you could have a psychic connection with someone back on Earth. I mean, that was.
Did it work?
Well, no. And he took notes. He showed me the notes. It was so wild to be at his house in Florida, and he pulls out this old spiral notebook with like water stains on it that actually went to the moon. I was like, wow, this is really something else. I mean, it was one of those moments in time where you're just like, I don't know, there was a feeling of sadness around all of it, with Ed Mitchell sitting there in his, his chair and talking to me about what it was like to be an Apollo astronaut. On the walls, I'm with a lot of these sources with like incredible amounts of awards on the walls, but what does that mean after time passes, right?
So his experiments didn't work, but he still believed in psychic powers.
Yes. I mean, so what we're saying, he was ridiculed, and he had such a tough time with it. And so the people who propped him up and the people who gave him a lot of encouragement had sort of more radical ideas as he grew older. And
Who are these people?
Conspiracy theorists who really kind of used him because he was an Apollo astronaut. And so he was so much more famous than any of them would ever be. And they really took advantage of him, I think.
So you think they manipulated him with information and tried to get him more and more enthusiastic about their
I mean, it's
obsessions?
speculation on my part, but you kind of go where the love is, right?
He was an older guy, too.
Yeah.
And I'd seen some interviews with him as he was getting older and older, and he seemed to be having some difficulties like thinking about things clearly.
And people take advantage of that.
Yeah, he was really obsessed with extraterrestrial life. It was really interesting because didn't he claim that he had seen something while he was up in space?
I think people helped him make that claim. That was my understanding of it, of reporting it. I mean, I stayed away from some of the crazier speculative things about him because what I was really interested in when I was writing that book was how his authority and power allowed the program to get funding, right? Because so much of this it's like, who's funding this stuff and why? And it really does come down to authority, which is always a narrative that I find fascinating, right? How do people get the authority to say go on these programs, or we should do that? I mean, the question you asked of like, who's in charge, right?
Right.
And in all of this, what I learned more than anything is that the office of the president has a lot more power than I think any of us are aware.
Oh, I'm sure. What did you find anything about Ed Mitchell? Did he say anything about see if he said anything about seeing a UFO or seeing extraterrestrial life? But the problem is, if he believes that, boy, if he was talked into saying that, you got to wonder about a lot of the other things that he said as well. The other thing is, as these guys get older, that becomes their career. Their career becomes discussing their experiences, and the more outrageous those experiences are, the better the career is.
It's absolutely true.
They change their stories. Michael Collins changed his story. His story when he just got back from the moon, when he just got back from the moon, his story was that they couldn't see any stars. But then as he got older, he wrote in depth in his book, and I think it was in the 90s, decades later, how vivid the stars were and how incredible it was out there with no atmosphere. But there's a press conference when he came back from the moon, right after the Apollo 11 moon launch. He was talking about he couldn't see any stars. So everybody's like, well, what is it? They get lost, right? They're older. It's been so many years since whatever they did when they were working with NASA, and really it becomes that's their focal point of attention. Like where they get their attention from and where they make their career is from their attention, and so they start telling these inconsistent stories.
I mean, one of the great perils of living on your laurels is exactly that. And it's why, I mean, like a guy like Billy Waugh, I was so intrigued by that he was constantly reinventing his own role within the CIA as he talked to me about at length, because he never wanted to just become one of those has-beens, right? So his cover later became just another old man. which is like super interesting. Like he was in Sudan in the 90s, and he actually took the first reconnaissance photographs of Osama bin Laden before bin Laden was on anybody's radar except for the CIA's. And how do you run, he said to me, how do you run around Sudan, which is a country made up of like really tall black Dinka tribesmen, if you're a 5'8" old white guy who's 72, supposed to get reconnaissance photographs of bin Laden, right?
What did he do? Like wear golf shirts? And
I have a photograph of him. He wore like, those socks, like that go all the way up to your mid shin.
Dressed like a dork. Yeah.
Yes, and little shorts and a sweatband over his head. And he said my cover was that I was an old man on a fitness craze. And there he is running around Sudan. I mean, there's no sidewalks, right? And he's just jogging away. And he said bin Laden's dogs used to come after him. And so he would have to run with a lead pipe.
What?
And he would whack the dogs on the nose. And he said they stopped coming after me.
Wow. Jesus.
I can't find any evidence that he says that he saw aliens, but I'm seeing different reports that based off of his conversations with lots of different people, he believes that aliens at some point visited Earth and that it's being covered up.
Dun, dun, dun.
I mean, that's an easy narrative.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and I mean, how much they tell Ed Mitchell? They say, hey, thanks for going to the moon.
Well, look, one of the most interesting things about reporting this is that you find out these people that you think have access to all the information
Right.
only know their piece of the pie.
How much do you think
right?
Trump knows? Do you think they keep stuff from him? Because I would say, like, he's kind of a loose cannon. I wouldn't tell him about the aliens.
I mean,
he'd tell everybody.
I often wonder that. Like, can the president be like, I demand to know about this?
Yeah.
And then can they say, no, sir? Or they say, as I write in one of my other books, it's like, you don't want to know about that because you don't want to have to lie.
Well, that's nonsense. I definitely want to know.
I would want to know. And
Yeah,
that would be
for
the only
sure.
reason to become president, right?
You'd have to figure out why you have to lie. Like, whether or not, if you have to lie, makes sense to you, right? Like, there's some things that that were done, like the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, where you go, what the fuck are you doing? Like, no, you can't do that. But then there's some things you go, oh, I see why you had to do that.
Yes.
So it would have to be like, which one of those things is it? Is it one of those things where it makes sense, where you had to go and assassinate someone who was plotting some sort of a nuclear attack on Chicago? Or is it some nefarious plot to turn Down syndrome children into surgically constructed fake aliens and crash them into the earth? Yeah.
And the curiosity factor would be outrageous. I mean, can you imagine being the president and saying, I want to know about, JFK,
Yeah.
and they're like, sir, you don't want to know.
Right.
Then you would go, well, of course I want to know. Now I really want to know. I mean, that happens to me as a reporter all the time. When I can't talk about that, that just becomes the obsession. It's like, I want to know about that.
Yeah, that's the first thing I'd want to know. I'd almost run for president to learn about aliens. I'm like, come on, bro. But then if I found out there were nothing, I'd be like, fuck this job. I quit. I don't want to run the world. I just want to find out about the aliens.
And then there's all these things that you find out. Jamie and I were talking about that before. It's like,
Jamie's obsessed. By
Well-
the way. He's obsessed with Chicago.
I know.
Ohio, rather, Columbus, and
we were talking about
Operation
Nazis,
Paperclip.
right?
Yeah, yes.
I mean, I wrote a book about Operation Paperclip, and
Yeah.
my God, talk about a rabbit's hole.
That's a rabbit hole.
It's a rabbit hole.
Let's explain to people that don't know what we're talking about. Operation Paperclip was when, after World War II, the United States gathered up a ton of scientists from Nazi Germany, brought them over to America, and even Werner von Braun. They had Werner von Braun run NASA. He was a Nazi, like 100% Nazi.
Good friends with Hitler type Nazi.
Yes, he ran a Berlin rocket factory where they hung the 5 slowest Jews. They would hang them out front so everybody would know, like, this is what happens when you work slow. We'll hang you. I mean, the Simon Wiesenthal Center said that if Werner von Braun was alive today, they would prosecute him for crimes against humanity.
Yes, they would.
And that was the head of NASA. That was the head of NASA. That was the guy who got us to the moon. That was the big cheese guy. Yeah. So we were willing to put a lot of really dark things aside in order to gather up the best scientists so that the Soviet Union couldn't get them all. And they got a few of them as well. But we got how many? More than 1,000, right?
Allegedly 1,400, but I would not be surprised if, the story changes and there were more, right?
Yeah.
But that goes back to our discussion earlier about being in pole position. I mean, that's
Yeah.
why we grabbed those Nazis. We were like, if we don't get them, the Russians will.
I get it. And, and I'm sure the Nazis could say, I didn't want to do it. They made me. I'm a nice person. I love Jews.
Well, that was part of the mythology. It was like, we got the good Germans. Well,
Right,
no, we
right,
didn't.
right.
We got the top Germans, and who do you think the top Germans were?
Yeah.
They were coveted by Hitler, Himmler, Goring,
Yeah.
I mean, these guys were right. I mean, there were guys that we grabbed out of the docks at Nuremberg, literally, to come be part of our program. One of these
if you're
guys.
smart, you're an asset, right? I mean, that's what Genghis Khan used to do. He'd take warlords from the other side and capture them and go, listen, just come over here, bro. Come on, work for me. I'm the man.
I mean, ideology aside, I'm super smart and I want that to be known. That's kind of that's the competitor, right? I mean, you cannot be the best rocket designer in the world and not want those talents, demonstrated. That's Wernher von Braun's story. That's the story of all of them. And that was so shocking writing that book, because it's like, wow, huge amounts of talent, but how far will the competitor go to see their baby come to fruition? What are they willing to put aside?
Yeah. Did you pay any attention to the other places where Nazis went when they escaped Germany, like Argentina in particular? Have you ever seen any of that stuff? They have entire German towns down in Argentina.
God, right?
They do Oktoberfest down there. They wear lederhosen. They drink out of steins. It's crazy. They speak German. And you're like, what the fuck is this? Like, my friend Tim Kennedy went down there, and he said he was literally talking to people, interviewing people, and they had photos of SS soldiers on their wall, and they would talk about how grandfather was a hero, and they're like, you're the descendants of escaped Nazis, and they put together a town down there.
I mean, the way the Nazis were able to flee is, I can't read enough of that. I mean, that's what Jamie and I were talking about. It's like,
dark.
Oh my God. And it's endless. I mean, they're so, the ones that there was a famous guy that we got. He was the Surgeon General of the Third Reich. I mean, think about that, okay? Dr. Walter Schreiber. I mean, he was such a bad dude. He was in charge of the vaccine program. I mean, you just put those words together and your mind goes really dark, right? But we wanted him because he was an expert in vaccines. And we brought him to the United States. He was the only Nazi I found of the ones, the paperclip scientists who came here, that was actually outed. Right? He was outed as a Nazi, and that's because one of the investigators at the Nuremberg trials recognized him.
Oh, Jesus.
And he's the only one we got out of here. And guess where he went?
Argentina.
And lived out the rest of his life there.
The show was called Finding Hitler. They were trying to find evidence that Hitler somehow escaped. It was really a bullshit premise of the show, but what was interesting is that there were thousands and thousands of Nazis that made it to Argentina and set up shop. It's throughout South America. There's a lot of Germans down there. It's kind of weird.
If you can imagine me on book tour of like the kind of questions I get, because we're talking, right? Having written books about Area 51, Nazis,
Jesus.
right? Assassins.
How are you still alive?
People, just last night I was at a book giving a signing, and people are like, "Is Hitler really dead?"
Oh, God.
Right?
What if he was alive? He'd be the oldest man alive.
Right?
You imagine? He was probably like, how old was he during World War II? He had to be in his 40s,
Yeah,
right?
he'd be hundreds. No, but right? Or they say he cloned himself.
He'd be
all right?
160 years old.
He'd be 120 now.
Well, that's what he'd be?
1889.
Oh, Jesus.
Jamie knows.
That's an old man. I mean, there's been 120-year-old people, but it's fucking pretty rare. Yeah, so Operation Paperclip was not even publicly acknowledged until, what was it, like the 90s? Like, when did it become public? I think it was through the Freedom of Information Act, was it?
It was this very intrepid journalist named Linda Hunt who...
Shout out to Linda.
Yeah. I mean, she broke the story. That's what's amazing. I mean, as a journalist, you're always writing on the shoulders of those before you, right? And she had it really hard because she did a Freedom of Information Act request, got all these documents that no one had ever seen. And then the government sent her a bill for $125,000. And she had to spend a lot of time. This is what I understand. I never interviewed her, but for Xeroxing fees.
What?
Yeah. I just love that detail because it's such a covert way of getting someone to stop. It's like, okay, here's the information we had to give it to you, but now here's your bill. Imagine if the government's coming down on you for $125,000.
Yeah, see, that would make me want to call a bunch of rich people and go, hey, let's all just donate $1,000 to this lady.
And it's a different world now. You could do that. You could do a GoFundMe campaign.
100%.
But my God, in the 80s and the 90s, you were just like out on a limb.
Yeah, they would crush you financially.
Right?
We actually had this very same discussion yesterday with my friend Phil Demers, who's being sued by Marineland. And because of, he was a walrus trainer and trained orcas, and he's showing
Blackfish?
how horrific, it wasn't Blackfish, that's SeaWorld, but
Okay.
SeaWorld is actually, the way he says, it's a day in the park compared to Marineland. Marineland's a horrific place in Canada. And anyway, they have been trying to squash him with legal fees by dragging out his case. But we set up GoFundMes, and all his legal bills get paid for from people that want him to win the good fight. And this is an option today that wasn't available to Linda when she was exposing this.
Exposing Nazis.
$125,000. You assholes! Like she should sue them for misappropriation of funds. Like, does it cost you really $125,000 to print those things out? If it does, you guys should be in jail. Like that's like with like those $10,000 hammers that they have in the Pentagon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she gets all this information, and does the government immediately acknowledge that they imported these Nazis?
No. I mean, she wrote the first book, and it was just stunning. And
what year was this?
late 80s, early 90s.
Okay.
And, then more gets revealed because they gave her a certain amount. I mean, I filed a bunch of FOIAs. There was releases. I went to Germany.
FOIA meaning Freedom
of Information Act, yes. Then I went to Germany and looked in their archives with like a fellow, a German PhD who had, real access to stuff and was able to translate for me while we were there looking at this stuff. I interviewed a lot of grandchildren of Nazis and children of Nazis. And, this one extraordinary, oh my God, there's a guy, I told you about Schreiber, right? I'm on the narrative level, humans acting, I'm so interested in rivalry and competition, right? As a concept, because this is what America does to be the best. And also as humans, right? Because people are like that. They're built like that. So the Nazis had rivals amongst themselves. And Schreiber's rival was Dr. Blum, who was in charge of the biological weapons program for Hitler, okay? And Blum had a son. And Blum was prosecuted at Nuremberg. You can see a picture of him with a big dueling scar. He was a bad dude.
He had a dueling scar?
Dueling scar.
Duel like a sword duel?
Sword fighting. It was like among the Nazis, they would duel with one another when they were younger students. And then they would pack the wound with horsehair to make it even more pronounced because it looked ferocious.
Really?
Pull up, Jamie, pull up.
I got a couple. What's his name?
Well, you can pull up Dr. Blum, Blme. But also,
look at that big ass scar on his face.
And also, if you pull up Kurt Debus, who was the director of our JFK Center. He was NASA's von Braun's number 2. He had a huge dueling scar, and yet when look at there he is right there. Knowing what we know now, it's like, come on, you're trying to tell me that guy's not a hardcore Nazi?
So those guys had dueling scars on their faces.
Yeah, you see him.
How often did they duel?
Well, when they were in college.
Do it to the death?
No. It was like on guard, and then they would
fencing.
Fencing.
Oh, this guy had it too.
Yep.
How'd they not get poked in the eyes?
Oh, I guess that was the gentleman's rules.
How do you listen? You're going for the cheek, you hit the eye, like happens all the time. I mean, they must have cut a lot of eyeballs out.
I haven't seen any photographs of missing eyeballs, but there's a lot right on the cheek, so maybe that was the whole point. It was actually just a bit for show.
Oh.
Right?
How weird.
But it was a
badge of honor.
It was a badge of honor. Yeah.
There's more.
But
wow, so they all had it on their face.
Yeah.
It's on the same spot, dueling scars.
Yeah.
Wow.
So imagine
they wanted to have these scars.
That was a
Jesus Christ. Oh, they had goggles on.
Oh, there you go. That's how they didn't take out the
academic
eyeballs.
fencing, it says. Academic fencing. So what they were essentially doing, they were having fencing matches with real swords, not with ones with tips.
Okay.
Wow. And cutting their faces up. Fuck, man. Oh, Jesus, look at this guy's face. Yikes. Wow. Dueling cults. That is crazy.
So when you consider that people did not know about that, and then you've got these Germans walking around America as part of our space program and our science programs, and these are the good Germans. I mean, now you really have to say to yourself, come on, guys.
They were all Nazis.
Right?
Big ass fucking scars on their face.
Absolutely.
Wow. Oof. That's dark, man.
OG Fight Club.
Yeah, right.
Don't talk about
OG.
Fight Club.
Super OG. Yeah. God, it's crazy. Wow.
So I go to interview. Sometimes you, as a journalist, you can get amazing information from.
Look at these guys. Oh my God, they're sliced up.
Badge
History
of
of
honor.
European martial arts.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Well, I mean, that is a martial art. I mean, it's an art of war. It really is. Sword fighting is a martial art. I mean, many martial arts have weapons. Oof. Sorry. So you go to interview these people.
So to piece together the story,
Yes.
right? I can't tell you, others can, right? Sometimes to find out more about the Nazis, I went to Germany and sought out some children of these top Nazis to see if maybe they didn't have journals or anything they might share with me. And one of them was Dr. Blum. His son, I tracked down, I found him. And he said, yes, you may come visit me. And it was such a remarkable journey. It was like he lived in the Black Forest. I had to take a taxi through the mountains, up over the hill, down through the valley, into a courtyard behind a church to Dr. Blum's house. So he was the junior to his father, who was this horrific Nazi. I mean, a top Nazi had favor of the Fuhrer, wore what was called the Golden Party Badge, right? Hitler gave out these little buttons. Blum's was, I believe, number 6. So that's how favored he was.
Wow.
And his son, Dr. Kurt Blum, whereas the father was in charge of the biological weapons program, so his plan was to, murder people with biological weapons from nature, right? The son had been a medical doctor, but had left the profession to cure people with flowers. It's called Bach flower therapy. So he was this very interesting individual who had never given an interview before, and he agreed to let me come to him. So I go on that journey, I go to his house, And he was remarkable. I mean, he was so interesting. Talk about the sins of the father. You know, I mean, my God, what he had as a burden, right? And I asked him to tell me everything he could about his father, and he did. And then he asked me to tell me what I knew about his father. I had information from the German archives about his father that he did not have.
Like what kind of stuff?
Like that his father had given something. I'd just come from this archive and found these documents. Dr. Blum ordered that 6,000 tubercular Jews be given Sonderbehandlung. That's the German word. What does that mean? Special treatment. There's a euphemism for you. That was kill those 6,000 tubercular Jews.
When you say tubercular, is that people with tuberculosis?
Yes, they were suffering from tuberculosis. And Dr. Blum worked closely with Himmler, and they just decided to kill them. And, you know, sitting there talking to this man, telling him about his father at his request was remarkable. And then he's telling me what he knows. And then as I'm getting ready to leave, he says to me, I'd like you to have these. And he takes down from his incredible bookshelf. He himself had written 8 books, right? And he takes down these books and he hands them to me. And they're in these wrappers. And I can see that they have Nuremberg nomenclature on them. And what they are is they're his father's documents from his Nuremberg trial. And I'm like, I can't take these. I thought he meant take them back to my hotel room, look at them, and then, you know, bring them back the next morning when we were doing the next interview. And he said, no, I want you to have them. And I was like, I can't have them. And he said, I don't want them, and you should have them. And he gave them to me. So I had this stack. So I was like, on my trip home, it was so perplexing because I threw out all of my clothes. I was like, screw the clothes. I mean, I travel with a carry-on bag, right? So in my carry-on bag, all I have is this Nazi paraphernalia that was
Jesus Christ.
in Germany. That is Dr. Blum's,
Oh, my
the
God.
Deputy Surgeon General of the Third Reich's documents from Nuremberg covered with swastikas.
Oh, my
I mean,
God.
he was acquitted at Nuremberg based on all these documents, okay? And, by the way, based on human experiments. And I'm at the airport and I realize suddenly, oh my God, swastikas, like this is illegal. If they go through my bag, I'm going to be arrested. I'm carrying these incendiary.
Right. Do you have any copies of your book on you? So you
I
can
hadn't
say,
written
I'm
it
a
yet.
journalist, but other books.
No. I was just
Oh
like
my God,
holding
you
my
gotta
breath.
have
I was,
at least one.
Joe, I was sweating almost as hard as I was sweating at the beginning of this interview, right?
I think you're sweating harder.
I was. I went through, because, you know, I was like, wow, I went through it, no problem. Got home, I have them in my
God,
office.
so they didn't check anything.
Nope, I didn't say boo.
Ooh, lucky you didn't go through Israel.
Oh my God. Well, you know what? It's not, the swastika is not outlawed there, but it is in Germany. You may not have any Nazi paraphernalia whatsoever. In fact, my paperclip book, which has a swastika on it, had to be redesigned, the cover for the German publication. And it just has like broken up images of the Nazis because you cannot reproduce that image in Germany.
I'm not pro swastika, but it's so strange that we've given so much power to this design that you can't even see it. It used to be there's a temple out here that I believe it's a Hindu temple,
Yep.
and it was a part of Hinduism. That this swastika predates World War II. It predates the Nazis. It predates their sort of reclaiming of it. And this building that was built out here in I think it was built in the 1920s has swastikas on it. There's a big plaque explaining why there's swastikas on it.
I know they have it at a different angle, right?
yeah.
But I mean, talk about branding,
I
right?
know,
I mean, my God, that was, and the Nazis were, you know, kings of that. I mean, they were
not
all.
only that, the mustache. That guy killed that mustache. There's not
Right?
another thing like that.
But he didn't kill the dueling scar,
Right.
right? That could come back.
Do you think?
No, not after your show. What do you
But
have?
see,
4
people-
million viewers?
Probably.
Right?
But people don't think about it that way. They don't think about the dueling scars being a Nazi thing.
No, that's what I find remarkable, right?
Yeah.
They really
did,
don't.
But the Nazis did.
The Nazis did, and then you look. There's an amazing photograph of JFK, Lyndon Johnson, Kurt Debus, sitting at for a moon launch, and there's Debus with his huge dueling scar, and I'm like, and their position was, oh, he's one of the good Germans.
Well, that culture was a culture of ruthlessness. I mean, it was even the good ones. There he is.
Yes, good job, Jamie. Look at
Big
that. Can you believe
ass
that?
scar on his face.
They still give out an award, by the way, that's called the Kurt Debus Award. And I rang them up and said, like, why are you guys giving out this award? He was a hardcore Nazi.
What do they say?
They were like, they've hemmed and hawed, and I finally said, well, at least tell me what you say to people who ask that question. You know what they said?
What?
No one's ever asked us that question before, Annie.
Well, they will now. Jesus. Oh, it's when you really stop and think about the horrific nature of what the Nazis did. I mean, how inhuman it was, how crazy it was. Like, that had to permeate the entire culture. There's no good Nazis. There was not one. Even one of them that was looped into that had to be responsible for some awful, awful shit.
I mean, Einstein said it the best when he said you could have left. Like people who could have left should have left,
Yes.
right?
Well, you know the story of Fritz Haber, right? The guy who
Yes.
I mean, he wound up having to flee, and he's the guy who created Zyklon gas. And he created Zyklon A, which had smell built into it, so that it would warn you when you were using this pesticide. And then the Nazis turned it into Zyklon B, where they removed that element that added the smell and just this odorless, horrific, poisonous gas that they used to gas the Jews. And he was a Jew.
I mean, then when you think about it, he was no longer useful to them because when they figured out he really was a Jew.
Yeah. Well,
shipped
once
him off.
World War II came around, so he was a part of World War I when they first started using gas. And there's a great Radiolab podcast about it. I think it's called The Bad Show. But anyway, what essentially it says is that he was up for the Nobel Prize at the same time he was wanted for crimes against humanity. Because he was up for the Nobel Prize for creating the Haber method of extracting nitrogen from the atmosphere, which was used for fertilizer, which to this day they say 50% of the nitrogen in human bodies was created by the Haber method. So what you get from food, from vegetables, like that nitrogen, 50% of it at least, is coming from this guy's method, who was a scientist, who was a Jew, who was working in Germany before it became Nazi Germany, and then was the guy who figured out how to use gas on people. His story
twisted,
is a
dark tale.
story. I mean, he died looking for medical treatment because he had to flee Germany. And he's had a bad heart, and he died on the road trying to get to Switzerland. I think it was Switzerland.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, Nazi Germany is like the pole position taken way too far, right? And that's what's remarkable, that the Pentagon was like, okay, but we can learn from this.
Mm-hmm.
And there are elements that are dark in that.
Well, it also comes out of the devastation of World War I, right? The economic devastation, the defeat. The Germans are in this terrible state overall in terms of their morale. And then along comes this charismatic psychopath that is just really good at screaming. To this day, I don't speak German, but to this day, when you watch that guy scream and yell at all those people and see them respond, it gives you chills. Like that kind of charisma, that kind of influence that someone has, where they can do that in front of thousands and thousands of people and everyone's goose-stepping, and it's like, woo, to see. We're very fortunate there's not something like that right now. And our forefathers and our grandparents and whoever fought in World War II, if it wasn't for them, who knows where this world would be right now, because that was a literal evil empire straight out of Star Wars. I mean, that was like the Sith Lord. They really were. They were human beings who were doing some of the most evil shit that you could, almost demonic, if you really stopped and thought about it. If there were demons pretended to be people, they would do the same thing.
I mean, that's why I think it's a rabbit hole, because it's so hard to comprehend that, like, a culture of educated individuals in that moment in time that you talked about between World War I and World War II could completely become malevolent.
Yeah, that's one of the more disturbing things about the Nazis, was that there were so many of these people that they did extract through Operation Paperclip. Brilliant engineers and scientists that were also evil.
Right.
Like, those two things are very uncomfortable for us. We like to think of our scientists as being the people that are out there trying to solve the mysteries of the universe and provide us with the technology to make our life better here on Earth. Not the Nazis. They were trying to figure out how to kill people better. They were trying to figure out how to use rockets to shoot them at Europe and blow people up. And it's one of the more telling and horrific times in our history, when you because it's one of the more horrific ones that we have footage of. Because we don't have footage of Genghis Khan, we don't have footage of Alexander the Great. We have stories and tales of Napoleon and some photographs and drawings of dictators, past and but we have a lot of footage from Vietnam. We have a lot of footage from World War II. We have a lot of footage from modern wars. And out of all of them, the one that scares us the most, and scares me the most, is World War II.
Do you think those scientists, when they came here, because this is I could not figure this out even after writing that whole book. Do you think they came here and actually thought about what they had done, or they were able to convince themselves that they were the good Germans, that they were part of it? Because I never saw a single bit of remorse ever. Like, no one ever acknowledged what they had done. So it made me wonder.
I guess results vary, right? I mean, I think there's probably two people that go through the same thing, and one person has no problem with it, and the other person literally can't sleep. I don't know. It's a good question. It would be interesting to interview them. The ones who've been caught, who've been prosecuted and been chased down, and they've got one fairly recently. They caught a Nazi like just a few months ago. It's one of the last ones. He was in his 90s, I believe. The ones who survived, they all tell different stories, and some of them say they just were following orders, and some of them say that they didn't do it, they're being framed. They all have different stories. It's
One
very-
of them, you write a book about that, or you think about it, and you kind of you go down the rabbit hole, and then you have to ask yourself, what does this mean? Or it's too dark, right? And so I asked that question to a Auschwitz survivor, okay, who I wrote about in the book. His name is Gerhard Marschowski, and the reason he survived Auschwitz was because he was taken over to the labor camp, which was called Buna. So it was a rubber factory. And it was led by this truly evil man named Otto Ambros, who became part of Operation. Okay. After being tried at Nuremberg and being convicted of mass murder and genocide, right? We got him out, and he worked for us. You got to read the story. I mean, it's just astonishing. Otto Ambros.
So they extracted.
He's a chemist.
Oh my god.
Right, but he was so Gerhard was at Buna, this factory, this rubber factory, and he lived. And I did an interview with him because I was asking him, the flip side of all of that. And his whole family was killed at Auschwitz. And I said to him, what does any? We went through all these questions to try to get some closure to this or some meaning. And I said, and then we landed on. I said, well, we couldn't answer. What does this mean, right? What does it mean for today? Couldn't answer. So when I asked him, what matters about all this? He went like this. He lifted up his sleeve and he showed me his tattoo. And he said, that matters. And I have that image seared in my mind. I had never seen a tattoo from Auschwitz before, and I have not since. And it also made me think, because I thought, he's going to die soon, and he has died. And then that tattoo is gone. So all you have is the exchange of information and people talking about it.
Yeah.
The eyewitnesses died.
How did they get that guy out of Nuremberg? How did they get them to release him?
Well, okay, so he was convicted at Nuremberg, then he went to prison. He went to the prison where we had all the...
They didn't execute him?
No,
I mean,
no.
Obviously,
they executed like the top Nazis, and then a lot of these guys went to prison. So there was a bunch of trials. And so I went to the prison. I saw his cell. In Germany. Intense, Landsberg prison. And then because we were sort of policing Nazi Germany after it was not, after the war was over, we were policing Germany. And then a guy named McCoy was in charge. He was kind of like the governor general of Germany. And the Germans wanted Germany back. And they were like, we're tired of you guys policing us. The threat from the Russians was very real. And so deals were made. I write about all this in Paperclip, based on the documents. And one of the provisions was, we want our guys out of prison. We want them back in society. And that was arranged. And again, I don't even know these things, They're like, right. But that was, and then Otto Ambros, and they even gave him his money back. That was astonishing. And the family still has this villa in Switzerland, I believe, or maybe it's the Bavarian Alps, that had been in the family, which is money from, from Nazi Germany. And I called up the son to interview him. He was not as forthright as Dr. Blum's son. And, he hung up on me and said, if you ever contact me again, they have very serious privacy laws in Germany. I thought about going and knocking on his front door. My lawyer was like, Andy, do not do that. They have very different laws in Germany.
For privacy?
Yes.
Even if
for issues like
the
that.
Son of a Nazi?
Yes, yeah. Absolutely.
Well, I would imagine, look, if he didn't do anything, he shouldn't be responsible for what his father did.
No, but he has the villa. That was the point.
Right.
He had all the money.
Right. And he got that money from his father, who got that money from stealing it from people.
Yes.
During World War II.
Yes.
Yeah, like what happens there? But if you go back to that, we should really find out who had the plantations in America and who benefited from that. Go several generations from there. You could get weird with war.
Reparations
with
are big.
Evil deeds where people profited. Yeah.
Which is sometimes a reason why I realize in looking at these, in reporting these books, which is why certain things are kept secret. They open up a whole can of worms about reparations.
Sure.
Yeah.
Wow. Was Operation Paperclip, writing that book, was that one of the most disturbing ones for you?
That was dark. That was so dark. My husband is amazing. He's Norwegian, right? And Norway was occupied by the Nazis for 5 years. People kind of forget that. But he grew up there, and his mom, was a grade schooler and was really impacted. Didn't go to school for 5 years while the Nazis were there. They were going to breed with the Norwegians because they were such lovely Aryan people, right? So my husband, having a Norwegian mom, was like, when I was writing Paperclip, it would be so dark sometimes. I would be down in my office, I can't, honey, I can't, and he'd be down there with a sandwich or coffee and he'd say, but are you throwing another Nazi under the bus? And I would say, yes. And he'd say, keep typing, right? And then I realized, well, wait a minute. the neutral journalist has to really make sure that she's not just throwing Nazis under the bus without really good reason. And so when I was in Germany at the archives, I went to Dachau, the concentration camp, and I asked the lead archivist if I could come and see the worst possible photographs that no one wants to see. And he said, absolutely. And I didn't write about them in the book because I didn't want to subject people to that kind of horror. But I looked at them and I watched. I saw with my own eyes people moments before they were killed, and then the bodies afterwards. And these are human experiments to see whether or not pilots could survive height, or they simulated different things in chambers at high altitude or speed. And I saw photographs of freezing people to death, right? Because they were trying to develop programs where they wanted to see at what temperature humans actually died, right? And so they experimented on Jews. These are some of the doctors that came on our program. And I looked at that evidence, and that blew me away. And then I knew when I left there, okay, I can throw these Nazis under the bus.
It's such a crazy time in history where you really stop and think about all the different experiments that they did do. It's almost like they just opened up the vault of evil and said, listen, we have an opportunity. These people aren't people. Let's do whatever we want. It's like they're fake people. It's like they were an invention.
I mean, the perception really played into it.
It's so gross. It's so scary to think about. The humans just, a generation or two away, they're capable of doing that.
Yes, and so I think when it all comes around full circle to all these government programs I write about, is that idea of an evil enemy, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, we talked about that earlier when you brought up Khashoggi, right? Yeah. I mean, people often say to me, and these are sources, they're like, Annie, Saudi Arabia is the root of all evil. I mean, I hear that constantly. And why are they our ally? Why are we protecting them,
Oil.
Right, yes.
Pretty simple.
Right.
Yeah,
so,
money and influence in the Middle East, and to have an ally over there.
And it's why I think people, the benefit of, people often say to me, why do you write these 500-page books? Well, because, hopefully they're interesting. And I do know they're interesting because I got this great email, Joe, the other day from a reader. And he said, Annie, I'm a truck driver. And my whole life, people have tried to tell me I'm stupid. But I drive around in my truck and I listen to your books. I read the audio of them. And he said, now I know I'm really smart.
Okay, he's stupid. That guy's ridiculous. Your whole life, everyone's telling you you're stupid, and then you read some books and go, now I know I'm smart. Like,
well, oh, come on, give him some space, right?
Anybody who says they're smart doesn't get any space.
I think he was making a point that he has the ability to listen, right? Maybe he's not the world's greatest reader. That's how I took it, right?
Are your books available? I'm just joking about this guy, obviously. But are your jokes Are your books available in audio form?
Yeah, I read all my books.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
I get bummed out when someone reads a book that's but my friend Graham Hancock had a really good point. He's like, not my fiction books, because he writes fiction books as well. He's like, my fact-based books, I read myself, but fiction, I hire an actor, and that's what they do. Because then you got to do voices and inflection and all that stuff.
No, it's amazing to read them. Because you really also feel like later on down the road you connect with people. Right?
Sure, and then people that are hearing you right now, they have that same voice when they get your audiobook.
And because I write things that are so at the edge of conspiratorial thinking, right?
Right.
There's a certain sense of, there's a real human there, right? This is not government propaganda.
Right.
And I can relate to this, and I can hopefully, I don't want to say trust, but I can recognize an authenticity, right?
Yes.
Of working with sources.
When you were done with the paperclip book, and you published it, and you have to live with all the information that you had to gather and run through your mind, did that change you, that book? Like, was it the most altering of the different subjects that you covered?
Each book has a huge impact for different reasons, but when I think of Paperclip, I think of this one saying that was over the gates of Buchenwald, and it said, Jedem das Seine. And what that means is, everyone gets what they deserve. And that was horrible. And I still think about that because it's such a piece of Nazi propaganda. It's like saying to the Jews, you guys deserve this. And so I know much of my reporting and my general just way of being as a human is there's no such thing as what you deserve, right? There's what happens, there's what you do, there's what you're responsible for, and there's what you can change. But that idea is reprehensible. For some reason, that really stuck with me as just the worst possible thing that I could think of.
Jesus.
Because it's the psychology behind why they did what they did.
Yes, right? The dehumanizing. But the weird thing is that was less than 100 years ago. That seems like that should have been something that took place. If you hear about the Inquisition, you go, okay, well, that makes people didn't know any better back then. But 1945 is not that long ago. It's just not.
I mean, people just read and read and read about World War II for good reason, you know? And everything I write it all goes back to the Nazis. And every book, the paper trail at the National Archives or individual university libraries and people's papers where I go, they all refer back to that because it was so remarkable that the Nazis led in weapons technology, and they almost took over the world because of it, right? And that is the premise of all of this. I mean, in Surprise, Kill, Vanish, it's like these are the guys on the ground. In the Pentagon's brain, this is the technology in the sky. But the government's position, whether it's Pentagon, CIA, is always, we have to stay ahead because the next Nazi Germany is right around the corner.
Yeah.
And that's really something to think about. Is that alarmist?
I don't think it is. History repeats itself. I mean, if we went and stopped and looked at all the instances throughout history of people being evil dictators, there's quite a few. And there's, we could look at North Korea right now. And that guy assassinated his own uncle, right?
With a missile coming out of a helicopter, I think. Put him in a field.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's straight up messaging.
Yeah.
Right? Which is another thing I think is interesting about the CIA's paramilitary program. It's all meant to remain plausibly deniable. It's supposed to be secret. Like, we're not supposed to be giving out the message that we have these teams, that go after high value targets.
Right.
They're just supposed to disappear. That's the vanish part of the... So that, as someone who is really interested in transparency and people being educated and having information, that always puts me in conflict with, the government in essence, because I'm like, we should know. But then you think about it, well, the whole thing is you were not supposed to know because it's supposed to be just the hidden hand, the president's hidden hand, they call it.
Well, it has to be this distinction that they have the ability to break the rules because it's how they protect us. And that's the rub, right?
And the stories we hear are often the failures because those are the ones that get reported in the press. There is a sense undergirding this narrative, which I really like and am interested in and intrigued by, is that the successful operations you don't hear about because they are plausibly denied.
Right. Yeah, there's got to be a ton of them that went through that you don't hear nothing about. And
your kids will hear about.
Well, maybe. When you think about protecting us from something like another Nazi Germany, that's when people are willing to give up some of their freedoms. They're willing to give up surveillance. They're willing to give up, and this is where things get real slippery, right?
I mean, also when you think about Russia, because all of this, Cold War, science, technology, operations, all of that was to beat back the Russians. Okay, then the Russians go away, and now they're back. The Russians are the master assassins, and they do it through poisoning. I mean, look at Skripal, right?
Yeah.
I write in the book about a defector who came over in the 50s and said, I was an assassin for the KGB, and gave us all kinds of information. It's fascinating to look at those documents and realize, this is how it works. This is how it worked, 60 years ago. And then you kind of see echoes of that, of how it's working today. And you can only imagine the defectors or those who come over from the other side who we learn from, and they just disappear. They disappear as sort of the CIA's version of witness protection.
Wow. Because of the subject matter that you choose to write about, does this affect you as a human? Like, are you suspicious of everything now? Do you look at everything in terms of things that are happening in the news? Do you try to look at the hidden mechanisms behind the scenes? And
I think the opposite. I really believe that information gives you a certain understanding of, the long view, right? It does not make me paranoid at all. In fact, the opposite. People often say, my God, the world's about to end. And I say, well, wow, you should really read about what it was like in 1959 or 1962 when we were really almost at war with the Russians. Thermonuclear war, right? That is essentially at bay for now. Right? So I don't know, maybe it's my personality, but I actually take comfort in the fact that what is happening now is sort of, as you just said, it's a bit of a rebranding in the modern era of what has always been there, which is rivals seeking supremacy over one another. People trying to outfox the bad guys. What I think has changed is that the desire to prevent war has shifted, and that makes me upset, because we used to sue for peace. We used to want a peaceful world. I mean, war was outlawed in 1928, right? And now the military-industrial complex is such that it's really a lot better for the Defense Department to be in a state of constant war, because then you're in a state of constant weapons production, and you can always be creating those vast weapon systems of the future for the next war that comes along. And that's troubling, because those 18-year-old kids are the ones who get sent into the line of fire.
What, if any, research have you done on artificial intelligence and robotics and autonomous weapons and the future of warfare, which a lot of people think is going to be like what we're seeing now in Yemen with drones, that we're going to be seeing that with robots on the ground, and that this will be the future?
Huge amount for the book that I wrote called The Pentagon's Brain. Really impactful moment was going to Los Alamos, when I went there to meet a DARPA scientist who was working on an artificial brain for DARPA. I mean, this stuff is
Artificial brain.
Trying to create a system, a free-thinking system. And his name is Garrett Kenyon. What he told me was just utterly fascinating, because, again, that human thing I'm always after is like, what are you doing? I mean, leave the science. You've had lots of guys on here who'll talk to you about the high technology elements, but I'm interested in who's doing that, who's creating that science, and why. And he said to me, this is like where artificial intelligence is right now with scientists who are really looking into this. It's like Magellan, like who will discover the new world?
Right.
But on the idea of frightening artificial intelligence, he told me an interesting story about his daughter. And he said, people seem to think facial recognition software is like telling us that we're one step away from AI, true AI. And he said, he showed me on his iPhone, this was a couple years ago, and how much trouble the iPhone had recognizing him, like if he put a hat on or if he made a funny face. And he said, my daughter can recognize me from across a baseball field, if I have a hat on, just by the way I walk, right? And he said if she couldn't, there would be something really wrong with her. In other words, her human recognition abilities are truly intelligent. And that is a system of systems, the biological system of systems that no scientist has, the algorithm for which no one has ever been able to figure out yet. And he believes that we're far away from that. But the Defense Department, on the other hand, is moving us in that direction and absolutely wants autonomous weapons to be fighting wars. Look, there was a program that said, I quote this in the book, it says, the battle place is no place for humans.
Whoa.
So drones are the way of the future.
Right, but they're used to kill people.
Which also means that the enemy is creating drone systems.
Sure.
And pretty soon that's going to be a big issue.
Yeah, that's the big fear. The big fear is that they're going to be the first ones to implement it.
I mean, what scares you about AI?
Everything. DARPA thinks AI could help troops telepathically control machines. Of course they do. Right. And they probably can. I mean, they've already got cursors that people can move around that are paraplegic. They can move them around with their mind and their eyes. Yeah, I think there's going to be quite a few of those things. What is this,
already
Jamie?
made this thing. This is called the Synapse. This is I'll read this thing. That's the
Whoa. DARPA-funded program to develop electronic neuromorphic machine technology that scales to biological levels. More simply stated, it is an attempt to build a new kind of computer with similar form and function to the mammalian brain. Such artificial brains would be used to build robots whose intelligence matches that of mice and cats. Jesus Christ. Robot cats. Robot cats coming to get us.
Well, they created something called the robo-rat. That was the first biohybrid, right? So a biohybrid is when you mix an animal and a machine. And DARPA was doing that right before 9/11, and people freaked out. They were like, you cannot put brain chips in rats and make them move through a maze by a remote control, which is what they were doing. And I interviewed the guys who were all working on this program before 9/11. And so the morality of the citizenry was like, no. Then 9/11 happened, and suddenly all this money got pumped into DARPA to do anything they wanted. The morality issue went out the window, and they started creating all kinds of biohybrids, as I write in The Pentagon's Brain. So they put, they now have pigeons that are mixed, animal and machine.
What?
They created something called, there's a moth. So there's a Mandica sexta moth. That's what it's called. It's a large moth. And DARPA scientists put brain chips into the larva, okay, so that when it cocooned and became a flying moth, it had the chip built into its system, making it easier to integrate, and they could fly the moth around the lab. And that was a huge step, and this is now 4 years ago that I was interviewing these scientists.
Did Did you see any of this stuff?
I didn't see the moth, but I told you I saw that the limb regeneration lab was a trip. And this is all...
What was going on there?
Well, they were just cutting limbs off of salamanders and watching the limbs grow back, right? And examining that and saying, well, if a salamander can do this, so can we one day. And I said to them, but wait, that's impossible, you know? And they said, well, it's not, actually, because humans have... I love scientists who break it down into terms I can understand. It's like what Elon Musk did, you know?
Yeah.
Right? And they said to me, you were once a single cell in your mother's womb, and then you were two, and then you were, right? So you can regenerate. And that's their premise. I mean, these are the world's top scientists in regeneration.
What is this, Jamie?
It's the moth being stimulated by electrocurrents in its abdomen.
So the stimulation of the electrocurrents, they can cause it to go left or right? Is that it?
Yeah, I was just looking up these biohybrid moths.
What was the thing that you threw your hands on your head like you were freaking out? Like Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone. He was reading something. He went,
Yeah, I typed in.
What is it?
I started typing biohybrid stuff, and this is the first thing that popped up was this
Shrimp
article. Yeah, it says they're going to test them through Olympic-themed events.
Oh my God! Look at this. DARPA MTO seeks innovative proposals for the development of micro to milli insect-scale robotic technology. Shrimp will develop. Okay, so shrimp is the
An acronym, probably.
right, okay.
They love acronyms.
Will develop and demonstrate through a series of Olympic-themed events, multifunctional MM to CM scale robotic platforms. So I guess that's millimeter to centimeter scale. Robotic platforms with a focus on untethered mobility, maneuverability, and dexterity. To achieve this goal, Shrimp will also provide foundational research in the area of micro actuator materials and energy-efficient power systems for extremely SWAP, capital letter S, capital level W, lowercase a, capital P, constrained microbiotic systems. It expected such advances will be enabling for applications including search and rescue. Yeah, right, search and rescue. Disaster relief. Yeah, we're going to help people. Hazardous environment inspection or killing motherfuckers with an evil nuclear bee. That's all you need.
It's always the search and rescue
bee that goes in your mouth and blows up. Fuck. That's crazy.
I mean, they do all kinds of planning for the future.
Yeah.
But the search and rescue thing is a great sort of, way in which to present DARPA as doing all this great stuff. I interviewed DARPA scientists who said, "Look, Annie, we're able to send robots into Fukushima to twist the
cores,
right?
Yeah.
And yes, that is great, but that's far from the only thing.
Yeah,
it's
they're
being
trying
used
to kill
for,
people.
Right.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
But here's a trip. You want to hear? I mean,
sure.
There are rabbit holes there because I've sourced all these documents and also interviewed generals at the Pentagon who are like, we don't like AI. We want this. We want our guys on the ground. They believe in the human, the warrior, that concept. And so the generals were very opposed to it. The DARPA took a vote, and it was like, no AI. We want humans in the mix. And so what did DARPA start doing? And the generals, they said, why can't we go more autonomous? And the answer was, we don't trust the machines, okay? So right around that same time, what did DARPA start doing? It started looking into and hiring scientists who were working with how trust works in the brain, specifically with what is called the moral molecule. And it's this molecule in the brain that mothers emit when they're breastfeeding. Okay.
Oh, like oxytocin?
Yes. So think about that. And I mean, that's like the ultimate going way back biology. Like you have to have a mother, a trusting mother, to breastfeed in prehistory, or otherwise you'd be like, this is a bad idea. I'm stopping to do this. I'm going to die. Right. So they examined that molecule, the brain's moral molecule, and they began a program to work with that, to be able to give that to soldiers so that they trusted AI machines. And that's where I think you're getting into really spooky, dark, multi-levels of manipulation about what humans want versus what the Pentagon wants.
Wow. The worry about trusting the machine scares the shit out of me, because that's what everyone's worried about when it comes to AI. Like, that's what Elon Musk keeps warning people about, that these things are going to have superhuman capabilities, and they're going to be sentient, and it's a matter of when.
Absolutely. So I, as the journalist, said to myself, well, wait a minute. If the generals at the Pentagon, and that's a euphemism, but meaning that the actual, the guys that are in charge here don't want that, who does want this? Right. And where my research took me to was the group that wants that is what's called the Defense Science Board. And those are the individuals who are counseling the Pentagon in the manner in which they should proceed. And now those individuals are all sitting on the boards of the defense contractors. So you can really see how money drives the rubric. The generals don't want it, the humans don't want it, but guess who does? The people who stand to make the money creating the autonomous systems. And that's exactly what Eisenhower warned us of in his farewell speech, the military-industrial complex.
Yes.
And the other part of that speech, which people don't know as well, is that what he said, his antidote, Eisenhower said this, the antidote to the military-industrial complex is an alert and knowledgeable citizenry. It's why I write my books. Because an alert and knowledgeable citizenry has the ability to kind of push back and go, but we don't want that.
I think what we're worried about is Pandora's box, right, when it comes to AI. And we're worried that, first of all, if we're not the ones to open it, what if they open it? All right, what if the Chinese open it? And
Absolutely.
obviously their technology is super, super advanced. I mean, their electronic technology in particular, their cell phones are cutting edge. I mean, Apple and all these other companies are struggling to try to keep up with Huawei and these One FC or what is the fucking One ST? What is that one? What is that big company that they just released some? They've just hired Robert Downey Jr. They gave him millions of dollars to OnePlus. Yeah, OnePlus 7. They have this new phone that doesn't have a front-facing camera. You press a button, it slides out of the top. They figured out a way to make the entire phone all screen. And they're incredibly advanced in terms of their electronics. We deeply are concerned that they're going to be the ones that implement military, autonomous, sentient robotics before we do. Because then you can launch them with no physical human cost on your side. And I mean, they're literally weapons of mass destruction if you have robots that can go over there and just kill people.
And what they need for that is the world's fastest supercomputer, right? And what's interesting is that we America just overtook the Chinese in having the world's fastest supercomputer, but they had it for a couple years. And think about this, okay? Because you were saying hard to believe the Nazis were only, not even like just in our grandfather's age, right?
Yeah.
So go back in time to then. Listen to this about this. Really freaked me out in terms of progress. Right after the war, a guy called John von Neumann got a grant from the Atomic Energy Commission to essentially build the world's first computer. I mean, they existed, but he built the first computer that could actually do calculations, okay? Before that, calculations were done by calculators. Computers were humans. But there's this amazing story of von Neumann in the basement of the Princeton Institute for Advanced Study where he built this computer with government funds. And because he was a brilliant polymath, he could add faster than anyone around him. Okay, he's also the guy who calculated at what level the atomic bomb should explode over Hiroshima for the most blast. Okay, because it didn't hit the ground, it wouldn't kill as many people, right? So this is how his mind worked. So he's faster than the computer. He has a pen and paper in front of him, and he can outperform the world's fastest computer with his own brain. 2.5 years into it, in 1949, the computer beats him. And he made a statement then that said, one day, artificially intelligent machines will be the ruin of man. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. But that was his prediction. But that was in 1949.
In the 50s, Marshall McLuhan said that we are the sex organs of the machine world.
Well, I'm going to have to really think about that.
That's a deep one.
That is very deep.
Yeah. That we are the propagators. We're the ones who are...
We're the progenitors.
Yeah, that's it.
That's our baby.
Yeah.
We're going to make that baby, and then we're going to die.
Most likely, that's going to be the new living thing.
Who said that?
Marshall McLuhan.
Okay.
Yeah. Just stop and think about that. Figuring that out in the 50s. Just looking around and going, oh,
right.
We're giving birth to these things.
But I have a question for you then on that morality issue, right? Which is, if man has always been a warring animal, right? Why do we look so down upon the throat, the knife to the throat? And why do we as a society accept drone strikes? Because that's the whole question I asked in Surprise, Kill, Vanish, and I'm not sure I answered it to my own satisfaction because it's such a complicated question.
Well, one of them is very personal. The other one is like a video game. To stab someone, to look them in the eye and shove a knife through the ribs, it takes a different kind of person, and we don't think we want that person around us.
Interesting. You think it's a proximity issue?
It's just different. One of them is throwing a rock at someone that's nowhere near you. Okay. The other one is beating a guy to death when he's right in front of you. It's very personal. You see someone struggling, and we don't like to think that someone can put that aside and still twist that blade. We don't want that. We don't want that on our side. We don't want our people to be noble and just. But meanwhile, when it comes to civilian casualties, drones are one of the worst invention ever in human history. If we really want to examine ourselves in terms of efficacy and the moral high ground in terms of engagement. Like launching missiles at apartment buildings because you found metadata in there that indicates that most likely an Al-Qaeda operative has a cell phone in that building. Like that's some shit that people have done. I mean, that has been done. And the casualty rate for civilians when it comes to drone strikes for innocent civilians is stunning. I think it's in the high 80%. I think we've done this before, right? Haven't we? I think it's a disturbing, I might be conservative by saying it's in the 80s. It might be in the 90s. It's a disturbingly high number of people who died who were not the intended target.
Right. Which would be an argument
for the blade.
For the blade.
Yeah, the blade
right?
is, you know who you're stabbing.
And that warrior is going in there aware that he too might die.
What do you got, Jamie? What's that face?
3%?
3% what?
That's what this says.
That's horseshit. Who released that? Maybe 3% accuracy. No, I know there's been some serious discussions among scholars about this. That's not true. Whatever you're reading, that can't be right.
Yeah.
So
Maybe
just
it's one operation was 3%.
Just to throw this out there, because there is that big debate. I mean, CIA, paramilitary, army, tiny.
Yeah.
Defense Department, huge. CIA using either ground operators or drones.
Mm-hmm.
Defense Department, I read the statistic the other day. 7,200 and change bombs dropped on Afghanistan last year. I mean, people don't even realize we're still 7,000.
Are they just practicing? Here it goes.
Right.
President Donald Trump revoked a requirement that U.S. intelligence officials publicly report the number of civilian kills in drone strikes and other attacks on terrorist targets outside of war zones. Oh, so we're going to get shit information now. But pull up 2017.
I don't know
It
that
might be gone
you
now,
have
I
to
don't
find.
know.
Well, you got to really look hard to get that statistic. There's an inspector general who covers Afghanistan, right, for the government. He looks at all the statistics. And by the way, this administration just canceled his job, so we will no longer have that information.
Oh, Jesus.
But he's the one that is in charge of reporting that because it's called the reconstruction effort, right? But that number of bombs really makes you think long and hard, or at least me, about the big footprint versus the small operation. And I think this is why most people don't want to talk about this, because it's a dark rabbit hole to go down. You know,
it really is.
People prefer to believe that we're just safe and sound here and not at risk. And I mean, that's the endless question of are these threats real and must they be dealt with?
Well, it's very hard for people to be 100% aware of something they're not experiencing, right? And right now, we're not experiencing a war currently in our neighborhoods, but yet it is happening overseas, and the United States technically is involved in these wars. And I think that right now we're not experiencing sentient robots running through the streets murdering people. Right. But that could happen. We're not experiencing
Real
Nazi
and must
Germany
they be dealt
anymore.
with.
We've got past that. We'd like to assume that that's in the past. But if you just looked at the vast amount of history that's dedicated to atrocities that are committed by armies against their enemies, it seems like that's just what people do. It seems it's part of what people do. And if there is a real technological race in order to develop autonomous sentient robots that are capable of killing people, we should be fucking horrified.
And who are you most afraid of?
China, 100%. Well,
they keep outperforming us in that supercomputer, which
they
is
also
frightening.
have a total integration of their government and their industry. Everything is connected. It's not like us. They'll play the long game. They're strategic in their ability to plan for things and not have them be currently profitable. They don't have to operate on a bottom line like someone who's beholden to stock owners.
And they don't have an informed public.
Yes, at all.
Right.
I mean, they have Google censorship. I mean, they convinced Google to go over there. I was talking to an executive at Google, and they were saying essentially, we're willing to let them censor because we know they're gonna do what they want to do anyway. They're going to copy all of our information and just redo Google. We think at least this way we'll protect our interest by being over there. I'm like, do you know how crazy that sounds? You're going to let the Chinese government help? You're going to help them censor people?
On an interesting note of that, in the Mirror, all my books are published in China.
Whoa.
Like the DARPA book, they were right on that. They had that translated into Chinese. I have a copy of it. It's spooky. It's like you see the Pentagon, all this Chinese writing. I don't understand a word of it except for my own name. Right?
Wow.
But it's like, wow, they are reading us.
Of course.
Anything. I mean,
Especially anything that makes us look bad.
There's an interesting story about the Freedom of Information Act and Iran, which came to mind with this new activity in Iran, which is that they filed a FOIA to get all the information that we had on Iran, and the government went very high up in the judicial system to say we're not going to release this information to them, even though they had the right to have it because it would benefit them.
What are you about to pull up, Jamie?
I found a couple more, better information. I might have misread that. It said something I just found showed something like only 2% are the high target strike, or the targets.
Yes, that's what I meant.
And the rest would be
Civilians.
children, civilians, but other combatants too. They might be other soldiers, but part of the reason I gotta get rid of that. Sorry. Part of the reason on why the strikes things has changed is because the Trump administration has carried out way more than the Obama administration ever did over 8 years.
Well, I think Trump basically told the military, you know what you're doing, just go do it. I mean, he basically let them just run the military instead of having the same sort of oversight that other presidents insisted upon. And the military people like him for that.
And people aren't focused or interested in drone strikes anymore. They're more interested in
the wall,
in watching the battle and the conflict and the name calling and the shouting. It's like it's like throwing rocks without warfare. You know.
Meanwhile, China's making robots to kill us.
Absolutely.
No,
right?
Chinese people, please be nice.
This was the thing I found.
What does it say? Okay. U.S. drone strikes fighting ISIS in Iraq and Syria have killed at least 1,257 civilians, according to the Pentagon. Air Wars estimate the number to be as great as 7,500.
Just this year only.
Yeah, just this year.
As of January.
Yeah, they're doing a weird thing. They are shooting people from a remote location with a robot.
That all came to be, by the way, right after 9/11. I mean, whenever we get attacked, it's like Pearl Harbor, you know, suddenly there is a massive swing of what the citizenry will tolerate.
Sure.
And for Surprise Kill Vanish, I told you, lawyer John Rizzo, who wrote what was called the September 17th Memorandum of Notification. And it gave presidential powers to the degree which had not been seen since, you know, the worst part of the Cold War. And Congress wrote off on that. In fact, what Rizzo told me is the Gang of Eight that are in charge of, you know, the intelligence committees in Congress said, is this enough? And that's where the drones became such a big issue, because the idea of preemptive neutralization, the idea we're going to take out bad guys, you know, we should have taken out bin Laden and we didn't.
Yeah.
We're going to now do that preemptively. And it set us on this entirely different course, which continues to this day, although it's fallen out of the news, which is let's strike someone before they strike us. And it's such an interesting chicken or the egg because, you know, yes, you have civilians dying, and yes, you have more terrorists being created. On the other hand, do you really want the Pentagon dropping 7,400, 300, 200 bombs on Afghanistan in any given year?
And it seems so detached, whereas if you sent someone over there to assassinate these guys with a knife, you would think of that. I don't want that person in my neighborhood. That person is willing to stab somebody.
And what are the unintended consequences of that? And we never even know. You know, I'll tell you an interesting story that's not in the book, which is that Billy Waugh showed me a number of plans that he had presented, because sometimes the operators are asked, like, what do you think we should do? And it doesn't mean we do it. It's just that those plans get sent up the chain of command and then it comes back. So he showed me these drawings. They were going to go kill Chavez, right? This is when Bush was in power. And, you know, he was like teaming up with Ahmadinejad, and he was a really bad guy, you know, a threat to us. And so the plan was to halo in, take the team down, go kill Chavez and vanish. And the plans got rejected. They were like, no way, we are not doing this, according to Billy Waugh. Well, Billy Waugh said to me recently, I mean, thank God we didn't do that. Can you imagine if we had? We would be blamed right now for everything that is going on in Venezuela. It's a really interesting point. I mean, who has to make that decision? I'm glad it's not me. Can you imagine?
No, I
Yes,
can't.
kill this guy, but don't kill that guy. That's a good idea.
Yeah. Whew. It's intense. And it's the world we live in that we don't discuss and we don't think about, because it doesn't affect our daily lives in terms of, like, it's not something that's unavoidable.
But I think it's super interesting because it also comes back to your own humanness, right?
Yeah.
What are you making judgments about? What are you for or against, and why? Are you really do you want that opinion? I mean, I think that's so interesting and important, and discuss it with your children, you know, and let people have. My favorite expression is just as long as you don't make me do it. You know, I'm pretty tolerant of other people's opinions about things.
Sure.
Don't force me into it.
Yeah.
But this stuff impacts all of us. It really does.
It really does.
Are the robots going to be taking over your show, Joe?
No. Well, they probably could to a certain extent. I don't think robots are currently capable of spontaneous humor. Right? That's the only thing saving a person like me. No.
There's nothing funny about a drone.
No, not yet. But what is the difference between wetware and hardware and silicon-based, you know, interactions? Like if there's a computer that can beat the greatest chess masters, and they have it, and then the greatest Go master now too, which they thought was even more complex. That people just get destroyed by these computers now. Like what makes us think that creativity is so unique and special? I think what separates us really is our biological instincts, and that these are things that are programmed into our DNA over thousands of years of survival. That these are the things you have to worry about. This is the information we have, and act on that.
That's our intuition, trust.
Yeah,
you
yes.
know, should I trust? Should I not? And you take that out of the equation, really bad things could happen.
Yeah. I worry. I worry that we're creating a thing that's going to surpass us. But I think that that's inevitable. I mean, if I was a chimp and I was worried about becoming a person, that should probably, seem silly. It's inevitable.
You want to hear the scariest AI story I know?
Oh.
It's old, right? It's like
Should we dim the lights? Turn a candle on?
But it's from like the early days. Gather around, children. This is like early days of DARPA, okay? And this is when we were really seriously afraid that the Russians were going to send, 100 thermonuclear warheads at Washington and take out the whole country, okay?
Right.
So DARPA sets up this station at the top of the world to monitor the Soviet launch so that, because it only takes 24 minutes for a ICBM to get from the launch pad in Russia to hit New York or Washington. Okay, so we set up this station up there, to monitor this, so we would have some kind of a jump on this. Okay, like we'd learn at about 8 minutes. My God, it was a radar station. That station, called the BMUS site or J site, is connected to the NORAD station in Cheyenne Mountain. The one from the movies, right? Okay, and it's like the first week of business, and the guys that are sitting there in the station looking for the alert are sitting there, and they've been trained, like the alerts never go off, and all of a sudden the alerts go from 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 5 is endgame, okay? So the information that the technicians are getting is now 1,000 Soviet thermonuclear missiles are on their way to Washington, D.C. with 99.9% certainty. Actual story, okay? The guy panics, but he trusts. He says, wait a minute, because he's supposed to now give the launch code. Let's try and get the generals on the phone. They can't get the Pentagon general in charge of NORAD. They get a Canadian guy named General Sleeman. And Sleeman, my God, should we launch? Should we launch? Sleeman's like, wait a minute. Human thought. He remembered that the night before, he thought he saw Khrushchev on TV at the UN. He's famously banging his shoe. And he says, where's Khrushchev right now? They check. He's in New York City. Why would the Soviets send 1,000 nuclear weapons our way while their own leader is in New York? They said, I don't know, sir, but the radar returns are reporting this. And so someone had the idea at that BMU site to go outside. And lo and behold, what was there? A big, full moon. The system was reading the moon moving and misinterpreted it as 1,000 thermonuclear ICBMs coming.
Christ.
And they didn't launch.
So we came that close to the end of the world.
I mean, and it's an astonishing story. The documents are now declassified. But it is an actual indication of why that element of human intervention, why trust, why other information like, I think I saw Khrushchev on the TV last night is so important. Because the machine said with 99.9% certainty, this is happening. We must launch in retaliation. True story.
Annie, you freaked me out. Thank you. Thank you for everything. Thank you for the books. Thank you for your talk here with us. Your new book, which is Surprise, Kill, Vanish, Area 51, which I will read. I promise you, I will read it. And if people want to get a hold of you on social media, what's
Annie Jacobson.
Is it as well on
Twitter,
Instagram, Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Annie. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
It was fun. Thank you. Woo! Boom. Here we go. What's up, buddy? How are you? Good to see you.
Great. Good to be here.
We were talking before the podcast about people who get mad when I have you on, like as if you're some sort of a monster. If you're a mean person. Like,
I'm a mean
we were just
person.
saying, you're a New York Jew. You're snarky.
Yeah.
You say funny things. But this idea that you're a Nazi or something, like, people have gotten so crazy.
I like that this is this icebreaker. Hey, welcome to my show. By the way, why do people think you're a Nazi?
Because someone sent me, I don't read comments on Twitter, but someone sent me something like, you having this guy on today. And I'm like, that is so hilarious. I go, this guy is, yeah, there's some shit you say I don't agree with.
Sure.
You're very reasonable and very intelligent.
Yeah, the last chapter of the book is me arguing with the Nazis.
Conversation, folks. It's not bad. It's not bad to talk to people.
Well, it's kind of for them a religious thing, right?
is
If someone is a sinner, you can't acknowledge them.
Right.
They have to be outside of the fort.
That's a good way to look at it. That is what it is. You know, what's interesting, I know these people don't mean to do this. This is not their plan. But if you wanted to keep Donald Trump in office, the way that people that oppose Donald Trump are behaving is the perfect way to keep him in office.
If you tell high schoolers, if you smoke, your parents are going to get upset and the teachers are going to get upset. That's the biggest cigarette commercial, right? Right?
Yeah, sure.
So you tell these kids, hey, if you go to these websites and read these books, then your parents and the establishment and the teachers are all going to be afraid of you. Well, sign me up. I mean, it's as simple as that. It's the same exact psychology. And they're driving people to the fringe.
They are. And the deplatforming thing is fascinating because the way this stuff works, folks, is when people get deplatformed, the first people that'll get deplatformed are people that you agree with getting deplatformed. people like, like a real Nazi, like someone who's an avowed white supremacy. Like, yeah, deplatform that guy. And then it's a little slippery because then it's like this guy's a suspected Nazi, or this guy is friends with a Nazi, or this guy had a Nazi on his show, or this guy had a white supremacist on his show. This guy had a guy who thinks it's okay to be white on his show. And then it gets more, as it gets more and more progressive, it gets more and more preposterous, but it really is grades. Once you accept one grade, then you drop below in a little bit more preposterous, and then that's acceptable. And then a little bit more, and then that becomes acceptable.
And it's a double standard between people who are orthodox and people who are unorthodox. Barbara Walters sat down with Castro. She sat down with Gaddafi, who's killed how many people?
Yeah.
That's fine. You could sit down with a murderous dictator if you're Gaddafi. If you sit down with someone on a podcast with someone who has abhorrent views, that is somehow different.
Well, it's a new thing.
Right.
There's a platforming and deplatforming, and you putting this guy on your platform. Like all this kind of communication is very new. Like this didn't exist. No one was saying that to Mike Wallace. No one was saying that as you're saying to Barbara Walters. That was my argument to the Data and Society lady. I said,
"Oh Jesus!"
I said Barbara Walters interviewed Fidel Castro. Does that make her a communist? Like,
right. And
I interviewed Milo. Am I a gay conservative provocateur now?
Are you?
I don't think so. Need to go to a doctor.
Well,
check for sure.
I mean, what they're trying to do is, thanks to social media, they no longer have a monopoly. And I don't mean they. I just mean like orthodox thought. It doesn't mean left wing or right wing. Orthodox thought no longer has a monopoly on the microphone, and that's very dangerous if you want to basically set the boundaries of what acceptable discourse is. Same thing with, forget politics, talk about music, right? If you want to say these are you shouldn't have lyrics like this, people shouldn't dance like this, they shouldn't dress a certain way. This is what they would like. I mean, back in the 90s, you remember they'd have the warning labels on CDs and says this has explicit lyrics, and that way Walmart could with clean hands say we're not being involved in politics, we're following their rules. So that's what this Data and Society lady is trying to do. It's like, okay, I'm giving you, Target, whatever company, an excuse. These are the people you don't need to deal with. And then they could say, well, it's not up to us. We're looking at this from an external point of view.
Well, and also my perspective on it is that there's certain subjects I think that we can all agree we need to cover and we need to deal with in terms of laws and in terms of the way the government is run. But a lot of these disagreements aren't on that. A lot of these disagreements seem to be just on political ideologies and like liberal versus conservative ideologies. And people think differently. They have different styles of behavior and thinking. This is why, like, if you had a station that played hip hop and all of a sudden you just got a bunch of Aerosmith songs playing, you'd be like, what the fuck is this? This is not what I want. Get this off the station.
Except for Walk This Way.
That's good. Well, the one with Run DMC.
Yeah, that's the one exception.
That was one exception. But that's sort of how a lot of people seem to be approaching conservative versus progressive thinking. Is it's like, once you have this mindset, you don't want to hear other opinions, as if they're going to influence you, or if you don't like the way they sound, you don't like what they're doing, and you want to get them off the channel. And this is what it seems like is happening with social media platforms.
Right.
Is that these social media platforms are like, we're a country station. We don't play heavy metal. Get that shit off our network. Like, we are a progressive network. We don't play conservative. Get that stuff off.
Well, if they had said that we're a progressive network, we play conservative, that would be honest and fair. But the claim is, no, we are banning people who are doing X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, and for people that are like, oh my God, they're talking about this again. Fuckers, listen, this is really important shit. This is going to decide how we... This didn't exist before, okay? And now it does. Now we have this unbelievable ability to communicate. And I'm enjoying it right now, talking to you, right? We're all enjoying it if you're tweeting about this or writing comments about this. But if this really branches off until one side gets to do it and one side doesn't, we're going to have a fucking tremendous problem in this country. If you think that this problem that we have right now, and it's just starting to be an issue over the last couple of years, if you think that this could escalate to like a serious conflict, which I mean, almost like it's absolutely reasonable to think that violence could come out of this.
Well, the Trump presidency was the escalation. Before Trump, it was, okay, fake news was this left idea that, like, these news sites are putting out lies. If your point of view is different to mine, it's not just wrong, it's illegitimate.
Right.
And a lot of people went in that voting booth and said, you want illegitimacy? Okay, I'm voting for Donald Trump for president. And now he's in the White House. So for you to say that, for people to say that these ideas, are evil and shouldn't be discussed, those are separate concepts. Because even if you think they're evil, if from your point of view it's in the White House, are you going to pretend this isn't the most powerful man in the world? There's a big contradiction there. But one of the things progressivism offers many people is this idea of truth and certainty, knowing you're one of the good guys, and knowing you're in the majority. And when you find that that is not always true, I think that causes some cognitive stress.
Yeah, no, I would absolutely agree with that. I just think there's a real problem that's happening now with some of the accounts that I'm seeing getting banned.
Without reason
for things that are like parody accounts. Well,
Carpe Donktum. Sorry to interrupt you. He's the one who made this great meme during the State of the Union where he had President Trump and he took footage from the State of the Union of the Democrats looking pissed, and he put it over the song "Everybody Hurts." Right, this 2-minute video. It's a joke.
It's fun.
Right, you could see it on Saturday Night Live. You don't have to be Republican or Democrat to laugh at sourpusses. They got a copyright strike because it's like you don't have the right to use the music. Trump had retweeted it. He put out another one. He just got suspended for a week. He did the video from my book. So they don't. Here's the thing: if someone is a name, you can say, "Hey, delete this tweet. It violates our guidelines." Right? You give them warnings. You could call their manager. They don't do that. You're just vanished overnight. And there's something very Soviet about this, because when they vanish you, your entire archives get vanished too. And it's like, wait a minute, this person is bad and dangerous. Don't you want to show other people as an example of what to avoid? Like, this will get you banned so you can modify your behavior accordingly. But what they want, apparently, it looks like what they want, is for everyone to be self-censoring and to be afraid. And that way, it's like, instead of saying we're censorious, it's like, you made that decision on your own.
Well, I know Trump has been talking about this now because it affects so many people that are his supporters.
Right.
You know, and he's been discussing that the idea that these people need to abide by the First Amendment. And then there's your argument, well, either they're a private company, they can put on whatever they want, and they can decide whatever they want, or they're protected by the First Amendment.
Sure.
You know, I had Tulsi Gabbard on the other day. She's running for
love her.
president. Love her too. And she's running.
She won't. I asked her to do my show. She wouldn't reply.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. She didn't reply. I don't know. I haven't had to-
On Compound Media?
On Gas Digital.
Oh, you're on Gas Digital. That's even more disgusting than Compound Media. That's the problem. In all the good ways. In all the good ways. Listen, I love Lewis. I love all those guys.
I
But
know.
they're savages. So
Lewis-
she's probably like, oh, fuck. Like, I'm savage adjacent. Like, I'll have those guys on. You know what I mean?
I have officially gotten permission that the room we all record in is called the gas chamber.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, you can say that.
I can say that.
Yeah, you're allowed.
Yeah.
Where you get that privilege.
Yeah, that's privilege. Due privilege, yeah.
Yeah, maybe she will. I'll tell her about it.
But she was on.
Her and I are besties.
Yeah. We're
super tight. I really do respect the shit out of her. I really do. You know, I'd love to call her Madam President. I think that'd be good. She's smart, man. She's so measured. I mean, she doesn't have all the answers, and some of the things that she says are things that you say. You know, like
Sure.
we're gonna have to work to create more jobs. Like that kind of talk is like politician talk. And I go, okay, well, what would that mean? And we'll have to figure that out. And I think she's sincere. But these answers, you know, don't really exist. Like how to fix inner cities, like how to, like these are the, like some of the big issues that she discussed. We talked about like horrible neighborhoods that have always been harmed.
Right.
Like how is this? Like we're going to fucking Afghanistan trying to fix that.
Yeah.
And we're not trying to fix Chicago, the south side of Chicago. What's happening there? Why are so many people getting shot? How come we can't fix
You know
that?
what's funny? Back in the day, they had something called slum clearance. And the idea was, if you tear down these old buildings and build new buildings, somehow the crime's going to go away. And this was a big movement. And it's just like, yeah, it's the building's
It's the
fault.
fucking haunted houses people live in. They have decades and decades of crack and bullets flying through them. That's so crazy.
No, but she's great because my biggest issue is anti-war.
Yes.
And anyone for me whose first priority isn't let's stop killing people,
Yes.
that I'm a fan of.
Yeah, and she's also a veteran.
Yeah.
16 years.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan. But you know, I think this country needs more. You know, we need real plans. We need like someone. The way we engineer software systems, you know, search engines, operating systems for cell phones. They should engineer society. I mean, we should really be looking at it in terms of the potential for prosperity, opportunity, all these different things that we don't cover. We just sort of leave so much up to chance because we buy the bullshit. That, like, I mean, I think we all know at this point that not everyone's on an even playing field. We're just not. But we don't think there's
I don't think
anything-
a lot of people know that.
Well, they're fucking crazy.
And that's the problem.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're fucking crazy. If you don't think that being born in a crime-ridden neighborhood with violence all around you and being exposed to that at an early age fucks your head up.
I don't even mean that. I think the fact that to admit that a lot of people aren't hardworking.
Oh, yeah, there's that too.
And like to say that out there is shocking to many people. It's like, yeah, some people are bad.
Some people think that just because they show up at work and they don't want to, that they're working hard.
Right.
You know,
Right. 'Cause it's hard for them.
Yeah. You just got lucky, or you did that. You know what I read that was one of the more hilarious things that I've ever heard a crazy progressive person, right? If you are successful, it is because someone else got fucked over.
That's so disturbing.
But it's such a crazy way to look at it. It's like, okay, somewhere down the chain, all right, if you have an iPhone, someone got fucked over. That is a
Someone
fact.
lost their iPhone.
No,
But that's the logic, right?
No. The logic is someone had to work as a slave in Foxconn to make these fucking iPhones for like 15 cents a week or whatever they make over there.
But if that slave wasn't making 15 cents a week, that slave would be dead. That's what they're
That's
not
where it
missing.
gets squirrely, right? But is that okay? Like when they go to third world countries and set up these sweatshops, and like I knew someone who had one, and they were like doing fucking mental gymnastics to try to justify. And I was like, wait a minute, how much do you pay these people? And they're like, they were going to starve to death if it wasn't for us. I'm like, are you sure they were there, right? They were there. They've probably been there for thousands of years. Like, where'd you go? Like Guatemala? Where was it? Argentina? Like where you said?
I'll give you two examples that are maybe I can't speak to specific. It's second world examples.
Okay.
North Korea, which is obviously my beat.
Yeah,
right?
that's your beat.
So there is a zone between North and South Korea where they work together.
DMZ, motherfucker.
No, but it's like this enrichment zone in the
they
Kaesong.
work together?
Right. So the North Koreans work there, the South Koreans kind of put it together. And the government takes like 95% of your money. And also North Koreans who work in Russian logging camps, where the government takes like 95% of your money. They're slaves. They're 100% slaves.
Wow.
But they're beating down their doors to work in these locations because they're providing for their family and they're still wealthier than the alternative. Now, this is a very extreme situation. This isn't like, I don't know, third world, what country your friend has a sweatshop in. But there are circumstances where a lot of people on the left and on the right don't understand often that politics and economics is about often you have two bad choices. Like, what is the alternative? It's like, like for example, you're going to put forth a law. What are you going to do about people who are going to look at this law not in good faith? Like, there was that guy, what's his name, Zudi, who said, I'm trans. And he just made a video. Zubi, yeah. He just broke the woman's deadlift record. He's like, I'm a woman, here we go. Yeah.
By the way, they took those records away from that Australian woman. They used to be a guy. That was Australia, right? Wasn't the powerlifting women's world record? She broke like 3 of them.
So not even about trans stuff. It's like, what do you do with any law when someone is going to act in bad faith? And if you can't account for that, you're not being responsible with your proposal.
Yeah, this isn't even law, though. What we're talking about with the trans athletes, it's loopholes. It's just some weird... People don't want to be seen as transphobic in today's climate, so they're allowing preposterous things.
What was that like for you when you were talking... I remember when you were talking to Adam on the show. That got pretty heated.
Oh, yeah, Adam ruins everything?
Yeah.
It didn't get heated. I never got upset. We absolutely disagreed. But he had some crazy notions about competition that didn't make any sense either. Like that somehow or another the sports are designed to favor men.
What?
Yeah, it didn't make any sense. A lot of it was progressive rehashing, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it sounded good to him, but I don't know how much actual thought he's put into it. What's actually interesting is, like, in his show, he's well-researched, and no one's opposing this data that he's putting out. So he gets to say these things. It's one of the problems with, like, writing a blog or making a video about something where no one goes, actually, that's not really true. This is why that's not true. Let me explain. And this is why you're wrong. And now continue. See, when you can just go on these long... unchecked rants, that's where you get like flat earth believers. That's what that shit's from, because they watch those videos and they go, oh, this makes sense.
But this is why it's so important that unorthodox voices don't get deplatformed, because even if that person is putting forth things that are completely full of shit, their criticism and their perspective, they might have some truth in it. And at the very least, like when I was at Charlottesville and I talked to these people, by talking to them, it makes me think through, why do I believe what I believe? Why is my truth the actual truth? And I'm going to be challenged on my views, and I'm going to have a better grounding for them, as opposed to, like you're saying, if I'm sitting here just giving a monologue and no one ever calls me out on my bullshit.
Yeah, I think I see what you're saying, and I think what they think is you have to silence these bad voices, like the anti-vax movement. That's a big one, right? Now people are saying you got to silence so they're taking anti-vax videos down, they're taking anti-vax pages down. I don't know how much they actually know about the science. Vaccines are incredible for health in terms of what they've done to protect us from diseases. They've stopped smallpox, they've stopped polio. And when you see these outbreaks of measles, that is a direct result of people not getting vaccinated. Does that mean that no one's ever been hurt by vaccines? No, it doesn't, man. There's a vaccine court. People have been injured. People have died. That's a fact. But that's, I think, just a part of medical procedures in human beings. A lot of kids die every year from circumcision.
Yeah.
They get infections. They lose their penises. Yeah, it's like very common. Like way more common in terms of like the numbers per year than you would ever want to hear.
Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah. People die from things. They get infections. People have allergic reactions to certain chemicals.
But then the problem is now those vaxxers can say we're being covered up.
Yes.
And now they're honest. It's the truth. They are being covered up.
They are being covered up. Yeah.
So I would think
the problem is who's right and who's wrong. Like if you're a person and you have a child and you're terrified and you go to these websites and like, oh my God, I don't want my kid to get autism. Like, but they're saying the vaccines cause autism. I'm not vaccinating my kid. I'm not going to take the chance. And that's where a lot of it comes in.
Yeah.
If you watch those videos and you watch a video that's not done by a scientist, that's not up to date on what we know about what caused. Like I had Peter Hotez on, who's very knowledgeable about vaccines and very knowledgeable about diseases in general, and he was describing what they think the causes of autism are, how it takes place in the womb, and how what's most likely happening is it's just expressing itself at the same time that the kid's getting vaccinated. And you're correlating the two things together.
Well, there's also the movement of not regarding autism as a problem, or CODA, children of deaf adults. You have these parents whose kids are deaf and they refuse to get them cochlear implants to give them the ability to hear because they think that's losing deaf culture. Now, to me, you never heard this?
No.
This is a thing. Yeah.
For me, everything is a thing.
Because, you can see, when you think about it for a few seconds, you can understand where they're coming from because you want to be like, well, you're saying I'm bad because I'm deaf. And I'm
but then you hear people that are like trans disabled. Do you know what that is? Where they cut their hand off because they feel like they're supposed to have no hand?
No.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. See, these things, this is what I'm saying. Like, I'm lumping them all together because what they are is all of them are these weird variables when it comes to human behavior and thinking and patterns and biology. All these weird variables where you get so many numbers. And if you have all these people, 300 whatever million we have in this country, you're going to have a few thousand of almost every fucking variable, every weird variable.
Good Lord.
Good Lord.
Yeah. All I know is the politics. The health stuff, I don't even want to wade into that.
Dude, there was an old website that I was going to. What was that? Body Modification Extreme. Do you remember that guy?
Extreme?
BME. He died.
What, the lizard guy?
No,
or the cat guy?
Well, his name was Shannon. I think Shannon Laureate is how you say his name. But BME, Body Modification Extreme, was the website. And he and I became like pen pals going back. Like he sent me some stuff on. I wrote something once about body modification, like what kind of weird shit people do. And he's like, hey man, if you ever have any questions, feel free to ask me. This is my website. He sent me a password to his web because it was like one of those things you had to pay for a membership. And I was like, holy shit! You go to this website and this was in the 90s, okay? And the most freakish, weirdest fucking body modifications, and there's a whole culture behind it. People putting horns on their heads and doing weird shit to their skin, making it bulge out and tattooing their whole face.
My friend Melissa, she had magnets implanted on her fingers. I don't know why.
Well, you never know.
For what? What do you think the magnets
Well,
for?
you have to pick things up, but you don't want to close your hand. What the fuck is wrong with
Tree
you?
frogs?
Magnets. Well, people think that wear magnets as a wristband. It's supposed to be good for you.
Cures autism.
But
you get the vaccine, then you get the magnet.
You know, it sounds stupid, but they use magnetic therapy for veterans that have PTSD and CTE because there's areas of the brain that they can actually stimulate with these very powerful magnets. Kat Zingano, UFC fighter, she went down there when she was having some serious repercussions from her fight with Amanda Nunes. She got really battered badly in the first round, and her hormones were out of whack for months afterwards. She was all fucked up. Her cortisol levels were all fucked up, and finally she went and got some, like her sparring was off, her timing was off. She was like, I just have to rush people. I didn't have any sense of timing.
Oh.
Yeah, she was having real problems with her brain. And they fixed it. They fixed it with magnets. These electromagnetic pulse. I'm just saying words that I don't understand. So if you're a scientist, you're like,
I'm sure there's
the fuck are you saying?
There's a scientist tweeting at you feverishly right now. You're spreading lies.
Listen, angry scientist, I'm with you. I'm retarded. Listen, they throw these waves at the brain, and somehow or another, these electromagnetic waves stimulate areas of the mind. And it actually forces brain cells to grow and forces neural connections. It's really interesting stuff. Kat Zingano explained it pretty in depth, but it really helped her. So it's weird that a magnet would work for that. But those are like really strong ones. I don't know.
Okay.
The little ones around your wrist.
No, that doesn't do anything.
I don't think the fuck do anything. But it might. I mean, I don't know. What the fuck do I know?
Yeah, I'm not spending the $24.99 on that fucking bracelet. That's
but
for
it's got an English guy that's selling it. That's how you know it's legit. It comes with a mop. It comes with a free chamois. Remember the ShamWow guy?
He's dead, isn't he?
Yeah, didn't he get
He's Israeli.
He get bit by a hooker?
Oh, no, it's the other one who got the OxyClean guy's dead. Billy whatever.
Oh, yeah,
ShamWow's alive.
Yeah, Billy was tooting up.
Yeah. Is that what it was?
Yeah, he had a lot of coke in his system, apparently.
Oh. He's cutting with OxyClean?
He had a heart attack, right?
Oh.
Listen, man, you got that oxy money.
That'll clean your sinuses up.
You want to fucking party. He's probably had a yellow Lamborghini, a dick implant. Just kidding. I made that part up. I'm sure he was a great guy. Wasn't he in the middle of doing a television show? They were doing a television show about him.
Yeah, he was. Well, he had the Pitchman.
It was like a sitcom or something.
It was like a
reality show.
Yeah, reality type show where they're following them around doing pitches and stuff.
There's an art to that shit. Those guys, he got me to
Even
buy
like Shark Tank before them. I think they were helping people do stuff, sort of.
Like Kitchen Nightmares?
Yeah, I'm friends with his son.
Oh.
the Shark Tank son. Or
No,
the ShamWow.
Billy Mays.
You're friends with Billy Mays' son?
Yeah, I went to school with him.
I'm sorry, I said all this.
What's his son's name?
I was
Billy
just
Mays.
joking around.
Is it Bill Mays Jr.?
Yeah. Don't shout him out.
He's the third.
Oh, the
Probably
third.
mad. We're talking about his dad.
He's-
I'm sure Billy Mays was a good guy, but didn't he? Well,
Yeah,
he's your
okay,
friend.
whatever.
Yeah, that's why he couldn't respond. Anyway, dude was partying. The ShamWow guy was the guy who got bit.
I don't
Right?
know. It's hard to keep track.
Yeah.
I actually think he bit someone.
What?
Yeah, I'll look.
He
I mean,
bit someone.
Like Marv Albert?
Did Marv Albert bite someone?
Yeah, did he bite the lady?
I thought she bit him too. I don't know. I get my stories all confused when it comes to dudes.
Too many
biting.
too many vaccines. That's your problem.
Yes, it is, man. They saved me from the measles, but
I got into a big fight with the.
they made me dumber. What happened? Oh, there it is.
Oh,
Whoa.
God.
Oh, he bit her?
It's happened a few times, I think. With him.
ShamWow Pitchman, brutal beatdown.
Yeah.
So they just went to war. Oh my God, he did that to her eyes? Is that real?
I don't mean.
That might not be real.
That looks like makeup, though.
That looks crazy.
That's like smoky
Yeah,
eye.
no, it didn't look like makeup to me.
Well, it's so
That
symmetrical.
looks like black eyes. That's what happens
the
when you
look.
smash in the nose.
But that's the look. With the makeup, you know?
She had his tongue, and so he
Oh,
started punching her
Jesus
until she released
Christ.
his tongue.
Oh my God.
In her hand or
She's
in her
bit his
mouth?
tongue, and
According to
he's
the cops.
punching her in the face.
On
Oh my
TMZ.
God, people are crazy. That's meth, right? You got a guess? What's involved there?
No, it's something crazier than meth.
Really? Like PCP?
Or like bath salts.
Oh, remember that?
If you're grabbing someone's tongue, it's bath
I
salts.
think bath salts were meth, though.
No.
Yeah, I think it was. I think what it was meth with I think they altered a molecule so that it doesn't fall into the protected Schedule 1 drug. See, that you can do things like that. Like that's why DMT was illegal, but 5-methoxy-DMT wasn't, which is actually stronger.
And what's that?
They missed that one. Here it goes.
What's that drug that lasts 10 minutes?
Oh, what is this? Bath salts. Well, first of all, here's another thing. I think there's a bunch of different kinds of bath salts.
For sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely.
You got the lavender.
I mean,
you got the potpourri. You got the lemon.
But I mean, nobody. I don't think anybody has a patent.
Yeah, no.
Hey, you can't call that bath salts.
Wait, so
come on,
bath
I
salts-
barely got high on this.
It's bath salts because of the name Bathione? It's
No. The bath salts is because they were selling it in stores as bath salts,
Oh.
not for human consumption. Wink, wink.
No, but you
And they
just
were
pulled it up.
letting
It looked like
everybody
the chemical is Bathione.
No, cath.
Oh,
cathinone.
I misread it. Okay.
But what I'm saying is they
Yeah.
labeled it bath salt so they could sell it, but everybody knew it was meth. They're like, hey man, there's bath salts over there. You should try smoking that.
But isn't that how salvia was around for a long time?
Salvia was around for the same reason 5-methoxy-DMT was around.
Yeah.
They missed it in the sweeping Schedule 1 Drug Act of 1970.
Okay.
They missed that one. It was two of the most potent ones they missed. Salvia divinorum and 5-methoxy-DMT.
And that's why they're always changing it, because if it's slightly different, then you could say it's not.
Exactly. So see if you find that, like, bath salts is meth. Because there was a guy who was a homeless guy. I think they shot him. He was biting someone's face off.
In Florida.
Yeah, you remember that?
Yeah.
And they said that he was on bath salts.
That's the first time I heard of it.
Yeah, and I think someone said that it was meth. That he was, because like that cat stuff.
It's like you were saying, it's both.
Just a bunch of different things. They can
There's
call it
probably
whatever they
some
want.
that are made with mephedrone.
So it is a potpourri. How appropriate.
You could basically sell whatever you want if you're selling it as not for human consumption. And also, they probably put smell into it so they can say, no, it is bath salt.
Yeah.
It is really bath salt. You know, they probably threw some.
They had like a little cat and mouse game going on for a while where they would have there was the same thing was going on with that K2 spice stuff. Remember it was getting sold as like illegal weed. They had synthetic THC they were spraying all over.
That stuff's supposed to be terrible for you,
it's
right?
awful, yeah.
Way worse for you than actual.
But they would outlaw one little chemical, and then those guys would figure out, okay, tweak it and make
Yeah.
it TH379. Okay, and now next week is 380, and they just would keep doing it every single week, literally.
And by the way, that's the same shit that they did with steroids, with like the Clear, when Barry Bonds and all those guys, that Balco scandal. That's what all that stuff was about.
Oh, they just changed the point after drugs.
Move some stuff around a little, and then it doesn't show up in the test because it's not the thing you're looking for. The way it's been explained to me is a lot of tests for things, very specific. So when they're testing for something, and it's just a little bit off, it's like you test negative for it, but it has a similar result or approximate result in a different way.
Huh.
Yeah.
I will say, though, with the bath salts, people were breaking into any place that had them. Gas stations, any store that had bath salts, if they think they had them, your windows are being broken, your doors are being broken,
Yeah.
you're not going to have that
It's
stuff
meth.
tomorrow. Yeah.
That's those are meth heads. That's meth head activity.
Jesus Christ.
Did you ever know anybody that was a meth head?
No.
Yeah, I've known a few people.
It's
weird to see.
Because it's so visual, the results.
Well, not always. That's what's interesting. What you're seeing when you see people that are completely fucked up and picking the skin off their face and they weigh 5 pounds and they're falling apart, that is worst case scenario. There's some people that I would call functional meth heads. And what these people are people that are on amphetamines every day, or almost every day. They're constantly on amphetamines, and some of them get prescribed by doctors. They get really irrational. They start thinking that everyone's out to get them. They get real mean and nasty towards other people, very defensive. They're always attacking and thinking they're persecuted, thinking that someone's attacking them. It's very strange. And these people could function like this for years. Years and years. And you get the same with Adderall addicts.
Yeah. But that's just speed, isn't it?
Same thing.
Yeah.
It's very similar to meth. It's amphetamines.
Right.
It's just a different release. Like what Adderall is. Duncan Trussell has a great joke. He's like, as if a scientist took cocaine and went, I can fix this. And it just makes people talkative and aggressive and insulting and mean and it highlights some of the worst aspects of people, the bitchy pettiness.
I love that stuff. That's my bread and butter.
But it's not the way you do it. You do it with a smile.
Well, thank you. That's true.
Snarky.
People need to be having more fun.
Yeah, but your positions are always, even if I don't agree with them, they're rational. I see your thought process. I see where you're going.
Well, thank you. That's a huge compliment.
Not a method.
Yeah.
Method's like, what are you saying? The Jews are doing what? What's happening with the Nazis or what?
The big one I get. So I interviewed a Nazi for the book, and I said to him, I go, look, what am I supposed to do when your people come at me and say the only reason you care about North Korea and its concentration camps is because they're anti-Israel? And he goes, what do you want me to tell you? There's idiots in every group. And I'm like, all right, Fair answer.
Because they're anti-Israel. Jesus
It's like when you think about the idea that Israel has to do with North Korea is just like absolutely amazing. But I get that online.
People connect to everything.
Right.
People that are really into the nutty conspiracies, there's a network of connections that they
And
follow.
then if you're not talking about it, what they think is the most important issue, you're clearly being dishonest because it's the most important issue.
It must be a shill.
Yes,
Spent all
Mossad.
that time over there in Korea. Interesting.
I did bring up
Very
Israel
interesting
once. How's that?
For American to be over there in North Korea. Hey, I wanted to talk to you about this. I don't know if you know anything about it, but essentially, Google has pulled the plug on Huawei today, meaning they're no longer allowing Android updates on Huawei phones, and they're not allowing the Google app to work on Huawei phones, or excuse me, Gmail app to work on Huawei phones. If you had an old Huawei phone with the Gmail app, you're fine. But going forward, no Huawei phones will be allowed to have Gmail anymore.
What's the reasoning?
It's a very good question. Marcus Brownlee, who's Marcus has been on the show before, and he's probably one of my favorite, if not my favorite, tech reviewer on YouTube. He had a point about it. He put it up on his Twitter, and then I followed the feed. He's like, "This is very important." I followed the feed, and there's tech people that are saying there is no reason for this. There's no evidence. They're not pointing to anything. But then when I talk to people that are experts in foreign policy, and they explain the way China works and China's relationship between the government and industry, how they're inexorably connected, and every business works for the government.
Yes.
They were saying, well, no, there's a reason why they're doing this. Like, these guys are playing this real long game, and to aid them in any way is extraordinarily bad for our country.
Yeah, I had Marion Smith from Xenocommunism on my show, and since my focus in North Korea, I wasn't that much focused on China, and we all think in the West that China's gotten so much better than it was, which is true, but he goes, it's still really, really, really bad. And one of the big, I think, fair criticisms of the corporate press is how much they're focused on Putin and Russia, and it's like, you're calling him a dictator. The shit they're pulling in China is an order of magnitude worse, and something that they're doing now, they stole from North Korea. North Korea has something called Songbun, and everyone...
Songbun?
S-O-N-G-B-U-N, Songbun. Everyone in North Korea got interviewed, and there's several iterations of this, and you got a score based on your family. So if your family was born in South Korea, or a priest or landowner, that's a low score. If your grandfather fought with the great leader Kim Il-sung, that's a high score. It's divided into favored class, wavering, and hostile, and there's like 51 subcategories, and this determines everything about your life, where you live, where you go to college, and China's now starting to do this. They're trying to implement a social credit system based on your loyalty to the government, which will allow things like leaving the country and all sorts of other opportunities. And that's scary, scary stuff. And that's what needs to be, I think, covered much more in the West.
The problem with that is it becomes like a game, and people are going to want to have a really high score.
Of course.
People are so weird when it comes to scores in games. But we get so...
But you have to have a high score or else you're not getting food or a job.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but it's also like people covet it.
Oh, but they don't tell you your score.
Oh, Jesus.
You have to intimate it. Oh,
that's
yeah.
even scary.
Oh, yeah. So you got to fly right and just...
So you're always nervous.
That's what they want. You're always nervous. It's not transparency.
Self-censoring as well.
Yes.
Right? It forces a system of self-censoring like Twitter.
Yes.
Are you saying that Twitter is like China? Did you just say that? Twitter's like communism?
In those words, yes. No, we got a ways to go for communism, but some of the techniques they use are very disturbingly totalitarian.
Yes, disturbingly so.
And the other thing is, yes, they are a private company. It's funny how the left is like, as soon as you criticize Twitter, they're a private company, they can do what they want, but any other private company, whatever. A private company can be criticized. And if you're perfectly appropriate in a free market to say what you're doing is screwed up and give us answers, or we're going to use another company.
I think when I talked to Jack about this, one of the things that he was saying is that they're considering an open Twitter. Like, they're going to have Twitter where it's like a safe neighborhood and Twitter where it's like the Wild West.
Okay.
And I said, please do that.
Yeah.
I said, please do that. But if there's ways to block people. There's ways to avoid people.
I block people liberally.
You know what's weird, though? Block lists. When you never even had an interaction with someone.
It's like a blacklist.
Yeah. And you go to their page and they're blocked. You're just blocked. Blocked for no reason.
People have block lists for anyone who follows President Trump. Yes. And it's like, if I'm a journalist, I sure as hell better be following the fucking president to know what he's saying.
First of all, he says hilarious shit.
Yes, on the reg.
Look, he does.
What's your favorite Trump tweet?
Rocket Man, when he was calling...
What's my favorite one? Hold on.
Kim Jong-un, Rocket Man.
What's the one about the haters and the losers?
Yes, that's a great one, but he did that before he was president. That was like 2013
It's still my favorite Trump tweet by far. Oh, yeah. Every time I speak of the haters and losers, I do so with great love and affection. They cannot help the fact that they were born fucked up.
I would like if he said that now as president.
I know.
That's one thing he's really done a great job as president, not swearing.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Well, did you see what CNN did to him? During the campaign, he said, boy, that's really up. So he didn't say it. They played the clip and they bleeped him.
Yes, we talked about this before. Yeah, it's very dishonest.
Yeah.
They bleeped it to make it look like he said something
that he didn't. But he's cursing a blue streak in the White House anyway. We all know this.
But it's funny. I like it. I think that part is funny. Like, I'm not happy with a lot of what's going on. but I'm very happy that he's this ridiculous person.
I think
it's funny.
And I think it's very healthy for us to have less reverence for the president. Because when a president's on a pedestal, he's in a position to send our sons and daughters to die. Whereas if you look at him as a clown, you're going to be much more skeptical of, is this man going to war for the right reasons? Is he doing these things for the right reasons? And I think that's that's what the founding fathers wanted too. They didn't want the president to be looked at as a god.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I think you're correct, and I think this idea that it's behavior unfitting for a president, that's what we're thinking, that a president is a special person,
Right.
a special job, and they'll act accordingly like a gentleman, and they're human beings. It's a stupid job. It's a ridiculous job for anyone.
And you saw Biden went after Trump and says, oh, being presidential is always, yeah, by definition, he's always being presidential. Because he's the fucking president and you're not.
Well, Biden's a weird guy.
Do you see all those videos of him sniffing all his kids?
Oh, what is that about? I mean, it could just be a sweet old grandpa.
But
you know, some sweet old grandpas don't want to fuck kids. They do that.
The thing is, it would, in a sense, make more sense to people if he was just like handsy, right? It's like, okay, you're an old pervert.
Right.
This is like, I don't even know where to put this.
Right, where do you put sniffing?
Yeah.
It's a fucking weird thing. He's just a weird guy. Did you know about the plagiarism from back when he was running for president?
So he ran 3 times.
Yeah.
I think he's fucked in the primary because his track record is pathetic. So the first time he ran was an 88 cycle, right? He announces in July, he has to fold by September because of this plagiarism scandal, right? He runs again in 08, comes in like, 6th in Iowa, has to pull. So in terms of his history of running for presidency, it's been very, very poor.
He's a good backup man.
Right. He's a steady, reliable result. Yeah.
You should stay the fuck out.
They're gonna eat him alive.
It's ugly. It's gonna be ugly. You're gonna hate it, bro, and you're not gonna win.
I don't think he's gonna
But
win.
he's the front runner. When you look at the Democratic polls in terms of the Democrats.
You know who's the front runner at this point in 2003? Joe Lieberman. Because he was the vice presidential candidate from Gore. Everyone knew his name.
What happened with that guy?
He lost, and
But where'd he go? He went right, didn't he?
He lost the primary in his state of Connecticut. Then he ran as an independent Democrat, won again, got reelected. He killed universal health care because they needed 60 votes, and he's like, "Fuck you, we're not doing it." So they had to have this Obamacare market system. It's because of him, and now everyone hates it.
Didn't he turn into a Republican though?
No, but he endorsed.
I heard he became a Nazi.
Joe Lieberman and Ben Shapiro are the new Nazis. Yeah,
the new Nazi, the new right. Yeah, the fact that he gets called one. That's the funny shit ever. While he's wearing armor, people call him a Nazi.
Well, you never suspect it.
Yeah, it's sneaky.
We're sneaky.
Yeah. I just think if we had to design a system from scratch, there's no way we'd have one person at the top of the pyramid.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't need to be a pyramid.
Yeah, doesn't.
It could be a series of silos.
Yeah. There's no reason. I mean, I guess the good thing would be that person can veto stuff and get things done.
Sure.
So if there is some sort of if he's a reasonable person and he really works well with others and doesn't abuse that power, one thing he has done though is, it's going to sound ridiculous, but when he has Kim Kardashian bring in cases of people that were unjustly prosecuted or unjustly imprisoned, and he releases them. Like, I like that. I like that she does it, and I like that he does it.
It takes a lot for me to get angry, but when people were clowning them, and I'm like, Kim Kardashian, you can say a lot of shit about her. She saved people's lives.
She's helping people in a tremendous way.
You're going to tell those families that it's Kim Kardashian? Fuck you.
She's helped 17 people be released from prison in the last 3 months.
And I think it's also very disturbing how glib a lot of people are about prison.
Yeah.
And it's a really, I don't know what it's like, and I don't want to know what it's like.
You don't want to
It's
know
no joke.
Yeah.
But it is a punchline. And it's like, you're laughing about people being traumatized for life and possibly having no possibility of returning to society.
People used to be able to laugh about stuff like that because it would be like laughing at it at work. You know, like you go to work and you're like, hey, OJ's in the can. He's going to take it in the can. You would go to work and you'd say something stupid like that and it wouldn't go anywhere. But when you say something like that on Twitter or Facebook, like, ooh, boy. Remember, people find out. You say the inappropriate thing. Remember that with Justine Sacco?
Oh, of course.
She tweets.
I was flying here for this show and someone tweeted at me, hashtag has malice landed yet? Because that was the hashtag for her.
Oh, yeah.
Because she tweeted out a joke, she gets on a flight, and it blew up while she was on the flight.
Right. And when she lands, her life is
ruined.
Upside down, backwards, inside out. Yeah.
For a dumb joke.
Yeah, that dumb joke could have been something that she would just say, and then the next day be like, what the fuck is wrong with me? I was on Ambien and alcohol and trying to be funny.
And that is something that the evangelical left is very scary about. If you take a joke and that's inappropriate in some sense, and they're the ones judging it's inappropriate, your life should be ruined. That is crazy and totalitarian.
Yeah, it's also, it smacks of deep insecurity and fear that you experience personally. You want to turn it on other people. The same feeling that people have when they're bullies. The reason why someone's a bully is almost always because they're not confident in their own abilities, so they want to somehow or another by being cruel to someone else, they exercise this power on someone else, and it somehow or another relieves them of a certain portion of this inadequacy they feel, the stress they feel. That's why one of the reasons why a lot of people are saying that bullies, contrary to like what we think would be a logical thing, we should teach them how to fight. You know, they wouldn't want to do this. The reason why they're doing this to people is because they're insecure. That's the same thing I think when you see these Twitter mobs and people are attacking people. The thing they fear most is that they're going to be attacked themselves. The thing they feel, they fear social ostracization. They fear that.
They fear standing up on their own 2 feet and being an individual. Mm-hmm. And I have a whole chapter on dark humor in this book, and I'm shocked that they let me publish it because Bonnie McFarlane, great comedian. She was roasting Jim Norton, and she says to him, "Your show is so unlistenable. I'd rather hear my daughter drowning." And it's like, are you gonna? But let's break this down. Are you gonna tell her as a comedian or as a mom that that's not appropriate?
Oh, she's so funny.
They only made me cut one joke. I have everything else in there, and the point I make is something might not be funny for you if you're an assault victim. Right, you don't want to kind of. That's fine,
right.
But it's not. That means, and if something's not for you, doesn't mean it's not for anyone.
What is the new right? This is the title of your book.
Yeah,
A Journey to the Fringe of American Politics. What inspired you? To do this?
So, the circles I was swimming in started developing into the scene as it was happening. That culminated in like the Trump presidency in Charlottesville. So I was there as this was happening.
What circles we discussed?
This kind of the anarchist circles, the what they call race realism, the racists, the alt-right. And seeing a lot of it happening, just being discussed in the press and people not knowing what they're talking about, I'm like, all right, someone's got to write this book who's been there and understands it. And it might as well be...
How do you understand it? Like, what about it? Do you like the race realists?
Because one of the points I make is this is not one scene where everyone's in agreement. These people often completely hate each other and disagree. The only thing that unites them is their opposition to progressivism.
And this is you looking at this as a journalist. When you're saying...
Sure, yeah.
But the way you're saying it is like you're a part of these groups.
Well, I'm like, all right, I went to all the meetings. I go to Charlottesville. I interviewed all the types. And it's what their points of view are. And if you're going to engage with this kind of thinking, which is somewhat prevalent on the fringes, you have to at least understand where they're coming from. And being dismissive gives a power.
For sure. But what I want to say is because I don't want people to misconstrue you. So someone could listen to this and inadvertently misconstrue or purposely misconstrue and think that you're a part of these groups.
Oh, no. So it's very clear in this book who I agree with.
In the book.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, in the book. But the way we're discussing it in this conversation, you're saying the circles that you love.
Yeah, because a lot of the people who I was friends with fell down this rabbit hole.
They fell down the rabbit hole of
Nazism, racism,
really?
Yes. And that's
who that you were friends with fell down?
I'm not naming. Yeah, because it was very disturbing.
Do you knew them in real life?
Correct.
Wow.
And it was very disturbing to watch as they start throwing out terms like HBD, NRX.
What is that?
Human biodiversity. That's their code word for different races, right?
Human biodiversity
right.
is the code word for different races.
Yes.
What's the other one? HBX?
And NRX.
NRX?
Neo-reaction. So this is basically America's this decadent Weimar Republic, and we need to return to like hardcore
Neo-reaction?
Neo.
Okay,
yeah.
Neo-reaction.
Neo-reaction. That was the hashtag before was the alt-right. But it's not the same, but it's similar now. So, and a lot of these guys are really cerebral. They could tell you about the history of England. They could tell you about, all the science and stuff.
So what went wrong?
With whom?
With them.
I don't know what went wrong. I think one of the things that goes wrong is when no one's talking to you and you're just talking to each other, you're going to start doubling down because there's no one hitting the brakes.
You know what else happens?
What?
You say controversial things, people attack you, and then some people don't attack you. They support you.
Yes.
And then you gravitate towards those people that support you.
Right, and then you get that endorphin rush. You get the light. Yes.
You start seeing that with people, and they start embracing really weird fringe ideas. They become a part of these fringe groups, and they get praised by these fringe groups, and then they elevate to virtue signal for that fringe group.
And so you could be either an average person in the mass, or you could be a leader in the fringe.
Yeah.
So it's big fish in a small pond.
And you could be one of those who knows. One of those who knows.
Right.
People know what the fuck is going on.
Right. So
you're not going to get me with your skin on.
So my line is, you take one red pill, but not the whole bottle.
You take the Adderall, bro. That's what you take. Take that fucking Adderall. No one's going to... I know what's happening. Start stashing weapons in your backyard.
Yeah.
Start prepping.
Yeah. So it's an interesting, and there's also a long history of this stuff.
So how did you know those guys in real life? Did you know them from work? Did you know?
I knew them from like anarchist circles.
So this anarchy thing, like, how serious are you about that?
100% serious.
100% serious.
Yes.
So anarchists think there should be no cops?
No, the anarchists don't think there should be government cops. There should be private security.
Oh, private security. What if you're poor?
Well, same thing. No one wants to have a scenario. Like if you go to a bar, you're not paying for the doorman. Or if you're going to a hotel, you're not paying for security. The point is whoever has an environment wants it to be as safe as possible.
Okay, stop right there.
Okay.
Because if you go into a bar, if you're buying a drink, the bar is taking some of the money from that drink to pay for that security.
Correct.
It's the same thing as you paying taxes.
It's not the same thing as you paying taxes.
Let's just look at it this way. Just money into a pool.
It's not just money.
But hold, please. If you throw the money into a pool, but you didn't even let me explain.
Okay.
If you throw the money into the pool, okay, and obviously taxes get taken from you, it's different in that regard. But if you have a certain amount of money, a certain amount of money is going to go to protecting the people. And this is the idea of police force, and this is the idea of a bouncer. Or at least a bouncer is more likely acting in the interest of the club, and trying to keep out bad people, and trying to keep people from getting sued. But the money for the drinks goes to that. Some of it, a percentage of it goes to that. Much like your tax money, some of it goes to the cops. Right?
Correct. But the big difference is one is voluntary and one is forceful, and one is a monopoly and one isn't. So if you had a free system, you would have more security because the streets would have someone doing security and the bar and the store, and they would be complementary to each other, as opposed to you only have to dial 911. Wouldn't it be, look how many dating sites there are, right? Wouldn't it be great if instead of one number, you had dozens of places that are going to offer you security?
So like private businesses that work like Uber, you give them a call when you're getting raped? Like you press a button.
Sure.
One with a dude with his pants down. You press a button and then someone shows up.
We have that now. And
we have now.
I mean, if you go to a apartment building or a business building, there is going to be security there already. You're not going to. Yeah, you're not going to call the cop. You're going to call them downstairs.
Those people are just book readers.
Sure.
They're sitting there playing with their phone. They used to be book readers. Now they're phone players.
Well, I'd rather they be reading books than shooting dogs. So that's where we are.
Right. I see what you're saying. In terms of, that's the grossest shit ever when you see SWAT teams show up and shoot people's dogs and people get.
And that's the problem with having a monopoly is there's no consequences.
Yes.
So there's all these cases where dogs get shot, the flash grenade in the baby's crib.
Yeah.
These people aren't like Eric Garner. The only person who got in trouble for Eric Garner dying is the guy who filmed it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you are a cook and you are serving food and you undercook chicken, it's a mistake, honest mistake, and someone gets sick, that shouldn't be your job.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're a police officer often, and I'm going to get a lot of heat for this, and that's fine, if something bad happens as a consequence of your actions, there have to be consequences that maybe this isn't the right job for you.
Well, oftentimes there is. If there's an inappropriate shooting or something along those lines. But I think you're right. And I mean, I've experienced abusive cops. I think we all have. And I also think that it's very, very, very difficult to be that guy every day and not become abusive and not become worn out by it, not become extremely stressed out. I'm a big supporter of police. I just don't think that it's a job for everybody. I think being a cop is like a lot of other jobs that are, especially that one, that's super fucking difficult. The idea that you just hire people off the street and run them through some tests and they're going to make great cops.
I agree.
It's crazy.
I agree. And what happens is when you're a monopoly, you don't have to be efficient or effective.
I think they should hire former military. That's what I think.
Have a police state.
Hire people. No, hire people that have discipline. Hire people that have gone through some experience in actual combat, who know how to handle pressure better, and then make it a very, very valuable job, and make it a very very strict codes of conduct and behavior and action.
I think another problem the police have in their defense is when you have public streets. People have certain rights, and they can act however like here in LA, you have all these tents, and I thought my understanding is the government said you can't clear out those tents.
That is hilarious, isn't it?
And now the cops can't do anything, so they are hamstrung from being able to do their jobs. Whereas if this was private, this would not be happening.
Well, if you go under underpasses in LA, folks, I don't know where you live, but there's a fucking campground.
Literally, they have tents.
Yeah, everywhere.
I didn't know Skid Row was an actual place.
Oh, you didn't know?
I went there last time I was here, and the whole block is covered in tents.
Oh, it was unbelievable. People who don't know, I'd love to take them to Skid Row.
It's just amazing.
Downtown LA is insane. Like you go there and you're like, what is this? Well, what this is failure. This is failure. I mean, cultural failure. Failure to address these members of our community, failure to provide health care, failure to raise children correctly, failure to keep people from drugs, failure to provide good systems to get them off of drugs.
It started in New York too. De Blasio, who's a real charmer, that one. Like now, you go on every subway train, there's a homeless person with all their bags.
Yeah.
And there's got to be better alternatives than that, even for them.
Well, there's someone, Donald Trump Jr. posted a video. It was all over the news the other day when he was talking about De Blasio. And he's like, I'm driving here. This is out my window. I'm filming. Look at all these tents. Look at all this homeless shit.
He started following me on Twitter, and now I live in fear of saying the wrong thing and getting.
Why?
I don't know. It's just like holy shit. Because North Korea is my biggest issue by far, right? By far.
But what are you in fear of?
Getting unfollowed.
By Donald Trump Jr.?
Yeah.
He ain't gonna unfollow you.
Well, he better not.
No, I have friends that are friends with him.
Okay.
Like good friends, like my good friends, and they're good friends with him.
Okay, I'll slide into.
They like him. They say he's a good guy.
I'll slide into his DMs.
Do it. It's just he's just in a weird position, man. Yeah. If he wasn't the president's son, he wouldn't be under so much scrutiny. He'd be like, he's a great guy.
Okay.
It's like everybody's just like, you're the president's son.
But it's weird for me, given that was my beat, that I'm like one step away from being able to influence policy on that issue, which is the most important thing to me.
Well, I get it. Yeah. What would you tell him about North Korea?
I mean, I wouldn't even know where to start. I would think I would have a lot of information about helping with the psychology, how to kind of influence them, how to basically manipulate them. Also, how evil they really and truly are, and always to keep that in mind. So it's a dance. It's a very delicate dance with them.
Do you think he's going to get in trouble with Russia?
Who? Which one?
Donald Trump Jr.
No. You
don't
think he
so?
will?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
You don't think you think it's over?
I don't think it's over. It's not. I don't think it's over because people, after 3 years of reporting, now you can say with a straight face, "What? There were 3 years of reporting over nothing. If there's smoke, there's fire." Blah blah blah. So I haven't been following it that closely. I saw Justin Amash, just tweeted out that he had this whole tweet storm that he thinks Trump should be impeached based on.
Who is that?
Justin Amash is a congressman from Michigan. He's one of like 3 libertarians, and he turned. He's like, I actually read the report, which most people have not in Washington.
800 pages. Right?
Is it? Yeah. And he's like, I think there's stuff in here that's impeachable. Whoa. This was a big deal. And then all the left were like, even Republicans like Justin Amash. He's like, no, it's just him. It's not. There's no like. It's him. It's literally just him.
Him.
Yeah. There's only 2 like him. It's
Thomas that like him.
It's Thomas Massey and Mike Lee. That's the 3 of them. And Rand Paul, 4.
Rand Paul's an interesting cat.
I like him.
Well, I want to talk to his neighbor that fucked him up.
That's such a bitch move.
Such a bitch move.
That is such a bitch move.
Tackled him when he wasn't even looking.
I know.
Yeah, I think he had earphones on too.
I'm not sitting here like some badass, but come on, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
How about that guy that kicked Arnold Schwarzenegger yesterday?
Oh yeah, what was that about?
He kicked this kid, drop kicked Arnold Schwarzenegger. I think he was crazy.
South African.
He was screaming out, "Help me! I need a Lamborghini!" while they were arresting him.
Bath salts. It was the bath salts.
It's World Star Hip Hop. He made it. He's on. Look, I mean, if that's what he wanted, look, what really happened to Arnold? Nothing. What's really going to happen to that kid? Probably go to jail for. Actually, I don't know.
You don't know.
South Africa.
Look at Otto Warmbier in North Korea. He steals a sign and then he's dead. So we don't know what the law's like in South Africa. It could be.
I think it's not as bad as North Korea.
It's not as bad as North Korea. Come on, no, it's not
the security guard fucked him up pretty well.
Did they?
I mean, it looked like it.
Yeah.
2 seconds.
Listen, if you're drop kicking people out of nowhere, that's a problem.
When I was talking to Eddie Izzard, Eddie ran a bunch of marathons in South Africa. 20 it was a designation. It was the same number as the amount of years that Nelson Mandela was in prison. So it's 27. So he ran 27 marathons. But there was areas where they're like, "Listen, man, you ain't running through here. Like this area you want to go to. We're gonna take you. We're gonna put you in a car. We're gonna drive you way the fuck past here, and then you keep running. But you're not running through here. Like you'll get killed. You'll get robbed. You'll get carjacked. We're all gonna get shot. You're not going through here." And that's, there's parts of the world that are like that. And Arnold Schwarzenegger, when he visited South Africa, what's the worst? He got drop kicked with poor technique. Okay, I want to say the kid had no follow through.
Right.
Barely knocked a 71-year. First of all, even though Arnold Schwarzenegger is 71 years old, he's still a 71-year-old Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, of course. He's
still a tank. But I mean, he didn't even fall over. Kid drop kicks him. He didn't even know it was coming.
Right.
He gets hit in the middle of his back, and he just, what happened? and he's fine. It's kind of impressive.
I got your present.
You do? What do you got?
Ready?
Okay.
What do you like best about me?
What the fuck is that?
I got this. This is the most Joe Rogan thing.
That's like a thing a girl says to you right when she's about to trap you. What?
That's the
I
end.
like your personality. I like everything.
This is the most Joe Rogan thing I've ever found.
What is it?
Here you go.
What do we got here?
Take it.
Whoa. What is that?
It's a mini museum. So it's got 29 different things from all over the universe encased in lucite.
Wow, that is fucking dope, dude.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's got a piece of the White House, a piece of the Hollywood sign, some Amazon water, a giant sloth claw, I think.
Wow. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Dude, that will go right fucking here.
Yeah, here's the book that tells everything about it.
Ooh, thank you. Very cool. Where'd you find this?
I went on one of my rabbit holes on the internet. And I'm like, holy shit, this will be perfect for Joe.
Internet rabbit holes. Oh, that's dope, dude. Thank you very much. So.
Get the velvet bag.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a bag for it. A velvet bag. I feel like I need to have it out, though.
It's nice.
Hold the bag right here.
I got mine on display.
The desk is so cluttered. This is a ridiculous. I keep saying I'm gonna clean it up. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
So tell me more about your book. Why are you breaking these buildings?
That's a dog whistle.
That's a dog whistle.
The cover. So there's a guy named Ben Garrison, and he was a regular conservative artist, right? And he would have drawings about like Ben Bernanke or Hillary or whatever. Mm-hmm. The Nazis took his art, replaced all of his drawings with Jews. So instead of the Great Wizard of Debt being the Fed, it was a Jewish caricature, and they did it perfectly. And they also invented this whole backstory about him, that he was this classic Nazi, and this poor guy in Montana if you Google him, it's like Nazi, and he's like, "Why is this happening to me?" And the Photoshop work was perfect. So eventually they calmed down, and now he's kind of like a regular cartoonist, and the story got out. But that's his artwork. So the people, this poor guy who was talk about a victim of Nazis. It's very rare nowadays to have a new victim of Nazis, and he's actually one of them.
Well, meme culture is very strange.
Right. Yes.
And those little humorous images that get chucked around.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of dirtbags that have really profited off of other people's meme work too.
Like my friend Don, he's terrible.
I don't
He
know
works
who that is.
he works for a meme site. Yeah.
Oh, those
Real
sites are
dirtbag.
Those sites are bad, man. Some of them just flat out steal, and some of them steal, and then they'll attribute you somewhere. Like they'll just say your name, and sometimes they don't even say your name. They say a name of like a fake account that doesn't even. They just attribute it to someone. Oh, thought we got it from that person because they know that it's at 100 different accounts.
Yeah.
Because a bunch of people have. This guy's like you'll find something, you're like, oh, this is funny, and you put it up. But then there's people that they make these giant sites with all other people's work, and they curate them, and they make millions.
Yep.
Like the fat Jewish.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Everyone hates him.
Yeah.
This is like one of your big issues with like people who like take content and basically reappropriate for themselves.
But for sure with stand-up comedy.
Yeah.
But the thing that's happening with memes is like if someone sends you something, like there's a bunch of things that like Eddie Bravo sends me hilarious ones all the time. He'll send me a funny meme, and then I'll send it to Brendan Schaub, and like I'm not asking who made that meme.
Right. It's a joke.
Brendan doesn't think that I made it myself, so it's not like I'm stealing a joke. But I'm definitely not crediting the original creator because I don't know who the fuck it is.
Right.
And those things fly around. They fly around. So. But that's all in good faith. The person in bad faith curates a website and then starts profiting off of it. They find a loophole, and then they make deals with Comedy Central. And then they also have people who actually steal stand-ups bits and turn those bits into memes, and they put those bits on their meme pages, and they do the same shit. They'll do it. They're content needers. They need content. They're whores.
Parasites.
So, yes. So they'll hire people to do it. And the people that they hire, they'll steal people's jokes and turn them into memes. I mean, it's a real problem.
That's. I mean, that's become a joke because like, people are like, "Oh, this is a rare Pepe," right? Because like, please save it. It's just like even though you can replicate it.
Do you know the Pepe lawsuit that's going on?
Oh
right
yeah,
now?
I talked about that in there.
Well, the new one that's happening right now. Alex Jones refused to settle out of court, so they're gonna go to court. They're gonna figure out whether or not you can use Pepe the Frog.
But I talk about this in the context of. It's like can Andy Warhol use a Campbell's soup can? Right. It's the same thing. It's like someone creates it, but if someone is using it in a kind of a broader satirical context.
Well, it doesn't though, because Andy probably couldn't do that today.
Yes, he could.
I think they'd sue him if he tried to make a lot of money off of Campbell's soup cans.
I think corporations had more power back then and less accountability, because now with social media, everyone would lose their minds on Campbell's.
Right. That's true. That's a good point. I think that...
Do you know what they did? What Campbell's did when he did this? So he paints all 40 flavors of soup cans, right? Puts them up in a gallery. Campbell's just like, what the fuck is this? Like, they didn't know what to do, right? And they didn't know who to call. This is unprecedented. So they had a storefront, and they had the cans at the window to go, why pay $100,000 if you can get it here for $1? So they tried to own it in their own way.
That's smart.
That's smart.
Great advertising for them.
Yeah.
I mean, gigantic advertising.
But that's the other thing is like with this meme culture, people are like, oh, Pepe means white supremacy. It's like Campbell's doesn't say what a Campbell's soup can means. Different things mean, this is not news, different things mean different things to different people. And if you're using it in one context, that doesn't mean other contexts aren't legitimate. That's how art and images work.
Yeah, I mean, that's almost like what happened with Guy in Montana, right? Someone takes his work and then turns it into Nazi stuff, and then all of a sudden he becomes a Nazi.
Right. And he had nothing to do with it.
With Pepe the Frog, because that guy who
Matt Fury,
he's so upset.
I know.
Because he
Do you know what they did to him?
Do
you know what they did to him? He had a cartoon where he killed Pepe. So all the trolls are like, oh, that's interesting. So they took all his other characters and made them full-blown Nazis. So Heinrich, who's the wolf, instead of having reflections in his sunglasses, had the SS.
Oh my God.
They're like, oh, you want to throw down? We'll throw down, asshole. And that's what ended up happening to him.
The wolf has a Nazi name already.
No, they gave him a last name. It's like Heinrich something else.
But that name.
I'll tell you what. Oh my God, I know. No.
This is a Nazi.
What do they call it?
That's a Nazi wolf. It sounds like a Nazi wolf.
Well, maybe what was the...
That's hilarious. He thought he could just kill it off. That's like deplatforming. He thought he was going to deplatform Pepe.
Well, it's also like, let's suppose I decide to kill off Paul Bunyan. What the fuck are you... How... I can't... What does that mean?
It doesn't mean anything. Like, the idea that he's going to kill it off and they're going to say, oh, well, we killed it off.
Oh, no.
We can't use it anymore.
His name was originally Landwolf. So they said, oh, his first name's Heinrich Landwolf. And the sun... You can pull it up. And the glasses... Well, maybe we should have SS imagery here, but...
Landwolf as opposed to what? Skywolf? What the fuck does that mean? The funny thing is about Pepe was it was always so bland and lame.
Well,
before it was adopted as a meme. Like when you like feels bad, man.
Right.
Like it was like this is so low blood sugar. It bothers me.
But it's also the idea of you're saying that because Nazis are using it, you can't use it as feels bad, man. Like
Right.
if you're giving an okay symbol and they're using it this way, you can't say, oh, that's okay. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you can't say something to me. I go, okay, Michael Malice. If I do that, that's white supremacy.
Yeah.
No, everybody for years. I had a whole series on my Instagram page of people doing the okay sign. Of
course.
Including me back when I had earrings.
Yeah.
In the news radio days. But Bill Cosby doing the okay symbol. It's fucking, come on, man. You guys know that's not what this is. Just because people are using it and saying it is, they're investigating. People are investigating people. There was a guy who was on television.
Yeah, and they blurted it out.
Yeah, and
they blurted it out.
Doing the symbol.
And the other thing is, we're at a point now where it's more easy to give the finger to someone than to say okay.
Yeah, because you blur the finger out and nobody cares.
Yeah.
But if you do that, like, oh, what is he doing?
What does it mean?
He's touching his fingers. You can't even do like you're holding a joint, because that's like a white power joint. Like, if you're like doing that, like a roach, that's bad. That's bad. How do you have to use a roach clip? No, it's a ploy by the roach clip industry.
But I have a list in there of all the things that are called racist. Milk, dinosaurs.
Racist? When did milk become racist?
Oh, because what the trolls do is they make it. Let's see if we can get them freaking out about milk, and they got it. Picnics.
My favorite one the trolls did was the free bleeding movement. That's the greatest thing that people have ever accomplished. That they actually got women to think
that's
that
not.
they were...
No, there's two things. You're confusing two things.
What?
The free bleeding was a woman who made it, but there was the pee on yourself.
No, free bleeding was a 4chan troll.
No, it was the girl running a race, because she was actually smart about it. She said this is to create awareness toward women in third world countries who don't have access to sanitary pads.
I was reading a whole article on the 4chan creating the free bleeding movement.
Okay, I could be wrong.
See if you can pull that up.
I know there was a legitimate example of the free bleeding.
Yeah, I think that was post them already putting it up. They've done a few things like that.
They also had pee on yourself to fight rape.
Oh, I heard.
Because that's one of the big arguments that to fight a rapist, if you're actually in that situation, pee on yourself, that'll turn her away. And it's like you shouldn't give people advice. It's like, listen, if she's actually getting assaulted, what should she do in that horrible circumstance? And then it's like pee on yourself to show your support for victims of sexual assault.
Wasn't there a senator somewhere that actually said that if it's a legitimate rape,
that's in there? Todd Aiken. Todd Aiken was running.
What did he say?
This is amazing. Todd Aiken was running for Senate in Missouri, and he's pro-life. And they asked him a very common question, pro-life people: what about if it's rape? And he goes, well, that's very rare. And he goes, but my understanding is, if a woman is assaulted, the body has a way of shutting it down. Now, there's a book called Sperm Wars, and apparently, I'm crazy scientist, don't get mad at me.
It didn't work. That book's not legit.
Is that true?
No, it's been disputed. It's been debunked.
Okay, then good.
There's no evidence that sperm acts as anything other than sperm that attacks the egg and tries to get it pregnant.
The claim in that book
Yeah.
is that rape is more likely to result in pregnancy than regular intercourse. The point is, he got read out of town in a rail, and then Reza Aslan, who said on Twitter, you know what, I hope he gets raped. And if you take his comment out of context, it's very disturbing. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of disturbing in context, but Reza's response being like, this is a response to you being like, yeah, you get raped, you're not going to get pregnant. And he got, the new right went after him, Reza, and got him fired from CNN years later.
Is that what he got fired from?
He also called the president a shithead.
Yeah.
So they're like, they used that, and they used the other tweet, and they got rid of him.
The free bleeding stuff has been online. There's an article I found from 2004.
Oh, holy crap.
So it's been online for a long time.
But
who
started it?
4chan picked it up as a troll in 2014.
Okay, so it started as a real thing.
It's been a thing online for a long time on feminist blogs. 2011, there's another thing.
But when you find it in 2004, was it a troll?
No, it was all about my vagina. Myvag.net.
Yeah. I told you.
Wait a minute.
I knew. I'm glad I got this right.
Yeah, I'm
okay.
glad you got it right too. MyVag. 4chan has too much power.
Long.
MyVag.net.
Some lady's experience with her free bleeding.
So she just lets her
15 years ago.
Her twat bleed. Sorry. Okay, you got that one. The article was so fucking convincing. That's a problem, man. That's a problem. You know, and that's what people that are arguing for deplatforming are saying when they're like for deplatforming anti-vaxxers or deplatforming flat earthers or anybody who's got information that's just not accurate in terms of the other thing is climate change.
But hold on.
A big one too.
But my big answer is you guys reported WMDs for a long time. And hundreds of thousands of people got killed because of this misinformation. So if that's going to be your standard, you're going to have to deplatform the New York Times as well. So it's a very double-edged sword when you start talking about if people give misinformation, they have to be banned from these social media sites. You need someone to be able to check the orthodox point of view, no matter what it is.
It's true. I mean, there's no denying that. What are you saying, Jim?
This is the poster. I didn't know this was about a poster. It's a fair use issue with the Pepe and Alex Jones and Thor's thing because they put him on a poster or selling a poster and like they're arguing it's fair use and he's arguing it's not. Blah blah blah. So
interesting.
It's not just because it's a meme or something.
Yeah. There's the poster.
Yeah.
Who's that person behind Alex, to the left of Alex?
That's a good question.
Most of these people are.
I know who all of them. I don't know.
Someone has like a cigarette in their hand or a test tube or a tampon.
Who is that?
What is that? Is that a blunt? What is that? Is that a Sharpie? Is she writing something on Alex's back? Is that a dude or a guy? Who the fuck is that?
Yeah, who is that? I know everybody else.
Whatever. We could be here for days.
Is that Diamond and Silk? Okay. Who's that lady? I think that was Silk. Okay. Oh no, it must be Diamond and Silk, the two of them.
Who's Diamond and Silk?
They're these two black ladies who are Trump's biggest fans, and they go on social media and they start ranting and raving.
I've seen one.
And one of them always drinks blue wine.
Blue wine?
Yeah, and it's like when you're so sick of his bullshit that you're just drinking literal Kool-Aid. It's blue. She's got a blue liquid. It's crazy.
Got a green one here.
And she's a Trump supporter?
What is going on there? It's racist.
Well, wait a minute. Maybe she's drinking Kool-Aid. Like can't you get green Kool-Aid?
No, I think it's
and put it in
wine.
a wine glass?
I think they have blue wine now.
What?
Look at the looks on her face. She always seems sad. I don't know which one's Diamond, which one's Silk. One's always act really upset. The other one's just like, why am I here?
It's a good move if you just want attention. If you don't really support Trump.
Just sitting there with your green wine.
Yeah, just get super outrageous. See.
And they testified in front of Congress. That's why I love this timeline. It's like, this is where we are. They testified in front of Congress about Facebook censoring people.
Oh
yes.
my God, because Facebook is censoring them?
They said.
Well, do you see what's going on with Alex Jones? If you write Alex Jones' name on Facebook, it says only you can see this post.
I do
Just his name.
I do live streams a lot, right? And if the live stream was my thoughts on Alex Jones live stream, the second it's uploaded, it's demonetized, and then later has to get remonetized once they see it's okay. So the default setting is, that's the other thing. Of all of these people, Alex Jones is the worst one. Like, you have actual full-blown, we need another Holocaust types, and he's the villain.
Yeah. Well, he's got a big platform. That's the idea. The idea is that he's got a big platform, so they have to shut him down.
And here's the other lie. They're like, oh, blah, 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 Sandy Hook. Like, you weren't upset when the Sandy Hook shit happened. You're getting upset about him now, years later, because you're being whipped up into a froth by the corporate press about him. You weren't saying he should be deplatformed 7 years ago.
When was it?
Whenever Sandy Hook was.
When it was something around then, right? Was it 5 years ago? Well, it becomes something that is a talking point, right?
Right.
Like that he needs to be deplatformed. You either agree with it or you don't agree with it. And I think that's the case with almost... What is happening with our... Something happened up there.
Oh, is it the Purge?
No.
Are we the Purge?
No, there's
Guys are here messing with it.
guys are here messing with electronics.
Okay.
No, there's no Purge here. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we have security.
I would not do well in the Purge.
You'll be fine, dude. Stay in this room. This room is bulletproof.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right, good. Good to know.
Yeah. You'll be all right, man.
Okay, good.
Are you worried about the Purge?
No.
Are you worried about the apocalypse?
No.
Natural disasters?
Not at all.
Nothing? Solar flares. Taking out the grid.
No.
Nothing?
I'm not. I mean, there's
Satellites going
one
down.
of the best books.
No more Sirius satellite radio.
And this is my response to people on the far right. And I'm using that term accurately. There's a great book by Arthur Herman called The Idea of Decline in Western History. And he talks about, every 20 years, it's a different group on the left, on the right, and they're like, the world's going to end. And he brings the receipts, and it never ends up happening. Because people are smart, some, and we have a huge asymmetry in wanting to stay alive. So the idea that the last of apocalypse, probably the Black Plague, I would say, would be the last apocalypse. We've been doing so good so far.
Do you know about the people that got the Black Plague? Excuse me, the people that got the Black Plague because they were eating a marmot liver? Is that was it a liver or a kidney?
No, I thought they thought it was the fleas from the rats.
No. There's some.
Oh,
people
recently?
Recently got the Black Plague.
But you're supposed to
the
get the flu
fleas
now.
from the rats. The last time that happened in the United States, I think, was in the 1920s, and that was in Los Angeles, actually. The last evidence of the Black Plague. Yeah.
But you don't die from it anymore.
Oh, you could definitely die from it.
But they died in the 20s?
I think they died in the 20s. Yeah.
I thought it's still... Okay. Maybe
Well, the people died this year from the Black Plague.
Oh, shit.
The people that ate the liver.
Okay.
Kidney, I think, right? Was it
Mongolian
kidney?
couple,
Yeah.
raw marmot kidney. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Marmot.
It's like a vole.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what we used to be 65 million years ago.
Yeah.
Some
It's,
weird
it's
little
in the mini museum.
fucking rodent, weird little rodent thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, these people ate it and wound up dying from the plague. What was the point? I had a point.
About end of the world. Are we worried about the
yeah.
apocalypse?
Yeah, you know that idea that people have always worried about the end of the world and it never happens?
Sure.
That's like saying, I've always worried about dying, but I never have. I'm not going to die.
I'm not going to die. I'm not going to be there.
Die. You're going to die.
But I'm not going to be there.
How do you know?
What do you mean?
How do you know? You're not going to be there.
But I mean, that's what dying means.
Oh, you're not going to be there when
Yeah,
you die,
right.
so you're not going to die.
Right.
Because
I'm not gonna
you're
experience
either
death.
alive or you're not, so don't even worry about it. Because when it's over, you won't be here, so who cares?
I wouldn't say so who cares, but I mean, if your entire life is focusing on avoiding death, that's a very bad mindset.
Yeah, that's for sure.
That's all I'm saying.
What I'm saying is that I think people are operating with a very small historical timeline.
Sure.
And the more I talk to people like Graham Hancock, where they describe the overwhelming evidence that something pretty severe happened to the human race around 12,800 years ago.
Sure.
Most likely comet impact or something along those lines. Other people think that it was actually a solar mass coronal ejection that made lightning storms, like rainstorms.
Okay.
Where lightning was coming down like rain all over the world and just killed everything. And this thing could happen easily at any time.
Not easily.
Oh yeah, easily.
Okay.
Yeah, comet impact or asteroid impact, easily.
If it easily or not easily in terms of likelihood, because if it would happen easily in terms of likelihood, it would have happened by now.
No, it has happened. There's a lot of evidence that it's happened. It's just we're dealing with a small timeline. The idea is, could you get lucky and it won't happen in the next 60 years or so while you're alive? Yeah, it could happen, or it could hit tomorrow. That could happen too.
Okay, I'll take that bet.
It's a good bet. I mean, it's good. Look, your perspective is good. It's good to not worry, to not look at it.
Also, because when you don't have power,
yeah.
If you don't have power to affect the comet, as I personally don't,
that's true.
Knowing it's coming,
who cares?
Theoretically, what can I do about it?
Just live.
And one of my heroes, Albert Camus, great French philosopher, his point about living to the point of tears, right? And I think what really I find sad in this culture is cynicism and hopelessness. And it's like, we're blessed. We have this, I mean, there's
Beyond.
Beyond. The internet, you can find people who are making amazing things, more opportunities than you can count. And if you're just going to sit there and mope, I mean, you're blowing this great gift that God's given you.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of those people that are moping, that are concentrating entirely on the negative aspects of life, they're doing themselves a giant disservice, and it's almost like they can't help it. I think there's a lot of people that are affecting the way culture shifts today that are probably clinically depressed.
And one of the things I resent enormously about culture is this idea of something is joyous or fun, it's less legitimate artistically.
Yes.
And that is such a disgusting, horrible mindset. And we need more joy and more happiness.
And for me, because I went to see JoJo Siwa last night.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you know who that is? You don't know who that is. She's a YouTube star. My 9-year-old loves her. So I had to go to JoJo Siwa's birthday concert last night.
Okay.
At the Microsoft Center, whatever the fuck that is.
I know because Bert ran into her at the airport.
Bert loves her too, I bet. Because Bert has young daughters too. Yeah. She's all about positivity.
Yeah.
Believe and achieve. Fun times. I'll upload a video later.
But is it all like saccharine, like Disney stuff, or is it sincere?
Oh, it's as saccharine as it gets.
Oh, I don't like that stuff.
Yeah. Like, she was taking old Queen songs and reworking the words, cleaning them up.
Oh, she's like those meme people. Oh, she's cleaning. She's toning down Queen songs?
Tone down some Queen songs.
Oh, this woman's the devil. How dare you take someone's art and appropriate it and make it like take out all the energy?
Yeah, she.
This is corporate culture at its worst.
But she's doing it for 3-year-olds, bro.
So?
Just like 5-year-olds.
They don't need to be listening to Queen.
I love her. There it is.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
She loves Freddie Mercury, bro. What's the problem?
No, she doesn't. If she loved him, she'd respect him.
Oh, she's fucking 12. She know. Oh, she's 16. Excuse me. Yeah, should know any better.
She does know better.
How smart were you when you were 16?
Smart enough not to try to rewrite Queen.
I bet she doesn't have a say in it. I bet whoever's pulling the strings gets her to rewrite
That makes it even more nefarious.
Of course, the Disney people or the censors.
But
whoever it is, the producers.
Wait, am I wrong?
Yeah,
Where's the lie? Where's the lie?
What song was it that they did it to? I'm trying to remember. They did "We Are the Champions." She sang that.
With champions, I mean someone's a loser.
Yeah. No time for losers.
So what's that changed to? No time.
I don't think they changed that.
No time for recess. Oh my God, this is horrifying.
Yeah,
this is like those videos. This is like those videos they made for like Mormons, where they took like Hollywood blockbusters and cut out all the sex and all the cursing.
Yeah.
And it's like you are evil vampires.
Horrible monsters. She did Crocodile Rock, Elton John.
Okay.
And she changed Rainbow Chevy to Rainbow Beamer.
So Crocodile Rock. You know my theory is with that song? I tweeted this out years ago.
What?
I just imagined Elton with a bunch of his friends, all getting high as fuck.
Right.
And they're like, all right, let's try to think of the most fucked up lyric. And Elton, you're going to make a song about it. They're like, all right, how about like a Crocodile Rock? And he's like, all right, I'll fucking do it. And he fucking sits and nails it. Yeah. What the fuck does that even mean?
What does that mean? But I'll tell you what, man, the word crocodile means something different to me after watching that Black Mirror episode titled Crocodile.
I haven't seen it.
Holy shit. If you're listening to this, ladies and gentlemen, and you have a sensitive heart and you can't handle really fucked up premises and a really fucked up episode.
Like her fans.
Don't watch it because it's rough. It's really good though. But it's like, holy shit. It's one of those ones where I'm not giving away anything, but at the end, when you're done with that show, you feel like you need a fucking shower. Like you're like, whoa.
Oh, jeez.
It's dark.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with the reptiles.
I do like dark.
It's just dark. It's dark.
I just read this book by this woman, Cynthia Carr, called Fire in the Belly. It's the life story of this artist, David Wojnarowicz, who I didn't know anything about. And he was in New York in the early to late 80s when AIDS was coming up. And as she tells his life story, you hear the story of AIDS permeating through this culture. And that book is dark as fuck because she'll have a scene where he's like, oh, he had dinner and da-da-da. And the next sentence, Keith Haring died on this day at age 34. And you realize this is what it's like for them. Like, they're hanging out, phone rings, Keith's dead. Yeah. And these are men who are the symbols of virility, late 20s, early 30s, just dropping like flies. Mm-hmm. And the thing is, they're watching each other die, knowing, I'm next. That's going to be me in a year from now. And they're getting dementia before they die, so they're talking all crazy at age 30. So this book really fucked with my head
Yeah,
really badly.
They were giving them AZT too.
Yeah, yeah.
Which didn't help.
No, but that was later. At first, they're like, we don't know what the fuck to do.
just
Good
dying.
luck. And it's like,
Yeah.
we're dying. Like, oh, sorry, shouldn't have sucked dick. It's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do?
Yeah. They were calling it a gay cancer.
Yeah.
They didn't know what it was.
And then when they were trying to fight for education, people were like, well, we're not going to teach kids, about sucking dick. They're like, dude, we're dying. And they're like, oh, sorry about it. And this book really got with fucking my head, especially because it's real.
Yeah. Did you ever hear of bug catchers?
Of course, bug chasers.
Bug chasers.
Bug chasers, yeah.
Yeah, that's, again, we're talking about things that are just fucked up about human
Right.
beings. You look at the spectrum of behavior. Bug chasers are people who tried
Yes,
to
gay
get
men.
HIV.
Right, because
Gay
they thought
men
it was
wanted
the ultimate symbol of being gay.
Well, I'm sure there's a bunch of reasons.
But that was the big reason.
Well, so there was probably that, but probably they felt bad that other people had it and they wanted it, and there was other people that just wanted it because they're crazy.
Sure.
And other people hated themselves, so they wanted
There
it.
was also that guy in Germany who's like, I want to cut off someone's dick and eat it. And,
Oh, yeah.
and someone signed up for it.
No, he said, I want someone to cut off my dick and eat it, and I want them to eat me.
Right,
And so
yeah.
someone said, sure, let's meet up.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I got it wrong.
And so the guy cut his dick off, and they both shared his dick, and then killed the dude and started eating him, and then they arrested him.
And they didn't know whether to charge him because it was voluntary.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah. Oof.
Yeah. But I mean, you still, like, you can't, murder's, like, it either is murder or it's not murder. Like, if you're in a gay relationship with a guy, and the guy says, okay, this is what I want you to do. I want you to beat me up and rape me. You're like, okay, can I get that in writing? Can you write down what you beat me up? And then, if the cops come, he's like, he beat me up and he raped me. Like, no, bro, listen, here, he wrote it right here. I made a videotape.
You didn't use
Show the video.
You didn't use your safe word.
He said he wanted me to beat him up and
Yeah.
rape him, and the cops will probably let you go. But you can't murder.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because consensual sex is obviously legal. So if you have consensual sex with someone, it's legal. But if you pretend to be fighting them off,
Right.
and then
It's
they
role
have sex
play.
with you,
It's fun.
It's role play. But murder's never role play.
I found when I was doing research for the book, the National Review, it was my favorite paleontology journal, in the late 90s, as the gay rights movement was coming up into mainstream consciousness, they wrote an article comparing the struggle for gay rights to a struggle for necrophilia. They're like, what would be the difference? And they talked about how right now, in the European Union, perverts are fighting for the right to be violent toward each other in bed in various ways. It's like, yeah, it's like rough sex. It's adjacent to vanilla sex.
Yeah, they like it.
And now the articles are the conservative case for gay marriage. It's like, you guys have no fucking shame then, and you have no fucking shame now. At least be consistent.
One of the things that disturbs me greatly today is there is a movement, and I don't know how big it is, but it's a movement for people to try to recognize pedophiles as a sexual distinction, a sexual designation, rather than a sick disease. That similar to being trans or being
Right.
gay, or that some people are just born pedophiles.
Well, I think what's important there is it's not just a crime, because a crime can be fixed and treated. So I think it is important to understand these people will always psychologically be pedophiles. And you're not going to get them to be like straight, homeowners.
There's no therapy that's ever been shown that.
I think it's like trying to make someone who's gay straight.
Is it really that?
That's
then,
my understanding.
If that's the case, then is there an argument that we should be more compassionate with them, as long as they don't act on that?
But that's the danger, because the other thing, what they don't understand is, from their point of view, those kids are giving consent, which they are, right? The kids saying yes. So they're like, look, well,
Maybe.
that's what's
I
scary.
don't even know if they do, right?
No,
you
but
think
they don't think of statutory rape being a thing. And I knew, okay,
That's
this would I interned at a place long ago, and there was a librarian who worked there, like a Guido type, And
Girl or guy?
Guy. And years later, he was arrested. He was a school teacher. He was arrested in an undercover sting, trying to meet a kid who he knew was 13 or 12 in a park to try to sleep with him, right? This was Janine Pirro, who later became a Fox commentator. He got out of jail, and I see him on Facebook. He's married with kids. And it's just like, you think it's fine? That's just scary shit.
That's insane.
And it's another thing to be switch gender too. If you're going for young boys, you're going to go to like regular aged women. I don't see how that would work.
Right.
And this is something that's such a taboo topic that I don't think for a lot of people correctly, once you start talking about kids and sexuality, their hackles raise. It is a PC subject because it's like, why are you even introducing this into the conversation? Where are you going with this? It's a very, very, very slippery slope.
Well, if you're trying to say, or if they're trying to say that this is something that people are born with, I don't think there's evidence that people just are born that way. I think there's evidence that people become that way from sexual abuse.
Yes, that's true too. Absolutely. And they think it's appropriate.
I've never heard of anybody that grew up in a normal household who wasn't abused. Is that the case? Am I incorrect?
I'm not in a position to talk about this at all. I think we have probably very few cases of pedophiles on the record explaining how they came to this point of view.
Right.
But in either situation, born or abused, I can't see how this is something that's going to be an emotion level you're going to be able to turn it away.
Well, it's also the idea of that being in your neighborhood.
Yes.
This is in your neighborhood. You've got this guy who likes to fuck kids, and he promises not to do it anymore. But he did a few times. They locked him up in a cage, and now he lives down the street.
And he locked up in a cage where he was traumatized also, further traumatized.
Oh, yeah.
So, and also if he promises not to do it, but knowing when he's looking, if he's checking out my son or my daughter.
Yeah.
I did not expect to be talking about this.
Yeah, of course. That's
The beauty of your own experience.
That the human mind can be, that it'd be imprinted and you're abused when you're younger, that you go on to do that same thing that was horrifically done to you, that is a common thing that happens with children.
That makes
they get
sense.
abused.
It doesn't make sense to you?
It does make sense.
To me, it's like that way I wasn't abused. I was enjoying it.
Could be, right?
You know, that way it takes away the trauma because it's like, oh, this is how I've always been. So it was okay. Nothing happened to me. And you don't have to deal with the trauma that way.
Well, that's what Milo, and when he was talking about being sexually abused as a child, I think that's what he was kind of doing.
Oh,
He
yes.
was saying that I was the predator, and I was going after priests.
I talk about that in the book because if it was anyone other than Milo, people would, because he was older. He wasn't like 12. He was like whatever, 18.
14
No, he was like, I think he was like, I don't remember how old he
No,
was.
no, if he's 18, then it's fine.
No, it wasn't 18, but it wasn't 12.
I think he was a teenager, but he was
Sure.
young.
If it was somebody else, people would be talking heteronormativity, right? And it's historically not that weird for an older gay dude to get with a younger gay guy, especially when everyone was closeted, to kind of initiate them into the lifestyle. This was a thing. But it's Milo, now it's, oh my God, you want pedophilia, blah, blah. It's like there are different standards for gay people than for straight people. And that's appropriate and acceptable. And people understand that in other contexts.
Well, the problem is society, as the way we understand human beings and the way a person's brain works, when you're young, you shouldn't be allowed to make those decisions because sexually, in particular, you can get coerced. You can wind up doing something that you don't want to do. There can be straight guys that are 14 years old that are talked into having gay sex by a very charismatic 40-year-old man who gives them things. The idea is that this is a bad thing for the boy. It's a bad thing because you wouldn't want it to happen to a girl. Why would you want it to happen to a boy?
But I think it's a very different phenomenon for a 30-year-old man to sleep with a 30-year-old gay man to sleep with a 16-year-old gay man, as for a 30-year-old
gay boy.
Sure, as opposed to a 30-year-old gay straight man to sleep with a 16-year-old straight girl.
I think you can make that argument that it is a little bit different. I still don't think it's okay.
I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just saying it's clearly different.
It's different.
And
yeah, especially if the boy is like very gay, very obviously gay, which everyone in high school remembers.
Or if he's not a virgin.
Right, that's true too.
That first guy for that girl will fuck with her head for her life. For many women, for him it could be wasn't his first.
Yep,
that's a very big difference too.
Yeah, you don't want to be that first guy. That's a lot of work. I don't even mean with gay. I mean with straight too. I don't think I ever had a virgin in my life.
I've never had a virgin.
Thank God. It's too much work. To be connected, you'd be like forever.
I thought you meant physically it'd be too much work.
No. No, I mean, I should probably clarify.
Yeah.
I mean, being connected to that person, it's too significant. You want to be like the third guy. You don't want to be the first guy a girl has sex with. You were always my first, Michael. I'll never forget. I always thought we were supposed to be together forever and ever because I believe in movies and fairy tales. And you were it.
And I listened to the Queen songs with the nice lyrics.
And it didn't work. Jojo's He Was concert, she explained. Everything's like a movie. Yeah, yeah, that's a thing, right? Like, people do get emotionally attached to romantic stories that they see in movies, and they want their life to play out like this fictional narrative.
And the left uses this a lot because they'll have all these leftist ideas and culture in movies, and that's where a lot of people get their programming. And then it's like, for example, here's an idea you don't see in culture, that people very often knowingly and consciously do the wrong thing. That happens every day. People know they're doing something fucked up. You don't really see that much in like TV and movies. And that's a right-wing message that people sometimes are basically evil. And
you can run into someone and at that point in their life they are evil. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Sure, that exists all over the world.
Or and it's also evil on a small scale. Like if you're in an office and someone's getting chewed out and they're getting bullied for whatever reason and you're sitting there and you're keeping your mouth shut, you're not Hitler, but you know you're doing the wrong thing.
Well, you're trying to protect your job, right?
Sure.
You don't want the boss to come down on you.
But a lot of times you have that space and you still won't do it. And that's knowingly doing the wrong thing. I'm not saying you should be throwing the garbage, but I'm saying people do that all the time, these little sacrifices they make with their conscience.
That's true, yeah.
And you don't see that really represented. And that's an important idea for people to understand, that people are often weak.
Yeah, and always, especially if you're going check to check, always worried.
Yeah.
Losing your job, losing your kid.
Yeah.
That's a real big thing, people. I was on vacation once, and there was this guy who was a boss, and he was there with his employee and his employee's family, and he was mean to his employee's daughter.
That's horrifying.
I watched it, the guy had to take it, he was just talking shitty to it. It was really gross, because you could see the dynamic play out. He was just this mean old guy. It was really shitty. It was disturbing to see this weak man like just having to accept the fact that this guy is being shitty to his daughter, and he was giving her a lecture and berating her and doing it publicly. Like, by the pool.
Oh my God! Is this who you wanted to grow up to be?
Yeah,
Is this job worth it?
It was so gross. I wanted to step in. I was like, I just want to tell this guy to shut the fuck up. It's driving me nuts.
I remember when I was back before I started, being an author. I was working at Goldman, and it was a very stressful job. And I had my review, and they said, oh, if you have downtime, sometimes we see you like going online. We want you to help the laptop lab. And I just go, no. And he goes, what? I said, I wasn't hired to do laptops. I'm not interested in learning laptops. And the job is very intense and high stress. So if I have downtime, I'm going to use the downtime. And the look on her face was just like as if I just outed myself as a pedophile.
What did it mean by use the laptop?
I was doing
the laptop
lab, right?
What
So
does that mean?
I was doing tech support. So like Microsoft Word, Excel, people had problems, they would call on the fly. You got to have an answer for them. It's like a quiz show. You're living at this show. And then there's a laptop lab. People are checking out laptops. They're setting up laptops, which is a very different skill set. Something I didn't really know.
Setting up in terms of like downloading.
Sure. Yeah. You know what?
Software.
I didn't know then. I still don't know. I don't fucking care.
But you're like, no, it's not my job.
No, I'm not, and I'm not interested in working as hard as possible.
Well, also, like when you have downtime, did they want you to work extra?
If the point is, the phone rings or it doesn't ring, right?
That's your job.
That's my job. My job's to get them off the phone as fast as possible because they're problem solved.
So what they were saying was, while you were doing this other job and waiting for something to come up, we want you to keep you working with a specifically different job.
Correct.
Yeah.
No.
It's corporations, man.
That's right.
Try to squeeze that rock.
Right. And it's like, why am I busting my ass to make Goldman Sachs that extra $5 of value? Fuck you. And I'm so proud of myself.
Did they fire you?
They fired me because I refused to work on Thanksgiving because my great-grandma had died. So
they wanted you to work on Thanksgiving?
Well, we were 24/7.
What?
We're 20. It's a help desk.
Oh, wow. But you must have shifts.
I was second shift, 4 p.m. to midnight, right?
Every night?
Monday through Thursday. Monday, Thursday.
Okay.
And they go, oh, we're having you in on Thursday during the day, Thanksgiving. And I promised and I worked second shift, so they wanted me 4 to midnight, then in there at 9. And I said, no, I promised my grandma I'd have Thanksgiving dinner lunch with her. I could have called my grandma to schedule. I didn't want to be that guy because I knew this is one of those things that like this is a crossroads in your life. And they go, well, find someone else to cover your shift. And I asked everyone else had plans, and they go, well, we need you midnight, the next day for lunch. And I said, no. And they fired me, and I'm very, very glad I did that. And I had lunch with grandma. Her mom had just died.
Are they allowed to fire you for that if it's not your shift?
Yeah, of course.
They are.
Of course. Well, no, the shift every week they get the calendar.
Oh,
right?
So
this
they
week,
scheduled it.
Right.
Oh, I see. So you didn't have a specific shift like, hey, Michael, every day you come in at 8 o'clock, you leave at midnight.
I usually did.
Or 4 o'clock.
But when you had holidays, things had to change. And I'm like, well, I don't care. And no regrets.
Well, it worked out.
It did.
But did you ever think that you'd be like this? What are you? What are you, a pundit?
What am I? An author, media personality, I think is the word.
You said troll, though, immediately. I went right to it.
I caught myself.
But you wanted to be a troll. Like,
well, I don't like that.
That's the first thing you think of. Like if someone says, like, what do you do? You're like, I'm an author.
No, actually, you know what I say? When people ask me what I do, I say, those obnoxious people who have a job giving their uninformed opinion? That's me. That's what I usually say.
Interesting. Yeah. Isn't that funny that that's a job? All you have to do is be kind of entertaining and have an interesting way of looking at things.
It's great. This is what I'm talking about, being blessed. And I don't take it for granted. And the fact that like people pay my rent because of my sick burns on Twitter, on Patreon.
Sick burn.
I love my sick burns.
And you used to be a Microsoft health representative for Goldman Sachs. Was it Microsoft, just Microsoft? Or?
Yeah, all the Microsoft products, yeah.
Do you use Windows?
I do.
Do you?
Yeah.
You don't use Apple?
I don't.
You seem like a guy. You seem like a guy using an Android phone, too.
I have an Android phone.
Aha!
I
You're
do.
a little bit of a contrarian.
I have a little bit.
Yeah. Do you like Windows because the people that use Macs are just like following the sheep herd?
I use Windows because that's what I was professional on, so I haven't changed in all this time.
The only thing that bugs me about Windows is I have to constantly be updating shit.
You turn that shit off. You have to turn that shit off.
Why?
Because like
update?
sometimes it's crashed my computer.
Oh, when it updates?
Yeah, so I'm not rolling that fear of the computer restarting.
So how often do you update your
Never,
software?
Never.
What if they fix like vulnerabilities?
What, they're gonna invent new words? It's fine. It's fine that they get the squiggly line when I write the word mean.
Well, what I worry about is like vulnerabilities to the system.
I have everything backed up in 3 places.
Oh.
I'm a crazy person like that.
Okay, so you're ready to rock. And do you run do you run a VPN?
No.
No. Ooh,
and I'm pirating that shit too.
Ooh,
So,
would you? Why would you say that on the air?
Oh shit! I'm gonna get swatted now.
Come and get you.
I'm gonna get swatted.
You're a pirate. They're gonna fucking sink your ship. Hey.
Me and Madonna with the eye
I got our
patches.
musket. Shit, Madonna has an eye patch?
Yeah, you didn't see
New
that?
thing?
See, I think it's a fashion thing, but it could be a glaucoma thing.
What?
She's got an eye patch. Yeah.
Maybe she's just a fan of Slick Rick.
Do you know my favorite comedian, Neil Hamburger?
Yeah, sure. I love Neil.
He's my absolute favorite comedian.
It's hilarious.
And one of his jokes is, what do you call a senior citizen who can't help but expose their genitalia in public? Madonna. And he says it all sad. Oh, Madonna.
He's got such a weird act. He's so funny.
Oh, he's the best.
Yeah, it's such a strange act.
Well, he's just basically like Tony Clifton.
Yeah,
As
yeah.
a stand-up.
But better.
But better.
Better
Much
material.
better. Yeah.
Much better material.
Yeah.
And better presentation.
I
too.
talk about Kaufman in the book because he's the first troll. Andy
yeah.
Kaufman was the first troll.
Sure. Yeah, I agree.
And there's this he had this character, Tony Clifton, people don't know, who's this like angry lounge singer. And Tony did this bit he would perform, I think it was in Atlantic City, and he'd say, hey, my wife died. Whenever I look at my daughter, Stephanie's eyes, I see her. So Stephanie come out and do a song, sits on his lap, they sing, her voice cracks. He smacks her across the face. He goes, oh, you're fucking it up. The audience is booing, goes, don't boo, you're just going to make her cry more. And it wasn't even a kid, it's an actress. You know what I mean?
Of course,
but that is just beautiful trolling.
Yeah. Well, Kaufman used to go on stage and sing the Mighty Mouse theme song.
But just the Mighty Mouse part, yeah.
Here I come to save the day.
He did the special, and I think it was ABC refused to air for 2 years. And one of the parts, it was like Pee-wee's Playhouse, World Pee-wee's Playhouse. He had a girl from Sound of Music, and she's like, oh, she's starting to, restart her career. He called it Has-Been Quarter. And she comes out, he goes, so at what point did you realize you weren't going to make it in show business? I mean, it's just, and she's in on it.
Right.
But it's just,
still,
you're sitting there,
in
you're
on
like,
it.
oh my God.
Even if you're in on it, it's got to sting.
And she's
it's
like,
actually
oh,
real.
I'm trying to restart my career. He goes, well, I don't think it's going to happen for you, but good luck. And you're just like, oh my God.
Well, how about when he was wrestling women?
That was, I think, a sexual thing.
But yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But it was also trolling.
Is it?
Yeah. Screaming, yelling at
Oh,
them,
that's that part.
suck,
But yeah. But
Yeah.
I did that. I'm not a fan of.
Dude, the fucking people at the wrestling arenas, they wanted to kill him.
Yeah.
They wanted to fucking kill him. They thought it was real.
I got Dolph Ziggler coming up on my show tomorrow, and he's like, came out once dressed as the Undertaker, and the audience when he pulls up the head, we're like booing, goes, oh, you thought it was really gonna be him? You only see him once a year. So he fucking comes dressed as other wrestlers just to troll the audience. I love that shit.
Well, when you got to think also when Kaufman was doing this, there was real discussion as to whether or not wrestling was real.
Yeah.
This is a different time.
Yeah. It's amazing. You can look back at these arguments that people are like, oh yeah, it's totally fucking real.
No, he was taking.
Do you know what's really though? What's fascinating though, because with the rise of MMA, I just saw like the WWE at Madison Square Garden. We know what the dynamics of fighting looks like, right? But the wrestlers, it's still the same motions. It's like we know that if you hit someone here, how they actually react, because we've seen it thousands of times for real.
Yes.
But you guys are still like, if someone punches you in the neck, you're not going to be passed out on the floor.
It was also like some wrestlers got upset because I was explaining that a figure 4 leg lock doesn't work. Not only does it not work, but you're setting yourself up for a heel hook.
Okay.
I'm like, let me explain.
Yeah.
And they were mad. Like, how dare you disrespect wrestling?
Or it's also like, if you clothesline someone, that's going to hurt you.
No, that's not true.
But if someone 200 pounds hits me here, it's not going to hurt my shoulder?
No.
Oh, okay, then I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about this
No,
issue.
I'll fuck you up with a clothesline.
That's
Dude, you're just hitting someone in the head with your forearm. You could fuck somebody up with a clothesline.
Really?
100%.
In the neck?
100%.
But it's not going to hurt you?
No. I mean, it might.
Okay.
Look, every time you punch someone, you can break your hand.
Sure.
But no, you can clothesline someone. That shit's totally legit.
Okay,
Not only that, people get KO'd from that all the time. It's like a leg. Like if you kick someone in the neck, right? Like if someone gets neck kicked, they go out. Bang,
Sure.
A lot of times. You could do that with your arm. Same thing. Same motion. Your shin is stronger for sure than your forearm, but especially this way. See, there's two bones, right? There's the ulnar and what's that?
Tibia, fibia?
No, that's your leg.
Okay. I don't know.
Tibia is, I broke the fibula, the smaller one, or the tibia. Which one? I broke the little one. Which one's the big one? Which one's your shin? Your femur's the top, and then
The
I think
leg
it's the
bone's
tibia
connected to
and the
the-
fibula. I think it's the fibula I broke. I broke the one. What's that?
The tibia is the bigger one.
Yeah, I broke the smaller one once.
Okay.
It was fucking gross. It was really painful. And they couldn't do anything about it. It was just a hairline fracture. Oh, see that guy just
Oh, Jesus.
got clotheslined by this dude. Boom.
Okay,
That's
you're
a
right.
Cop.
Wow.
But
Oof,
the cop
oof.
doesn't know how to land it. Look, he went down with it too. He probably broke his fucking arm.
That's how you
Look
get
at
fucked
that
up.
cop broke his arm.
See?
That cop's barely using his arm.
Oof.
It definitely works out.
Okay.
Yeah, like in the UFC. Well, the thing is, like, my point was, I think where's the big bone? Where's the little bone? I think in the front. This happens all the time. Guys get kicked and this bone breaks. Well, actually, sometimes both of the bones break. But with a spinning back fist, when they're landing it, a lot of times they're landing it with their forearm.
What-
They're
okay.
not landing it with the actual fist.
What
the back
about
of the
Randy
fist.
Savage? If you're jumping off the top rope on your elbow, won't you break your elbow or kill the person if you're landing on his neck?
You will hurt him, for sure. and you're slamming down the elbow, it's definitely got more force. But when you're getting on top of someone and you're smashing them with elbows, which you can do in MMA, you can generate incredible amounts of force. If you ever watch a guy work out on a heavy bag, where the heavy bag's on the ground, they work the ground and pound, just boom, boom. I mean, you think about that being your fucking head, it's great.
And if you're 200 pounds, 250, jumping off a rope on an elbow at a small point, I would think that would, break something in there.
It could just really hurt.
Not hitting him though. That's the part of the thing. He doesn't hit him. He hits
Right,
him,
sure.
in the chest
But if that were for real,
But just that, first of all, the reality is just that alone. I mean, even though he only like bounces off of him a little bit, he's just got it down where he lands first with the feet. If you watch the impact, if you slow it down, the feet land first, and then he's absorbing all of it, and just he lands the side of his body on the guy's chest.
Okay.
But it's a secondary impact. Boom, see?
Oh, he
It's
collapses.
Like
1,
2. It's like he 1-2, and he doesn't hit him that hard, but he hits him hard enough that it sucks. Like, it ain't fun to be a wrestler. It's a tough gig. But that shit would work. Clotheslining someone would work. It's just not ideal. The ideal thing to do if someone's is just palm them in the face. If you could clothesline them, you could also just palm them in the face.
Well,
the good thing about the palm in the face is that, first of all, it's extremely difficult to break your palm. Like this, think about what you can do.
Okay.
This is an oak table, and I'm slamming my hand into it. I have no pain at all. You can't do that with any other part of your body. You can't kick it like that. If with your shin, you can't punch it like that with your knuckles. Even your elbow kind of hurts more than your palm. The palm you can really fucking
well, here you
smack
got the
things.
funny bone too.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you could fuck somebody up with an elbow, though.
Sure.
Like in Muay Thai, it's one of the 8 points of contact. But a palm strike, if someone's charging out, you just smack them. You could have a tremendous impact on your hand and still get away with it and knock someone out. John Hackelman, who is Chuck Liddell's former trainer of actually current trainer if he still works out, trainer of Glover Teixeira, just one of the best guys in MMA. He has these little videos on his Instagram. I think it's the Pitmaster on Instagram, talking about street self-defense things, and he's always advocating hitting people with your palm. So people break their hands all the time.
Well, isn't that the whole thing? You hit them in the nose to kind of...
That's not real.
That's not real?
The idea of drive the bone up to the brain.
Like you'll break their nose. Not that you're going to kill them, but like that's the easiest self-defense
Hit them
move.
anywhere, even the side of the head. But the idea is hitting them with the palm. I thought you were going to say, when I said that's not real, there was when we were kids, it was like in a karate movie.
Yeah.
The guy would hit the palm up to the nose, and the nose bone would go into the brain, it would kill someone. That happened in like a Seagal movie.
Okay.
Just smash him in the nose. I thought you were going to say that. But the idea is that you could just, without worry of consequences, you could palm strike someone in the face, like really hard, and never break your hand. A regular person throwing a punch, you have a real good chance of breaking your hand.
Okay.
Real good chance. Like if you crack someone in the forehead, most likely you're going to break your hand or your wrist or something else. But with your palms, you could just fucking waylay somebody. You could smack the shit out of somebody
But
with
then
your
you look
palms.
kind of silly.
You do. There was an organization, an MMA organization back in the early days called Pancrase. I think they might be still around, but they have modified rules. But at Pancrase back in the day, they wore wrestling shoes with shin pads, and they wore like little tiny little Speedos, and they would smack each other with their hands. So they would kick and punch and do submission techniques. It was fairly crude in comparison to today's MMA.
Sure.
But we got to see a lot of leg locks back then, and there were some fishy fights too. But my point is, like, Bas Rutten was the first guy who figured out how to really fuck people up with palm strikes. And what he did is he has really flexible wrists. And he's a badass striker. So he learned how to pull his hands way back, and he would just throw them like punches. He would just do the same motions that he would do with a punch, but just smash guys with his palms. And he was lighting people up like a Christmas tree in Pancrase with that. It was horrific to watch. He KO'd a bunch of people with his palms.
Huh.
See if you watch Bas Rutten KO. Put Bas Rutten KO's Funaki. He KO'd Funaki, who is like an elite MMA fighter, who was Rickson Gracie's last opponent when Rickson was fighting MMA. But Funaki, I think, started out in Pancrase, and Bas Rutten KO'd him. And the way he KO'd him was like a punch, but he was doing it with his palms and just smashing people. So it's like your hand. Like, there's a lot of things you think wouldn't work. Clothesline's one of them. That shit would work.
Okay.
That's my point.
Why not the honky tonk man's move though?
What's the honky tonk?
The shake, rattle, and roll. And he just flips him on his back. It's like, why does this even hurt? You don't remember this? You didn't watch wrestling in the 80s?
No. Well, how about the DDT? Here's Bas. Look at that knee.
God.
He KO'd him with the knee.
That face.
Yeah, but back up before that. Here.
there.
Watch how he's hitting him. He's using. Look, Bas was a fucking gorilla back then. Look at the size of him. See, he's smacking the shit out of him. He's using his hand. See how he's hitting him with his hands? Yeah. He's throwing him like punches, but this knee is what did it.
Fuck.
Boom. Yeah, Bas was a beast, man. He was a fucking beast. He was probably the first really elite striker that we saw in MMA, where you're like, whoa. Like, this is what can happen. Like, when he was kicking people in Pancrase, everybody's like, whoa. Like, this guy can fucking kick. Like, you're seeing a lot of guys who are kicking that were kind of like karate-based.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't have as much power. But Bas he was a Dutch kickboxer. He was smashing people. boom.
He looks
Look at
scary
this.
as shit, too.
Oh, he was a bad motherfucker. Bad motherfucker. He won the UFC heavyweight title. He was the first guy ever, I think, in my recollection, to win
93, wow.
a title off of his back from strikes. He fought Kevin Randleman. And Kevin Randleman was a badass wrestler, kept taking him down, and Boss was beating the shit out of him from the bottom, throwing elbows, and they gave him a decision, which a lot of people disagreed with. But I was like, man, you look at the volume of strikes landed. Boss
damage,
landed
yeah.
way more. You just being on top's not good enough. You have to actually do something with the position.
Huh. Okay. This is not a subject I'm an expert in.
Road.
Yeah.
MMA. Yeah, this is the old school box. You got to realize, look at the body kick. Fucked people up, man. Boss Rutan was no joke, man. Dude, he was fucking people up. Nobody had seen anything like that. Those guys just couldn't strike like that. They didn't have that kind of power. You'd see the impact. But then, like all things, it caught up.
Yeah. Oh, good lord.
The UFC, then they got, there was some elite fighters that started showing up in the UFC.
What's his name?
Orlando Veet.
Smashing Machine? Mark Kerr?
Mark Kerr, yeah. Well, he was different, man. He was a wrestler. He was a wrestler / science project.
Yeah, he was juiced up real good.
Oh,
yeah.
my God. That's to put it mildly. Yeah, there's a great documentary.
Yeah,
on him.
The Smashing Machine.
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah.
It's amazing. They caught him. They were that documentary. The purpose of it was initially to catch him as the scariest fighter on the planet. This guy who was just this Goliath, who was just dominating people in Japan. But in the process of documenting it, he was falling apart.
Yes.
That's him when he was at his biggest.
Jesus
he was
Christ.
his neck would start at his ears, man. Look at the size of him. And he was very skillful as well. I mean, just really good.
He was All-American wrestler before that, right? Yeah.
Elite wrestler, and just gigantic. Look at that upper left-hand picture. Upper left. Look at that one.
Same one.
Yeah, but click on that.
That's the one I started with.
No, why is it? No, that's different. It's very
It's
different.
the same photo.
No, it's not.
It's just different
Same
effects.
exact photo.
Yeah, but look at that one. Looks like shit. Go to the other one again. That's a different version of it. Look at the fucking Jesus Christ. That is insane. The fact that a person could get to look like that is insane.
There's guys that look like that at my gym. And fuck you all at Harbor Fitness who are listening to this show in the locker room while my scrawny ass is right there and you don't even notice me. And
Well-
you wonder what it's like walking around looking like that.
Well, you could find out if you took all those same steroids.
Yeah, but they're also like 6,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You would be a mini version of that.
Yeah, I'd be, like Lee Priest, yeah.
Do you lift weights?
Yeah.
What kind of shit do you do?
I have a split 6 days a week.
Do you have a trainer?
Yeah.
Oh, look at you.
Michael Wolf.
You trying? Shout out to Michael Wolf.
Yeah,
You
he's
trying
like a
to get
deadlift
jacked?
guy. Yeah.
Oh, he's a deadlift
But it's
guy.
also important for me psychologically. And for people who are depressed or anxious, I sometimes have a lot of downtime. So if I go to the gym, I can tell my brain I'm objectively a better person than yesterday, and I did something today. So it really helps with keeping you mentally grounded. I'm never going to get jacked, but I learned this from Matt Hughes. Matt Hughes was the first one to take me to gym.
Really?
Yeah.
Matt Hughes
Yeah,
was the first one to take you to a
Yeah,
gym.
I co-authored his book.
Wow.
And I realized I don't have to look like Mark Kerr. I could still look like a better version of me.
Yes.
And when you have that realization, it's very liberating.
The mental health benefits
Yes,
are gigantic.
and people need to realize that. And the thing is, other people who are like really like the first day I went, I was all nervous and I didn't know what I'm doing. And there's a guy, I wish I could thank him. He's like, "Are you done with this machine?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "Thanks, brother." I'm like, "All right, no one here is judging you. Everyone's doing their own shit."
Yeah.
And if you're
You're happy you're working out.
and if you're fat, everyone's cheering you on.
Yeah.
They're like, "Fuck yeah, you're
Yeah.
getting it. Good for you."
It's
No,
the opposite of what people would think.
yeah.
right?
So no one cares. I really recommend it.
Yeah, there's a lot of gyms have a good culture of support, a good culture of encouragement. Like there's a reason why a lot of people that are on Instagram are fitness people that are also motivational.
Yeah.
Like, this is the culture of these communities. Like when you see people doing reps, like, come on, you got it. Like that sort of support there's something too. There's endorphins that get released when you're all pushing each other together. I mean, that's one of the big rushes of martial arts training is that you're pushing each other, you work out together, and then after it's over, everything seems to be more normal.
And
Everything seems more rational.
And I have people follow me on Twitter, Insta, like Jack people, and they give me advice, and they're very supportive.
Yes.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's the real big misconception, I guess, from those movies. The saves rom-coms will tell you that the guy who's like a big guy is a bully,
Yeah.
and sometimes he is. But most of the people who are like serious about fitness, they want other people to be like, "Come on, this will be great for you."
Yeah, I think most people's experience with bullies is really high school stuff, right? It's like jocks in high school, and a lot of them are just, as we were saying, insecure, and a lot of them are also probably their experiencing at home from their dad.
And I think that's
brothers.
changed a lot because thanks to the internet now, I think the jocks respect the nerds a lot more. When I was working with Hughes and I met all those fighters, they could not be friendlier or more like, "Hey, you're doing your thing, I do my thing. I can relate to that. That's awesome." So there was no, "Oh, look at this pussy" or whatever like that.
Right. Yeah. Well, fighters are a lot nicer than people think.
But because they're so disciplined.
It's that for sure.
And they know what it's like to get their ass kicked, and it's humbling.
Masoyama, who's a famous karate guy, he said it's not that fighters are any nicer. It was karateka, he was calling it. Karate practitioners were any nicer. It's just they're tired from training. he might be right, but they do behave nicer because of that. It's both.
But I think it's also one of the things I love about the internet is that if you're doing your thing now, people respect someone else who's doing their own weird thing.
Yeah.
As opposed to when we were kids, there'd be that one weirdo. Like I had this tweet. There's two types of people, right? If you learn someone is a guinea pig breeder, there's two approaches. You're weird. What the fuck's wrong with you? Or sit down and tell me everything.
Yeah.
And I'm very much, and people who follow me are the second one. It's like you're doing your thing. It gives you joy and passion. I've never heard of it. Let me know. I want to know.
Dude, I watched an episode of Anthony Bourdain's old show. It was called No Reservations.
Yeah.
And he was in, I forget what country it was, but these people bred guinea pigs for food.
Oh, yeah. South America, khakis.
They had guinea pigs running around the house. Well, they were all over the place.
Yeah.
And then when they wanted to cook something, they reached out and grabbed a guinea pig, just picked it up, killed it,
Oh, yeah.
and cooked it. And all the other guinea pigs didn't even fucking notice.
Oh, yeah. They're so domesticated. They're really dumb.
But they don't. It's a good argument for eating guinea pigs. It's like they don't seem to miss their friend.
Someone just PayPal'd me a contribution, $300, Adam, and he says, go out to dinner or buy something stupid.
Just bought a guinea pig?
Hold on. No, better. If someone says this is for stupid things, I'm like, all right, it's an order. It's your money.
Okay.
So I bought some stupid
I'm going
things.
to give you some money. Tell you to buy something
Look what
stupid.
I got this. And I'm like, elephant is unethical. They recognize themselves in a mirror. They have a social structure. This is giraffe. It's stupid. I got a giraffe leather wallet.
Let me see that.
Here you go. Wow. But it's nice, and it's
But
stupid.
Giraffes are so nice.
They're dumb. They're like cows.
Are they dumb,
they're
or are they just docile?
No, they're dumb. They're dumb.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Run scientific tests on
My friend's parents each own a zoo, and
They own a zoo.
I've gone with him to different zoos. Giraffes are very dumb.
But they're so peaceful that they let little kids feed them at the zoo. That's one of the only
Sure.
animals where they let people feed them.
That's true.
And they just reach out with their tongue. Like,
Yeah.
I'll never forget that. My daughter was like 2, taking her to the zoo, and her giggling and laughing when
They're
the,
amazing.
the big crazy tongue comes out and grabs the lettuce.
They can clean their ears with their tongue.
Yeah. That was a joke that I used to have about how they're the only animal that I could point to that's a wild animal that doesn't seem to have any problem with domestication.
Yeah.
When they're at the zoo, they're like, another day with no lions, and just strolling around.
Did you ever see
no one
that,
to eat them.
that Blue Planet where the lions are trying to kill the giraffe in the
Yeah,
desert, and
yeah.
he's just kicking him in the face?
Dude, they kick them and break their
Yeah.
fucking jaws.
They're no joke.
It's really dangerous for lions when they fuck with zebras or
Giraffes, yeah.
zebras as well.
Well, yeah.
But whenever they fuck with any animal with hooves, and that's probably one of the reasons why they have hooves. It's like a weapon, same like they have antlers. I mean, it certainly helps them traverse difficult terrain. It helps them run and protects their feet.
Where do you draw the line when it comes to like leather or different animals?
It's a good question. Yeah, I've gotten very, very interested in elephants. In terms of like their social structure and what they're like, and learning about how intelligent
Yeah.
they are and how long their memory is. And I don't want to have anything to do with elephant leather
Or ivory, unless it's
I bought a
pre-banned.
cue a long time ago that had elephant ear as a wrap,
Okay.
and I didn't think anything of it. But now I think like, ooh.
Yeah, I that's my line.
Yeah.
They have elephant
Elephants.
wallets, and I was like, no, I'm not comfortable with this.
But here's the thing, man. Pigs are super fucking smart. Pigs are real sweet, and when you domesticate them, like people have domesticated pigs that, as long as they're well fed, they behave a lot like dogs. The only difference being, of course, if you fall in the pig pen, they will fucking eat you.
Yeah.
And they
That is-
do
yeah.
often. That's a very common way for farmers to die. They fall in the pig pen and they find like scraps of clothes and like, oh my god, and just a puddle of blood. And
My
whatever
buddy-
the fuck is left.
So now thankfully they're coming out with this kind of synthetic food, the synthetic
mimics
meat.
people?
No, that mimics pork or chicken. And it's not
Oh.
mimicking; it's actual chicken cells or pork cells or
Yes,
whatever.
yes.
And that's going to be a great day.
Yeah, that brings me to the Beyond Burger that people keep. Google this because I want to make sure this is true. 'Cause someone sent me this, I didn't have the time to check. Beyond Meat test positive for glyphosate.
What's glyphosate?
Glyphosate is Roundup. Monsanto
Oh.
is very fucking dangerous. They're trying to pretend it's not, but meanwhile they're dishing out fucking lawsuits. When one couple got, was it $2 billion? They got a $2 billion ruling against Monsanto. Another guy got $5 million.
But it's $2 billion because they got cancer from eating pesticides. I'm like,
Yes.
give me I'll drink that shit for $2 billion.
They got a good lawyers. What they got?
Yeah.
They're probably going to lose. And, I mean, that seems like a lot of money.
Yeah, of course.
But I was reading that it's a meat-based, a non-meat based burger that's supposed to taste pretty similar to meat. I haven't had one.
No, but what I'm saying is now they figured out how to take
Yes.
cells and replicate
Right.
them. It actually is meat.
No, right.
But
I know
it's
what
ethically
you're
because
saying.
no animal's being killed.
Right.
Which is the ideal.
I just wonder if it's dangerous for you. But this glyphosate thing, I need to find out if this is correct. That's the only reason why I brought it up. I just remembered.
And I think it's important for people to have. This is one of the best things about that whole kind of paleo Whole Foods situation of know what, if you're going to act in a certain way towards your food, know what you're doing.
Yeah.
And be happy to draw that line about, okay, what are you comfortable with, and defend your decision.
Yeah. Yeah. What are you willing to kill? You know, my friend Chris Pratt has he's got a farm. He's got like his own thing that he does, and he takes lambs, and you know he puts the rod on their head and puts them to sleep, and they have no idea what's going to happen, and then they just die instantly. And he made this like really detailed post on Instagram about it, and people got super upset with him. You know that he talked about this as a peaceful thing, and that he has these animals that he loves and cares for, and you can see pictures of him like touching them and holding them, and then later they're packaged up as meat. And I'm like, but if you saw just a steak, you wouldn't have a problem with it. Like if someone said, look, I cooked a steak, you'd get a lot of people like, ooh, that looks good. But if it's like, I killed this animal and now I'm going to cook it, people are like, you're a monster.
But everyone has to, other than getting hit by a car, some people have to put down their dogs and their cats.
Yeah.
So maybe this is not, and that lamb is being bred for that purpose, and it's being done painlessly. That's the important thing. And I'm sure that lamb had a good life, and it wasn't a factory crowded, shoulder to shoulder existence as torture situation.
Yeah, I'm sure, but it's a very quick life. You know, a lamb is a baby.
Sure.
Lamb's a baby
But
sheep.
nature's about us eating babies.
Yeah, I haven't had mutton. I haven't had like a sheep.
You know, that's such a British thing, and it's always like in these old storybooks you'd read. But like now, I don't think sheep become adult unless they're for their fur or their hair.
Well, I've had wild sheep. My friend Remy Warren, he gave me some wild sheep backstrap. It was very good. Some wild sheep that he killed. But
While I'm here, I'm gonna
bighorn
try hagfish. Have you ever had that?
hagfish. That's that weird fucking slimy thing.
Yeah, at the bottom of the ocean.
How do they cook that?
It's Korean barbecue. There's one
Really?
place here that has it. I like.
Oh,
since
like
I'm-
super legit Korean barbecue.
Yeah,
Must
yeah,
be.
yeah.
They're cooking hagfish.
Yeah. Well, I'm cooking it, I guess technically.
What does it taste like?
I haven't tried it yet. I can't wait.
What's the reports?
Not that good. I'm not
But
surprised.
you're like, sign me up.
Well, I like since I have a zoology background. I'm like Noah, but I want to eat two of every animal. You know.
Have you had jellyfish yet?
I have. It's tasteless.
It's weird.
It's like
right?
plastic.
Yeah.
It's the sauce that has a
crunchy.
test. Yeah.
It's strange. I ate at a restaurant that's in the Wynn. Yeah, it's in the Wynn. And it's the only 5-star Chinese restaurant in the country, or in North America. It was insanely good. Like you realize, like, wow, it's true. Like you don't see a whole lot of gourmet, like super high-end Chinese restaurants.
What did you have anything weird there?
Yeah, I had that. I had jellyfish.
Sea cucumber?
I had no, I didn't have that. I had abalone. That was not that tasty.
A lot of times it's like credit cards, abalone.
Yeah. It wasn't that tasty.
Yeah.
I've had abalone before and I liked it.
I like it. I don't love it. It's expensive too.
What do you got, Jamie?
So from a couple articles I just found, the issue seems to be in pea protein, which is what is used to make these burgers. And the article, what I found about what you were saying is the Impossible Burger actually tested 11 times higher when tested for glyphosate than the Beyond Meat burger, which is there's two different versions of what's available.
Wait. I eat pea protein chips every day. Is that a problem?
So there's an article I
bet
found.
you're getting some glyphosate.
What does that mean?
Bloomberg
It's not good.
that says pea protein could have its own concerns. The Detox Project, a research organization looking into pesticides of glyphosate, has been looking into it for over a year. It says that there is an issue. We can hardly find
says-
a clean protein anywhere.
The results, like those for other products tested for the popular pesticides, aren't pretty. We can hardly find a clean pea protein source anywhere. Jesus Christ, it's all got glyphosate.
But I still don't know what glyphosate does to me.
Glyphosate, this was the idea, okay? And please Google this, because the argument was glyphosate is great because it just kills the weeds and bacteria and it doesn't kill people. You
Okay.
can actually drink it. But the problem they're saying is, no. You have bacteria in your body. So if you're taking in glyphosate, you're killing the bacteria in your body. It might not kill you, but it's not good for you, and it fucks up your system.
Okay.
This is the argument, I guess, that they used to present in court. They must have used this to get the jury to award them $2 billion in damage.
Cancer. Yeah. That's not a good word.
Monsanto parent company Bayer faces thousands of Roundup cancer cases after $2 billion verdict.
13,000 cases right now.
Yeah, listen, man. This thing, I don't know. See, this is the problem. First of all, I'm a moron. I don't know anything about any of the science behind this. When I read this, I see two different camps.
Sure.
Just like so many other things.
Yeah.
I see people saying there's no evidence. This is just, they're all hysteria. But is that the people that work for Bayer? Is that like their PR firm that's putting this out there to try to like alleviate people's concerns and stop some lawsuits in their tracks? They trying to influence public opinion on this? Or is there real science that shows that this stuff is very bad for you? But there's definitely a bunch of people online that are telling you that it's horrible for you. Here, exposure to glyphosate-based herbicides and a risk for non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, a meta-analysis and supporting evidence.
I don't want to switch off my pea protein.
That ain't good, bro.
All
Just
that
switch to
way is
hemp.
Hemp protein?
But that should get tested too. What am I saying? Just start eating steak.
I can't.
Like a
It's hard for me to
fucking
eat that
man.
much.
What's the problem, bro? Do you know who David Frank is?
That was the most Joe Rogan thing that's ever happened.
Do you know who David Frank is?
I don't.
Do you know, is that his name? Hold on, I'll send it to you, Jamie. There's a fucking hilarious guy who is this big steroided up bodybuilder dude that's also very, very funny.
Okay.
And
Is he the one that does the bro science videos?
he's
Bro life?
He's always talking like this. Let me find his.
Is he gonna get me all swole?
I sent it to these guys to my. I have a Fight Companion Twitter feed that's going. Not Twitter feed. Text message, group text. Here it is. Hang on. Robert Frank. Hold on a second.
Abortion.
Yeah, it's here. I'm gonna send this to you. Hang on a second. Do you know what it is, Jamie?
Instagram.
Robert Frank 615.
It's private.
It is? Oh no. Oh, so he's gonna sign up?
He's got 1 million followers, but I don't follow him. So.
Oh, it's one of them deals because he says a lot of crazy shit. All right, so how long does it take?
Send me the link. I should be able to see it.
Okay. Hold on a second. I'm gonna text it to you right now. How long does it usually take for those people? They have to be either one of those dorks
Someone has to do it.
sitting in front of the computer
Yeah,
or
yeah.
someone's doing it for
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Yeah, he must have allowed me in. All right, I'm sending it to you right now. Bam. Okay, it went through. Did you go through? Anyway, it's hilarious.
We'll take that out in post.
It's hilarious. There's no taking anything out of the post. We're lazy. no need to try to make it smoother.
It's hard to put the calories down, though. Is my point.
No, it's not. Just open your mouth, chew, swallow. What are you, a baby? Your grandfather would have died for a steak like this. Jesus Christ! Listen to yourself. You're saying all the shit that you would get mad at people if they were saying about any other subject. It's hard. It's hard to eat all that food. It's hard. It's hard to get by in this world. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard to get up every morning. It's hard. I work hard. I work hard. How fucking hard is it to eat steak? Look at me, bro. Just eat it. Cook it. Eat it. Put some salt on it. Delicious. Maybe you like some steak sauce. Do whatever you got to do to get that steak down your stomach, sir. Get some grass-fed. 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 Grass-raised. It's got a darker, richer taste.
It seems like a lot of work.
Grass-fed?
No, just cooking steaks all the time.
It's not that hard. You learn how to do it. It's easy.
Is it?
Get yourself a nice grill.
All right, I'm in Brooklyn, though.
You're in Brooklyn. You got a yard?
No,
No. Oh, look at you.
I'm in Brooklyn. Come on.
Okay. You got a cast iron skillet?
I can get one.
That's all you need.
It's not going to stink up my house?
Yeah, it'll stake up your house.
Okay.
Your house is
It'll
going to
smell
smell
like a man.
like a steak.
Yeah,
like a
okay,
man's house.
okay.
Smell good. People will be like, jeez, that Michael's living good.
The steak. He's got the steak life.
He'll be knocking on your door. Is that butcher box, bro? Is that grass fed? Let me go. Just cut it for me. Let me see what you got. You got medium rare? Oh, yeah. Kosher salt? Yeah.
Well, I got a kosher, Joe. I got a kosher.
Because it's a thicker salt. That's what I use.
I like the pyramid salt.
What's that?
It's shaped like a pyramid of crystals.
Really?
Yeah. They do it a certain way.
No.
It's crunchier.
If you're going to cook a steak like a man correctly, you need kosher salt.
Okay. How much grams of protein are in a steak?
A lot. That's all you need to know. Just shove it down your fucking mouth.
I follow my macros every day.
Well, are you really getting serious about that?
I've always been, because I have an eating disorder, so this is a way to put that in a good direction. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You'd have to look. I mean, it's certainly more for wild game, which is mostly what I eat, than it is for store-bought meat.
Okay.
But store-bought meat, I would guarantee you that there's more nutrients in grass-fed meat. I don't know
Sure.
if there's more protein. That doesn't seem to make sense. But if you look at like,
It could be more protein because they might be
Might
less
be.
fat
Yeah.
or whatever, but more fat, yes.
that's true
right,
too.
yeah.
Of course, it would be more protein if it was leaner.
Yeah.
For the same amount of ounces. Yeah. But there's also a bunch of other shit. mTOR and essential fatty acids that exist in grass-fed meat. It's all good stuff.
Okay.
Just get some steak. Stop with the pea protein, bro.
Okay, sorry, Protes. I'm not eating your pea protein.
Well, it might be
anymore.
fucking you up, man. I wonder how many people are getting. What are the dangers of consuming glyphosate other than non-Hodgkin's lymphoma? Maybe this is what you're seeing over and over in people.
It better not kill my gains.
There was my gains. I don't think pea protein is helping your gains. There's something about knowing that you're getting all your protein from peas.
Not all of it, some of it.
Just makes you.
60 grams a day.
What do you got,
It's an
Jim?
endocrine disruptor.
Oh, that shit's no joke.
That's what glyphosate
Oh,
is?
fuck.
Liver disease, birth defects, reproductive problems in animals.
Oh, Christ. What is this from?
Just typed in dangers of glyphosate.
I don't wanna
It's
get-
from the US.
I don't wanna get a birth defect.
I don't know what that is.
Pull up whatever USRTK. Let's find it. It might be horseshit. We should. Otherwise,
It's a .org. US
Oh,
US right to know.
right to know.
That sounds
That
sketchy.
still doesn't mean anything. Like, what is it? What is that based on?
This
US
does not look
right to know.
legitimate. Look at that top news on the right.
Trial for Monsanto hometown. It's all Monsanto. Everything's Monsanto.
This is
Look
not
at that.
legitimate.
It's just news stories from today. They're all over the news.
Right,
away.
but you got to be careful. This
is not real.
This story, though, look at all the top news is all Monsanto.
Click on their contact. I bet you it's just some. It should have a.
Some dude.
Yeah.
GMOs. What is it?
This
Our
is-
litigation. Oh, they're litigating.
This is from the lawyers.
Could be.
This
Yeah.
is from the lawyers.
Pushing for truth and transparency.
Yeah, this is the lawyers.
Yeah, in the food system. Listen, if there are $2 billion rulings, you can bet your sweet ass
Like flies
that
to
there's
shit, yeah.
people that are swarming on this subject.
All right. What would be a better source of information then?
I don't know, man. It's a good question. What do we got here?
Alex. Let's call Alex.
Alex,
He'll know.
I don't know if he's up on food stuff.
He knew about the plastic wrap that raises your kind of estrogen.
The ones that makes the
juice,
frogs gay?
The juice
Is that
box
the
that makes
stuff?
people
All right.
gay.
Scientific American,
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good.
That's good.
2009.
Weed whacking herbicide proves
Wow.
deadly to human cells. Used in gardens, farms, and parks around the world, the weed killer Roundup contains an ingredient that can suffocate human cells in a laboratory. Researchers say, yeah,
So we'll kill my gains
Yeah.
if it's suffocating my cells.
fuck that. Whatever that is, whatever has that on it, fuck that stuff.
Okay, I'm gonna go to more weight then.
Just carnivore diet. That's your move.
Okay.
Yeah, like Jordan Peterson.
Jordan's on carnivore?
Yes.
Okay.
Over a year.
Huh.
It's
Okay.
helped him tremendously.
How so?
Well, first of all, intellectually, he says it's really alleviated a lot of his autoimmune issues that he thinks were slowing him down and wearing him out and making him tired, and he has more energy.
Okay.
For things he says he's at his peak intellectually, and he credits a lot of that through this diet. He's lost 50 pounds. All he eats is meat. When I'm saying all he eats is meat, I mean that's it.
What
he
about
drinks
fiber and
water.
stuff?
There's none.
Okay.
He doesn't have any of that. He drinks water and he eats meat. And for the people, but I heard this, I heard that. And okay, you know what else I heard? I heard that the food pyramid was all grain at the bottom, and that's not the case anymore.
Right.
There's a lot of shit, and I'm not saying this is for everybody because it's not for everybody. It's not even good for everybody. There's a lot of people if they ate meat every day, all day, it'd probably be terrible for them. But for some people, it seems that particularly people with autoimmune disorders, they achieve some, at least anecdotally, some really positive results. Jordan Peterson has gone as far as to take, I think he took 3 blood tests when he had 1 year in for insurance purposes and much things showed, because, obviously you're going to insure a guy who's 55
Sure.
years old, just eats steak all the time. Like, oh my God, this guy's going to die.
Right.
No, everything's fine. Everything's healthy. No coronary artery disease, no plaque, no cholesterol levels are all fine. Everything's fine.
This sounds like it would be exorbitant, though.
Financially?
Yeah.
Maybe not the cheapest way to eat in the
Yeah.
world. I mean, you can get Costco steaks. You could get some supermarkets have cheaper cuts. It really depends on what you could also eat just ground beef. That's not as bad. You don't eat as much, and that's one of the reasons why when you're on what they call an elimination diet. One of the cool things, you eliminate basically everything that might be fucking with you except the one thing that you can consume easily, and this is one of the things they're calling the carnivore diet, the elimination diet. When you do, you wind up eating less food, which is one of the reasons why these people just eat steak and wind up losing weight. They don't take in any carbs.
Well, they're
at
also,
all.
but so it's basically also kind of Atkins if they're not taking carbs.
Sort of, but there's a thing called glucogenesis, and like not necessarily sort of Atkins, but sort of keto. But it's more Atkins than keto. And that Atkins diet works.
Oh, yeah, it does.
If
I
you
did it.
stick to it, it does work.
And when
you
your
will
pee
lose weight.
and when your pee starts to smell, it's great.
That's when you know the party started.
Yeah.
You're in ketogenesis.
It's great.
Or
Ketosis, yeah.
ketosis. And when you're in ketosis, man, you really do have energy throughout the day because your body's not craving carbohydrates. So you don't have this up and down blood sugar crash. The thing about the carnivore diet is it's not even ketogenic, really. I mean, you're in ketosis sometimes, but you're not eating that much fat. You're just eating a lot of meat, and a lot of it with fat, some of it without fat.
I thought ketosis is was when you have no carbs. It's not a function of
No, here's why.
Okay.
Because when your body eats a lot of steak and you don't have any carbohydrates, your body does something called glucogenesis, where it'll convert steak into glucose. So it'll actually convert protein into glucose.
Okay.
And it'll actually knock you out of ketosis if you take in too much protein and not enough fat.
Okay.
So like,
It's got to be proportion.
Ketosis is, I think, somewhere in the 80% range. If you should be consuming like 80% of your calories from fats. You'd be kind of amazed. And actually can fuck with some people's gains if they don't think they're getting enough protein because they're getting a lot of fat and a smaller amount of protein, like less grams of protein. Might not be ideal in terms of like physical performance for athletes, they think. But when you do that and you just eat steak, your body says, all right, this asshole doesn't want to eat apples. We have to figure out how to get our carbs.
Yeah.
And we have to figure out how to get our sugar. So we're just going to get it through the steak.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah. It's a weird thing. It's like some people are unaware of that, but your body literally it turns protein into like a glucose substitute. Or
Okay.
glucose. It's glucogenesis. Yeah, you can do it. I've done it for several days. I've never done it for long periods of time, but I wanted to try it when they were doing National Carnivore Month. All these knuckleheads, people are so into it. Carnivore diet is a lot like the vegan diet. Is they can't shut the fuck up about being a carnivore.
My buddy Michael Goldstein, who's the first person I know who's about Bitcoin, is that Bitcoin,
Yep.
Bitcoin. Same thing with carnivore. Carnivore. It's
Yeah.
like, all right.
So I tried it for a couple of weeks. I think I went from like close to 2 weeks. And after a while, I was like, Jesus Christ, I just want to eat regular food. So
I'm not joking. I would think it would be a problem with getting it stuck in your teeth all the time.
No, you just brush your teeth. What are you,
But no-
disgusting? What's wrong with you? You don't have a toothpick at home?
Excuse me. I have every flavor of Marvis on my shelf right
What
now.
is Marvis?
Oh, interesting. Now who doesn't know about tooth care?
What's
Marvis?
Marvis?
Is the Italian toothpaste brand. It looks really cool. Although the flavors are subpar. The point is, brushing your teeth is not going to get it not stuck in between your teeth. That's not going to help.
Flossing.
Yeah, you're going to be after flossing all the time.
Yeah. Or just bite off bigger chunks like a man. Just swallow it.
Can
Stop all this chewing.
Can I tell you a story about this? This just happened to me.
Yes.
And this is when I realized that most people, there's no mind there. I am at a buffet. I'm eating steak. I was eating steak.
Congratulations.
It gets stuck in my throat. I'm like, all right, it's just too big a piece.